자연스럽게 우리 호흡듯 어디부터 어디까지 잘못된 것 같은데 잊고 싶은 과거와 지나버린 시간들 무거운 짐이 든 널 잡아도 Oh sorry 난 알지 못했던 내 곁을 지켜준 너날 감싸 안았던 따스한 오늘 분위기 It's so good 이번엔 마지막이라도 되돌릴 수 없는 시들어버리고 다시 널 위해 지킬게 이게 내 맘이야 전해이야 너를 안고 싶은 이 시간 어떡해 이게 내 맘이야 정말이야 작은 바람이야 Lost you at the party. Step out of my body. Losing myself in medicine. Thinking about how we began in early summer. Hollywood and Vine. Listening to dumb stuff every single night. Foolish but forever. Happier than ever after. Wish I could hear your laughter. It always sounds like this. 'Cause I know I love you more. Oh, say you want me. Say anything. You get to tell me. Oh, now you haunt me. Say anything. Say anything. Oh, say you want me. Say anything. You get to tell me. I wish I could hear your laughter. Happier than ever after. Now I move in slow motion, searching for any emotion. After love, do I believe? 'Cause I'm always the last to leave. What a bummer, thought you were the one. You married me exactly, even wrote a song. Wish about forever, happier than ever after. Oh, say you want me. Say anything. You get to tell me. Oh, now you haunt me. Say anything. Say anything. Oh, say you want me. Say anything. You get to tell me. I wish I could hear your laughter. Happier than ever after.
We had no time to react. Things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones. We don't. Now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. You ever find that all the little things in life are everything? And even though we don't know what the future looks like, I'll bet anything on every family to pull it together. Yeah, we can, yeah, we can. 'Cause love don't go away just like that. It can only bend. We had no time to react. Things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones. We don't. Now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. We had no time to react. Things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones. We don't. Now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback.
'Cause we love go, yeah. I just can't sit no more now. I got my moon boots on. I can take to the skies if I wanna. So let's fly now. I'm ready for highs, I'm ready for my arrival. Steady my sights, I'm keeping my eyes on my goal. Paying no mind to what they call impossible. Give me danger, I'll take it. I play for keeps, I'm not faking. When I find myself on the edge of the cliff, I take the leap and I'll make it. I just Long nights wide awake, waiting for miracles. A false pride, wide always thinking I'm spiritual. Humility is knowing what you're given was beautiful, then giving it to the good of all. Give me danger, I'll take it. I play for keeps, I'm not faking. When I find myself on the edge of the cliff, I take the leap and I'll make it. I just
널 향한 마음이 자꾸 커져가서 이런 내 마음이 또 나와 눈을 가만히 감은 채 날 반겨줘 I promise I'll give it all to you 푸르른 저 하늘을 닮은 날 보면 예고 없는 웃음이 날 찾아와 두근대는 심장 속 널 향한 이 떨림을 어떻게 말을 해야 좋을까 yeah. 발걸음이 가깝게 들리면 세상이 멈출 것 같아 널 향한 마음이 자꾸 커져가서 이런 내 마음이 더 나와 눈을 가만히 감은 채 날 반겨줘 I promise I'll give it all to you 넌 내 손을 그냥 잡아주면 돼. I will still be with you.
L'Italia è la patria della bellezza. Ogni linea, ogni forma, ogni dettaglio. E ora sta per nascere una nuova opera d'arte. Questa è la Kings World Cup Clubs 2026.
And a very warm welcome to the Kings League Arena here in Milano. It's going to be a very special day, an exciting day, but it could also be a sad day. In fact, it is going to be a sad day for a number of teams which will be bowing out. And yesterday was also a sad day because we said farewell to Patrick Kendrick. Huge shout out to him for the sterling efforts on the mic over the past few days. But on a very positive note, he is going to be replaced by Tom Holmes-Reid, aka THR. I am delighted, buddy, to have you alongside me.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Hello and good evening to everyone watching worldwide. I'm so happy to be here. And, well, I'm stepping into Patrick Kendrick's shoes. I know they are big shoes to fill.
Indeed.
Can I call you Tolo?
You've got to. Patrick has baptised me, christened me Tolo, so you are authorised to do so as well.
So I'll be THR and you'll be Tolo, just
Confirmed.
to avoid confusion with the two Thomases. Perfect. It has been an absolutely sensational week of football so far, Tolo, and I'm so excited because now the real business starts. We've got the last chance today.
It does, yeah.
We've got the semi-finals, we've got the quarter-finals, semi-finals, and then the final coming up, all in the next 3 days.
You've been using that time dilation card, haven't you, Tom? Trying to get ahead of the game, and there is the grand prize in your picture. As you can see, that is what the teams want to get their hands on this Saturday, and this is exclusive footage, live footage of our first game today, which is going to be between Alpha Kappa against Fawaz. That is currently the team from Kuwait. Fawaz warming up, and that is the Italian side. I know you're a big fan of that jersey, THR. I can't reveal that, can't I? It's no secret, is it? You like the salmon pink, you've always said. You like that colour, don't you?
I think we'll call it salmon over pink. I'm a big fan of the salmon. Big fan of the salmon. They impressed me a lot on day one. But let's talk a little bit about what happened yesterday, and we'll get back to Alpha Kappa.
Let's do that.
I mean, the shock of the tournament so far, Tolo, and looking at what's gone on. Obviously, Los Troncos losing their first game, that was the biggest shock so far. Then they responded really well. They came back against Lamine Yamal's La Capital. It was a Spanish derby, and the Los Troncos, the Trunks, if my Spanish is not failing me.
Now, this is where we are going to miss, as much as I love you, THR, this is where we are going to miss Patrick for all the linguistic nuances and so on. But I think it is, we can say it's safe, it is the Tree Trunks who weren't chopped down by La Capital. They won that Spanish derby yesterday. 7 goals for bouncing back, as after you said, losing to DR7, which was a real shock in their first game. They are the defending champions, and they are fighting today for their survival, aren't they, Los Troncos, after winning 7 for the positive, if one can say, because they are going home, La Capital, was Anthony Hernandez and his performance. At least that was something to be proud of, shall we say, for Lamine Yamal's La Capital.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of superstars so far this week, Tolo. Players who have come into this competition with high expectations. That we've got high expectations of them, and Anthony Hernandez was definitely one of them. And that, I have to say, is a big, not just a shock, but it's a real moment of sadness, because actually I was looking forward to commentating on him. I was looking forward to covering him over the next few days. But he and his side have been dumped out of the competition, along with 3 other sides, if I'm not wrong. Persinos, which we'll get onto later, yes. Carasu, and also Aniquiladores. So shocks all round.
And good thing you got that in early, don't have to say it again, because it has been a tongue twister for both Patrick and I. Talking again of yesterday, Fawaz are in action very, very soon. They pulled off another shock in this tournament, dumping out Porcinos, who won the inaugural edition of the Kings World Cup Clubs in 2024, and they were being absolutely hammered, 4-0, but they came roaring back and they took it to a shootout and they held their nerve best.
Well, that only tells half the story, Solo, because Porcinos were 4-0 up in this game at half-time. They were absolutely cruising, and I think as well as everybody else, that they were going to get back to their best after that disappointing opening day loss. However, whatever happened within the huddle, let's say, of the FWZ, because they came out with like a team possessed. They came out really looking to prove a point. They got back into the game. And yeah, it was a fantastic game in the end. As we can see on the screen, it was Porcinos who were defeated in the shootouts. Porcinos, of course, as my colleague just said, inaugural winners. They got to the final of last year's edition, losing out to Los Troncos, the team from Spain. And that is, let's say, the biggest shock of the tournament so far. But the team from Kuwait, FWZ, who will be in action in a few moments against Alpa Kappa, the home favourites, flying the flag for Italy. That will be coming up in just a few minutes' time. Bit of information then for you about FWZ. They were runners-up in the inaugural Kings Cup MENA, the Middle East and Northern Africa, if you are wondering what MENA stands for. They beat Ultra Chimicha and SXB in the Kings Cup MENA and lost 6-5 to DR7 in the Kings Cup MENA final. DR7, well, a word on them later, but they have been a really impressive outfit so far in this Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. A little word on the president of FWZ, the streamer Fawaz. He scored the first goal of his career in the Kings League. He stepped up to the plate for the first time in the first game for Fawaz against Atletico Porceros. He was delegated to another one of his staff who missed, but he took responsibility and calmly sent the keeper the wrong way. They really have been the biggest surprise so far of the Kings World Cup clubs. So, in just a few minutes' time, a few moments' time, my colleague Thomas Lawrence, along with Agnès Nespoli, will be doing the draw for the quarter-final. So that's definitely something to keep your eye on. And instead of having a preview show today of going through what happened over the last few days, we're going to concentrate on that quarter-final draw. Now, of course, we don't know all 8 teams yet because there is the last chance today. How the format works is very simple. All the teams who have won one match, hard to say, and lost 1 match will be facing off today in this last chance. We've got a fantastic lineup for you, starting with Alpa Kappa taking on FWZ. The second match, last chance of number 2, is Parceros against No Rules. Then it's DR7 against Desimpain, finishing off at around about 10 o'clock local time here, Central European time, with the last game, Stallions against Los Troncos. So just having a little look at the matchups from yesterday. No Rules, the German side, the only German side in the tournament, defeating and sending home their neighbours, the French team Carasu, by 6-5. It was a fantastic performance by No Rules, who knew that a loss would have sent them home. The match really took a while to get into life. It was 0-0 after the first 17 minutes, and after the dice and the 1 versus 1, 20 to 23 minutes occurred, that's when the goals started to come. 3 goals in 3 minutes, and No Rules FC, despite trailing on the 32-minute mark, came back to win by 6-5. So No Rules, who have themselves a little bit of defensive mishaps, let's say, in the first 2 fixtures. They've conceded 12 goals, so it will be difficult for them later on, facing off in the last chance, as we know, against Atletico Parceros, who were defeated heavily by Neymar's Furia. As you can see on your screen, this was the last goal. Dispatched confidently. It was the goal that made it 11-2. There really was no way back for Atletico Parceros. They were confidently beaten. As you can see, Douglas Costa there, the ex-Bayern Munich winger, in attendance to watch his side absolutely annihilate the Colombian side. But the Colombian side, who's run by James Rodriguez, the ex-Colombia attacking midfielder, they'll be out for revenge today when they take on the Germans' No Rules FC. What we're going to do now is we're going to head down to the floor and we're going to get started with the draw with Agnès and Thomas, who will reveal who will play who in the quarter-final stage of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026.
Thank you so much. It's time for the draw. It's time to define the games of the quarterfinal. I'm Agnès Nespoli on my right, Thomas Lawrence and Manuzzo, our hand today's draw. Hi guys, how you doing?
All good, all good. Ciao Manuxo, ciao Agnès. As you said, it's going to be a very exciting moment for us all. It's the draw for the quarterfinals. And Manuxo, it is very, very simple. And for you at home, it's very, very simple. This is the winners pool, the teams that are already in the quarterfinals. These are the teams playing in the last chance saloon today. And 4 of those will sadly be going home, going Casa. Is that right, Arrivederci? Something like that. So without further ado, Agnès, I think we can get going.
Yeah, sure, we can start. As you can see, the graphics, there are already 4 teams waiting in the quarterfinal who are G3X, Underdogs, Los Troncos, Ultimate Mostoles and Furia that are already waiting in the quarterfinal, and other teams that are still waiting to play today to see their fate. So Manu, are you ready to start?
Yeah, good luck to everyone.
So the first ball, we will see which team will be the first one picked.
Okay, drum roll, everybody.
Oh.
And you got to open it up.
Everyone's waiting for this moment. First one, Furia.
So the likes of Leletti and Lipao, I'm trying to pronounce it in Brazilian, and then if you want to go ahead and get this one, we'll now find out their fate very soon, Agnès.
Exactly, I think no one wants to go against Furia, one of the most feared team of our Kings League so far.
Yes, obviously a reminder, those are the winners. They won their first 2 games, and they're going to be facing...
I hope no Italians, please.
Exactly, Manu, he's an Italian president of Gear 7, so he's not hoping for an Italian
Go,
team,
go, let us know.
Not
we want to know.
Stallions, Los Troncos, the last game of today.
So it could be an Italian side, so Manuxo there and Agnès, I think maybe feeling a little bit worried. We can continue Manuxo with the next one for the next draw, and he's getting a wee bit of stick next to me, Manuxo, for drawing the Italians, but hey,
exactly.
It's not his fault, it's the luck of the draw.
There is Blur yelling at me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we have some complaints from the Italian presidents that are here in the arena, but let's go on with the second pick. The team waiting on the quarterfinal.
Oh wow, guys, can you see this? Can you see this one now?
Okay,
the next one?
It's Underdogs. Let's go on with another Italian team that will face Manu. Oh, everything is in your hand for the Italian teams.
Yeah, but who cares about Underdogs?
Oh wow, fighting talk from Manuxo indeed then, so a very clear message laying down the gauntlet.
I'm joking.
Yes.
And he's backtracking as well, quite rightly as well. So Underdogs will face, potentially...
Wow, attention, Alpha Kappa Fawaz, really interesting team, really interesting teams, both of them. We can see a double Italian game. The first game of today will decide which team will go on against Underdogs, but let's go on with the third pick.
Here we go, and Fawaz, what a performance from them yesterday against Porcinos, everybody. But let's focus on the present, which is the quarterfinal draw. Vai Manuxo, let's go.
We have Ultimate Mostoles and G3X left, and it's Ultimate Mostoles, the DJ Mario's team.
Okay, and Ultimate Mostoles, a reminder, obviously winning their first 2 games, and obviously they're looking to get revenge after last year losing out in the final. Here we go again, tense moments. I'm more excited, I think, than the presidents for this kind of moment. Here we go, Manuxo, let's reveal it.
Let's see. It's no rules against Atletico Parceros.
Okay.
Can be an interesting match, but let's go on with the last one. That it's of course obvious we're gonna have the other Brazilian team of the quarterfinals, G3X, in this ball, just to confirm exactly. And with the last 2 teams that are still at the last chance.
Yeah, and this shows, Agnès, we've done our job correctly because everything has been drawn as you said and expected.
DR7, Desimpain. Exactly. Thank you so much, Manuxo, for being with us.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. The hand of God. Guys, so little recap now of the fixtures that could be coming. Obviously, it all depends on who wins or who goes home today. So thank you very much for joining us for the quarterfinal. I want to also remind everybody that isn't the order, is it, Agnès, of the games that are going to actually be played in, but those are the confirmed fixtures for the final 8, which you can see on your screen right now, Agnès.
Exactly. these are the official matches that we will find out today. Thank you, Manuxo, for being with us again. Thank you, Thomas, and thank you two guys for being here with us. So we will leave you and let you see the games now. But before seeing our Adidas friends with Emma Toshi, thank you, bye.
To the Kings World Cup of Clubs, each player has to make a choice.
Yo elijo F50.
Mi elección es Predator.
F50.
Predator.
Who made the best choice? We will see.
Gol ou uma assistência.
1 point.
Double but.
2 points.
Gol durante el match, ball o al shootout.
3 points.
Si adivinas qué votas y qué jugador son los ganadores, tú también puedes ganar. We're ready. Are you?
Make your choice.
F50 versus Predator rules. The KWCC isn't the only competition taking place. So there's also the Adidas F50 versus Predator battle to decide. As you just heard, a goal or assist are worth 1, double goal 2 points, match ball and shootout goals worth 3 points. Well, what a draw that was, I have to say. What a draw. Furia taking on either Stallions or Los Troncos. Underdogs coming up against either fellow Italians, Alpa Kappa or FWZ. Ultimate Mostoles taking on either Atletico Paiseros or No Rules. And then what a final quarter-final. G3X, for some people, the favourites, taking on either the tournament surprise so far, DR7 or Decim Pain. It is my pleasure to welcome back up to the commentary gantry.
Tom, for holding the line. I need to catch my breath back. Obviously, I had a little dash from the centre circle back to the commentary gantry, and I needed a time dilation guy to speed things up for me and help me speed back into the booth alongside you. And on the note of the time dilation guys, get voting for the game which you want to see the card play. There's these 4 on your screen at the minute. It looks like a landslide. DR7 against Decim Pain, currently winning it. And as you mentioned a few minutes ago, Decim Pain, it could be an all-Brazilian derby in the quarter-final, but one step at a time. We can't get too excited, can we, at this stage?
I was very surprised to see that it's 83%. I mean, it still can change. I mean, we've got about 30 seconds left, so it's probably not going to change. I'm very surprised to see, Solo, that it's not Stallions against Los Troncos. Los Troncos coming in as champions. Stallions, of course, who are the, one of the 3 home favourites. That would have been a good one. But anyway, it looks as though it's going to be DR7 against Decim Pain.
It does at the minute, and one could say maybe with good reason as well. You described it perfectly. A surprise package, DR7 against Decim Pain, the Brazilian side, who are, as we've been trying to explain over the past few days, everybody, a team that can show its bite, and we're looking to spend its mission is to go all the way then to the final. As we always try to do, Tom, ahead of the kickoff times and everything, we try and recap once again what is to come. And what is to come, first of all, is Alpa Kappa against FWZ against Fawaz. We mentioned it during the draw as well. What a game for Fawaz, just knocking out Porcinos. So Alpa Kappa will be forewarned then that this will not be an easy game. They're looking to use their home advantage. They won their first game but lost their second game, which is why they're in this last chance saloon. Now, THL will shortly be heading down, won't you? But before you do, quick word about the Italian side.
Well, they really impressed me. Not just their fluorescent pink kit, or salmon as we said earlier on in the broadcast, but they really impressed me on day one. Not easy playing in front of a home crowd. They were in front of the home fans, and it was the opening game, if I'm not wrong, of the entire tournament where they took on No Rules in that fantastic goal fest, which was 7-5 to the Italians. And their reward, if they can get past FWZ, will be a tantalising quarter-final matchup with underdogs. And as you saw, there was a bit of banter. Can I say banter? A little bit of banter between.
That's being polite.
Yeah, and it would be juicy. Let's say that it would be very juicy to see 2 Italian sides compete in the quarters.
Yeah, you are spot on. And we just saw the presidential penalty. Frenesi has been so far spotless from his spot kicks, hasn't he? Flawless from the 12 yards. Those sunglasses must maybe give him the advantage. I don't know. Maybe super human powers, because he has been fantastic and not let his team down. Far from it. From the spot there, wearing the number 9, I just walked past him briefly, looking tense as you'd expect ahead of kickoff, which is on the horizon against the Kuwaiti team with the the side which in the first game they were a bit disappointing, maybe feeling the pressure of their first ever game, but in the second game Fawaz showing what they are all about. They're moving on, 8 p.m. local time, Atletico Barcelos, who will be without Uran, who was given a red card in his game, or rather in their game yesterday against Ford. It was a bit of controversy because the team from Colombia, well, they didn't feel it should have been a straight red card, but it was deemed to have been denying a goal-scoring opportunity, which is why the red card was given. And we feel, looking back on it, it was the right call.
Yes, initially I thought that it was outside the box on first viewing, to be completely honest with you. But a red card, it's one of those, isn't it, Tolo, where you're going to feel a bit aggrieved if you're either side, because was it a clear goal-scoring opportunity? Was there a covering defender? Maybe a defender could have blocked it when the shot came in. It was at an acute angle as well. It wasn't an obvious goal-scoring opportunity. But then again, if you are, if you are the attacking side, you're feeling that you've been denied a goal. So it was one of those. It was one of those. When it's your team, it's much more likely, isn't it, for you to give the red card. Yeah, just looking down at No Rules, and I think that could be one of the matchups of today. And I'll tell you why, Thomas. No Rules have conceded 12 goals in their first 2 games. To say that they have a leaky defence is an understatement, and I think that they could struggle today. Not that we like to give predictions, of course, we are very impartial up here, but yes, I think that it could be difficult for the Germans.
Yeah, I think it is going to be very difficult indeed for Gabriel Costa and company, the man who scored during both the dice goal and the double goal periods against Karasur, playing a key role in the game we just saw for No Rules. And then at 2100, DR7 taking on Decim Payne. Decim Payne, who hammered Aniquiladores in their second game in round 2. They lost their first game, and it was an upsetting one because they lost Devi Eladio in that game to a serious injury. They're going to be taking on DR7, the team from the Middle East, the team from the Kings League MENA, who have been, well, in their first game anyway, outstanding before losing their second fixture and against the underdogs. So we'll see which DR7 will turn up. Will the real DR7 please stand up? And they'll be taking on, as we're saying, DR7 taking on Decim Payne. That is at 9 p.m. local time, so stick with us for that one. And that is going to be the one in which you're also going to have the time dilation card. And talking of DR7, Nawaf is certainly a key player. Check out this goal. Eat my goal indeed. It was worthy of a winning goal, but it actually wasn't the winning goal. It was only an equaliser, which took the game, though, to a nail-biting finale, with the underdogs getting that goal in the fortnight match ball to give them the victory. So congratulations to DR7, who will be taking on Decim Payne. And once again, let's check this stunning strike out from distance. What a goal indeed. And then Los Troncos in action against Stalins in our final game. Gerard Verge and Jorge Gomez finishing the game with injury, so they remain doubts, and it's a real blow, of course, to the defending champions, beaten by DR7 in their first game, but bouncing back yesterday by beating Lamine Yamal's La Capital in that all-Spanish derby. So Los Troncos bouncing back, though, but have they got their form back, their verve back, their mojo, shall we say, as they look to ensure that the prestigious trophy will be staying in España and won't be going anywhere else. Maybe, who knows, Brazil, with Furia and the G3X, the Brazilian teams, up there as the favourites in what we have seen so far in the opening days of the competition. So that will round up and caps off the last chance fixtures, all vying those teams for a spot in the quarterfinals. It is do or die. And now down to the pitch for our Fortnite Challenge.
Welcome everyone to day 5 of the Fortnite Challenge, and things are hotting up. We are at the semi-final stage. As you already know, before the start of each Kings World Cup Clubs match day, 2 pairs, each made up of 1 outfield player and 1 goalkeeper, will take part in a best-of-3 shootout from the centre circle. If the score is level after 3 penalties, it will go to sudden death. So, yesterday we saw Team Brazil beating Team Italia 2. Let's take a little look and see how the bracket shapes up. So as you can see on your screen, Team Italia 1 taking on Team Mexico. This is the first semi-final, and semi-final 2, which will be played tomorrow, is Team Germany taking on to Brazil. Good to note that there are 4 different nationalities in the semi-finals, and it is certainly the road to glory, which will be on Saturday night. The winners tonight will be the first finalist of the Fortnite Challenge, but I think that's enough from me. So what I'm going to do is introduce you to who will be playing. On my right, we have Team Italy, Gianmarco Chironi, goalkeeper from Underdogs, and Niccolò Marino of Stallions. He has replaced his teammate Stojkovic. On my left, for Team Mexico, we have Freire, the goalkeeper from Aniquiladores, and Angelo Caro from Atlético Parceros. Everything is set. Let's get started with the coin toss.
Good luck. Blue, correct. Blue. Shoot or save? Shoot. Paráis, Angelo. Okay, suerte.
So it will be Italy to start. It is the first of potentially, well, 3 penalties we've seen in this Fortnite Challenge so far. The goalkeepers have been getting the better of the strikers. Let's see if that will continue today. It is Niccolò Marino of Stallions preparing himself. Off he goes. A good save from the keeper, a good touch from the keeper, and a chance spurned for Italy. Good goalkeeping there from Freire. Now then, a man who really has impressed so far in the Fortnite Challenge. It is Angelo Caro from Atlético Parceros. 5 seconds, remember, to dribble and try to beat the keeper, which he does. Wonderfully slotted in from Angelo Caro, and it gives Team Mexico a 1-goal advantage. How can Niccolò Marino respond for the Italians? Team Italia. Nice finish with the left peg. That is exactly the way that he wanted to react. It's exactly the way that Team Italy wanted to react. And it is 1-1 with Team Mexico having a shootout in più, as they say here in Italian. Caro looking to make it 2 from 2. 5 seconds, off he goes. Nice couple of touches, trying to round the keeper. That's a neat finish, is it? No, off the post. Inches away. So parity now restored at 1 apiece. Effectively, we're at sudden death. Marino, heavy first touch. Keeper's come a long way. Round the keeper, that's the way to do it. Advantage Italy in the shootout, and the pressure now very much on the Mexicans, who need to score to stay in this Fortnite Challenge. Angelo Caro to keep his side in the contest. He's done the dink. That is one of the most beautiful goals we've seen so far in the Fortnite Challenge. He is a man on form, and we are now officially in to sudden death with 2 goals each. Just a reminder for you, sudden death means that if one team scores and the other misses, the game is over. A nervy finish here. Marino. Close to the goalkeeper, nice feet! Almost a carbon copy. He went the other side this time, but the result is just the same. Marino giving the Italians the advantage. And once again, heavy pressure on Angelo Caro of Atlético Parceros. 3 seconds, remember, with the countdown, and then they have 5 seconds before they can shoot the ball. to keep his side in it. Caro, it's saved by the goalkeeper. Gianmarco Chironi, the hero for Italy. It is the Italians who go through. They will be the first finalists of the Fortnite Challenge. Congratulations to them. Commiserations to Mexico, who bow out at the semi-final stage. Remember, tomorrow we're going to see who will play Italy between Team Germany and Team Brazil. Congratulations once again to the Italians. And I think now that we are ready to get started with a crucial day of action. It is the Kings World Cup Club's last chance.
Thank you, Tom, aka THR, the Fortnite Challenge, which will return tomorrow. But let's focus on the present. We have Alpa Kappa taking on Fawaz, the first of our last chance saloon matches today. And it begins with a bang with the Italians, the team on home soil, with a raucous support, as you can already hear in the background, against the team from Kuwait, which earned their spot here by dumping out Porcinos, the inaugural winners of the 2024 edition. In the meantime, in the bottom of your screen, the players that have been put forward by their respective coaches for the 1v1 get voting. Looks neck and neck on the Italian side, in fact on both sides. So if you guys have get voting, who do you want to see as the with the drop of the ball via the cage? Because we're delighted THR, I was going to say Tom, that was a mixture of Tom and THR rolled into one, fused into one. The cage is back today. The cage is back today, Tom.
I was wondering if it was. The referees have been throwing the ball up, if I'm not wrong, to start the game, which just, it's fine, but it doesn't have the same effect, does it? I like the drama of the drop ball. Also, the players tussling with each other, watching the ball drop. They're maybe not looking at each other as much as they're looking at the ball dropping from above.
You are right, indeed. I always say it to Patrick as well in the past couple of days. It's one of those iconic moments, that something you associate, isn't it, with the Kings League, almost exclusive, dare I say it, to the Kings League. Here the starting lineups: Alpa Kappa taking on then Fawaz shortly.
Just want to say, Tolo, there's one player for Alpa Kappa who's really impressed me now. He hasn't got the goals that maybe he could have done. He's been guilty of spurning a few opportunities, but his general play has been fantastic, and that is Christian Ronchi. Just one goal so far, the number 10. I watched him warming up, and to quote yourself, Tolo, I think he's got his shooting boots on this evening, because he looks to be in form, and he looks ready for this challenge.
Well, can he find the quality? And we'll find out who will be starting the fixture.
Il pubblico ha deciso che I protagonisti dell'1v1 di Alpa Kappa Fawaz sono Alessandro Chelsea e Leo Gol.
Well, Tom, you'll be happy. I know you're a huge fan of Chelsea, and I know, and not because with Chelsea, because that is one of your rivals, being a Hammer yourself, a West Hammer, and Leo Gol is a player I admire, so we're both very happy. So then, the countdown begins. THR, here we go. You're all set as well. I'm all set. We're both standing up. We can't sit down for this. We're on the, well, no longer on the edge of our seats we were. Now we're standing up for this. Some of the lights are on, and I cannot wait to see the ball drop from the cage. And Kings League action begins then. The last chance saloon for this team, Chelsea and Leo Gol. And Leo Gol losing out there. It's the keeper. It is Gilly to make it a dream start. And now he's got to quickly trudge back. Will he go for goal? just playing it safe, Tom.
Good covering there from Chelsea, making sure that his goalkeeper had protection there at the back. But now they storm forward, FWZ.
Now Leo Hall still with Leo Gol. Has Camilo in support, gotta find him! Oh, he stayed on his feet. Oh, it's great play. Still with Leo Gol, and now with Camilo, aka Camilo the Cat. But in the end, as you can see, the play halted, and we will get going. Chance really that went begging, I think.
Would you say, Tolo, these are the two most talented attacking players for both of these sides? Is that why you think that they've been chosen by the fans, the people at home, not by the coaches, but that's what the fans want to see?
Exactly, and I always say it, always said it, as you know, THR, you the fans can have a big say as we now in our scale up, Tom, go for the 2v2. In terms of outfield players anyway, but 3v3 overall. Here is Chelsea with Gilly in support. And we have Hero Jr. on the ball as well. Here's their number 9, Gilly, put himself into that shooting position. Can he find Chelsea?
They want the offside flag, Tolo.
Hero Jr. and again, as you say, you're right, they're looking for the offside flag. It's not coming now. Leol under a lot of pressure here. That was risky. They've done well. Full marks. Camilo Allen now on the pitch for Waz. Camilo the Cat. Can he show his feline powers here? It is Camilo! How about that?
A goal worthy of getting on the board in any game. What a strike that was. The goalkeeper of all.
Now Chelsea want to hit back right away here. Here is Hero Jr. They've got a corner. They'll settle for that. Just something for them to build on. Look at that strike. Tom, like you on a... Is it Wednesday night you play or Friday?
Oh, I don't think I can manage that. Maybe 10 years ago. Maybe 10 years ago.
Played in quickly. Trying to find Chelsea. Now they've got a scuttle back here. Alpa Kappa. Surprised they didn't try and break a bit quicker. Maybe wanted to get back on the ball. In fact, well, they are leading, so I suppose THR, they don't have to force the issue, but now is the time to make the most of this space. Camilo, can he do it again? Camilo,
it's opened up.
Looking to make it 2. He's got to get back now. Paulino out to that man, Chelsea, one of their star players. Chelsea, round his man, clattering into his man, Hero Jr. Another corner. Look at that celebration as well, like that from Everton. Chiclete.
Well, I don't know if you guys back home have picked up on the backdrop behind the goal, but there is a lot of pink shirts. The home favourites, heavily supported.
Flags, Tom.
Yeah, and a drum. I think I can hear a drum.
She bangs the drum, Stone Roses.
Nice, nice.
We'll be getting plenty of that as well, where that came from. Now, here is Gilly. Now here to Paulino, aka Paolo Scienza. Pool science sounds better in Italian, doesn't it? Chip through there. Hero Jr. trying that deft little touch. Now Leo Gol. He's done well here to find Chiclete. There's Allen in support. This man's just joined the party. Jonathan Baton looking to carry the baton for Waz. I'm here all week. One of many dad jokes incoming.
Oh, I love a dad joke. I love a pun. We might have to have a pun off, if that is even a thing.
It is here in our commentary gantry.
So
now,
the scale up, 4 seconds time.
Cutrinielli, he'll be disappointed. And where are we at now, THR, with our scale up?
Should be at 6v6 now.
Yeah, final minute.
5 plus the keeper, I should say.
Now Allen. Baton now. Trying to give it back to Allen, and the ball comes spiralling towards us. Tom was leaning forward. He was hoping to get his hands on that ball. Have to wait if we want a half-inch one of those
baton to Allen.
Balls.
Allen to baton.
Like it. I like it. So throwing the way of the home side, because we are playing in Milano. We are live from Milano. If you weren't aware, we are stone's throw away from some scenic sites, the likes of the Duomo, Navigli, and such like. So many landmarks you must check out the next time you are in this part of the world. And of course, check out the Kings League Arena here in Milano. So we're now, Tom, the 7v7.
Back up to full mode, as the screen just behind the fourth official says. Back up to full mode. Little word on the goalkeeper. Gilly scored 2 in the first in the first game. Alpa Kappa's first game against No Rules. Those 2 goals coming in the first 3 minutes, but since then, no goals for the Italian goalkeeper.
Well, that could have gone anywhere. Well,
bit of nerves perhaps for the home outfit.
Yeah, I think so. And as we said, we've been discussing it in all our pre-match show. This is do or die. You have to win, otherwise you're going home. Of course, it'll be a short trip home for the Italians. So there's the one positive, Tom. Now, Leo Gol. This man here, Everton Chiclete, Piqué's favourite. That is Patrick Kendrick, not Gerard Piqué, who we saw earlier this week. Our leader, Gerard Piqué, the man behind this project.
Do we know if he's going to be back? Is he going to be back this week?
He will be.
Might try and nab a selfie.
You've got to. You've got to. Everybody else has. Why shouldn't you get involved? Now, Chiclete out wide, looking to find the angle. Now, baton for Allen. It must be. And it's good scrambling back, but it is ruled out and stopped for offside.
I was listening to yourself and Patrick yesterday, Tolo, and you were very complimentary of the assistants.
Yes.
We used to call them linesmen, but I think you've got to call them assistants these days.
Nen's going to be on your back for that one.
Exactly. They've been out of this world, really, with their decisions. They haven't really put a foot wrong, and that one was, it was a tight decision, but his flag was immediately raised. Very, very impressive. We were just in line with it, weren't we, Tolo? And we could see. But he, keeping up with the action, very impressive.
They have been spot on. Let's see if Allen can find the key here, the Allen key.
Love it.
To unpick and unlock the Alpa Kappa. I did say it's going to be a barrage of dad jokes. Now, Leo Gol for the number 88, El Tino, not to be confused with little Elton John. As the shot comes in from distance and flies just wide of the mark there, THR.
Goalkeeper wasn't sure. He was flat-footed, and from our angle, it looked as though it might be nestling into the top corner.
Yeah, it was just swerving away. Don't you mean angle?
So 7 minutes and 15 seconds gone. Neither side have used their cards, their secret cards yet, of course. Sometimes when it is a ×2 player, the player who can come on and whose goal is worth double, sometimes they choose to use that early. Is that right,
They
Solo?
do, pal. They do, and the fact that it hasn't been played a secret card means clearly neither of these two teams have the star player to give yourself that maximum time, as that may fall kindly here for Christian Ronchi. Camilo, decisive at both ends so far with the goal and the save. Now he looks to build again through Paulino. Now Salvaterra.
They need to get him on the ball more.
Paulino?
No.
Ronchi?
Yeah, Christian Ronchi, the number 10. As we said, we highlighted him before kickoff, but that's what he can do. Not much space to work with, got a shot on target. He'll be disappointed it wasn't either side of the goalkeeper, but it was fizzed towards Camilo. Good stop. Sometimes they're difficult when they're travelling at that velocity.
Oh, that pace, that power that was on that strike there. A little slip on that far side from Cutrinielli. And you mentioned earlier about famous faces. You can actually play the Kings League Picks games and win a Lamine Yamal signed jersey. Tom's already getting his phone out for the QR code. Wait at least a half-time, pal.
He's a world champion.
That's
He's
true.
a world champion.
To be fair,
I quite like that
you're
jersey.
right. And today people can't multitask, unlike my generation of men. You can. You're good at multitasking. So you are right. Get on it, guys.
Plenty of competitions, as we highlighted before kickoff. It's not just the action being played down there on the pitch. You guys can get involved.
The shot from distance and tipped over by Gilly. Jonathan Baton with a belter. Have to settle for a corner for now. Allen standing over it.
Gilly not happy with his defence there.
Now Duque. Interesting approach. Now Chiclete back with Baton. Allen's found a pocket of space here. This is Allen, and it was too tame an effort. We mentioned Lamine Yamal, a world champion. I can't remember who they actually beat in the final, Spain. You may have to remind me.
I don't remember much about the World Cup post the final Wednesday night, I think. That's as much as I remember.
We are bitter Englishmen upset that we were beaten by Argentina in the semi-finals, unfortunately. It's never going to come home. I can't see it happening. Anyway, back to the Kings League action.
Could be worse. At least we've qualified for the last 3.
That's true, and they're looking to Mancini. Well, surprised, isn't it, after leaving the Italy post a few years ago, but now he has returned, and he's got a big job on his hands to pick up the Azzurri again. It's currently the Azzurri of Fawaz, the Blues of Fawaz that are leading here. Duque just, but they're looking very comfortable.
They are indeed, Tolo. They are indeed, and I think momentum is going to be a key thing in this tournament. Fawaz, of course, coming up against a side who won their first game but lost their second. As for Fawaz, they will have taken a lot of heart from that shootout win against Porcinos, ex-champions of this competition, of course.
Yeah, what a feather in their cap. What a calling card. What a business card for them. Taking quickly on the far side, Lorenziani trying to release his teammate, but Camilo was said it. Pick off his line, springing off his line. Now Duque. Not to be confused with the northern pronunciation of Ducky, but it's Duque.
Am I right in saying that, Tolo, it was the first shootout of the tournament so far?
It was, as Salvaterra is denied. You are spot on indeed. The statistician here alongside us. That was tough. That's tough to say live. Statistician.
Yeah, it was a big one.
If you stop and think about it, you probably can't say. There's some of those words, isn't it? Like anonymous. If you say it quickly, it's okay. If you stop and think about it, it's very, very tricky.
I saw Agnese having trouble with schedule and schedule, and I don't really know the difference there, but she speaks
one is
a plethora of languages, I believe.
That's a good word. What does that mean?
Not me to...
I think one's the American and one's the English expression. Anyway, here it goes from distance from Everton Shikler. They haven't got a few shots on goal from range. Upper Cap, I mean, very quiet.
Yeah, I expected more. I really did. Yeah. From the side in pink.
But the livelier part of this club are actually the fans right now, shall we say, in that far corner, making a lot of noise. Given away. This could be an opportunity here for Duque. Still with Duque. In the end, it was well wide, but he was entitled to have a go, making that chance for himself. So Gilly will get things going again from the back. And he's berating his team again. He is very demanding in between the sticks, the Italian shot stopper.
He's imperious. When you're down there on the pitch and you actually see how tall he is. Oh, we saw Mame Diop earlier on the tournament, who's almost as tall as the crossbar. Well, I can tell you something, Vittorio Gilli isn't far off.
A little shove there, trying to bring that man into play. Ronchi, they get another chance, but Camilo, not quite convincing there.
I think he didn't want to pick it up there, Tolo, because it looked as though it might have been just a pass back. It was just a nudge back. It's one of those, sometimes the referee can have a problem with it, and they didn't want to take the chance. So actually, well done from Camilo there. Just putting it out of play, and now his team can reorganise in the back line.
Keep up the pressure. Upper Cap, a long throw. In comes the strike, or will it come in? From Veneroso. Floats it in. And headed away. Good work. That's more like it from Upper Cap. I need to enjoy this spell of dominance. Although having just said that, the decision has gone the way of Fawaz. There was a Ronkin here. Was that sort of dubious moment for Camilo?
I hope I'm wrong. But I just think as the tournament goes on, the first sort of 15-20 minutes of play, the first half, that middle stage of the first half, I hope that they don't get exactly what we've seen here. A little bit cagey with teams focusing on keeping the ball rather than going ahead. I mean, we saw yesterday was a complete goal fest in the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. It was a fantastic viewing. This one has been, let's say, tepid so far, Tolo. Yes. Is that the right word?
Yeah, I think you're spot on. And you did mention Fawaz in their victory against Porcinos. They looked to Arwan yesterday to help them. He's actually no longer here. He's left Milan. He's going to get married shortly, so congratulations to him. Don't do it. No, I'm only joking. Congratulations to him for that imminent milestone. So he'll be obviously cheering on from distance. Talking about distance, can they get a shot? They can't. There's a break on here for Alpa Kappa. Veneroso needs support. Finds it in the form of Ronchi.
Lovely
just
ball,
wide.
Tolo. Lovely ball there from the right-hand side, spotting his man. He was in an onside position. What a chance that was for Alpa Kappa. What a chance. Great ball in.
Here it is again.
Let's have another look. Yeah, didn't quite catch it right, but wonderful ball in from Lorenzani on this right-hand side.
Making all the noise, the Italian supporters, as you would expect. Mention the banners and the flags and the colour. It's a sea of pink or a sea of salmon or a sea of, I think salmon, we can go with
We'll
that.
go with salmon. We'll go with salmon.
Now, Leo Goal punched away by Gilly. Danger not over. Still with Fawaz. And now the shot from range comes in from Baton. And it was another belter, but didn't hit the target.
Well, that's certainly the order of the day for FWZ, because how many shots have they had from distance towards goal? And it is an interesting ploy. We've talked about the stature, the size of Vittorio Gilli, the Alpa Kappa goalkeeper. Now we're going to see what he can do with his feet. That's a delicious ball. Can they keep it in? Yes, they can. Chance on.
This is Benedetti, still with Benedetti with that cutback. And then from close range, Alpa Kappa unable to bundle it home. He'll be ruining that opportunity. THR from close range couldn't quite keep it down. It was the number 23 was Chelsea himself, wasn't it?
Difficult chance, though. Difficult chance because he's almost approached it. He was off balance as he approached the shot. He looked as if he wanted to take it with his left. Then he had to stick out a toe with the right. Now FWZ have a problem here. They have a player down, and the medical team will be attending to the player on the floor. This is not what we want to see.
No, and with this we do have our break in play. The clock has been stopped as we approach the 16th minute. And then we're going to go into that 17th minute, which means the final 3 minutes goals worth double. Seven Chiclete as well, one of their key men, that man who helps just keep things ticking over, doesn't he, for the Fawaz side, currently receiving treatment for his team.
Well, we saw something similar on day one, didn't we, Solo? It was Decim Payne's star man, Davi Hilario, who was injured, and immediately after the incident happened, I think some of the opposing players thought that he might be feigning an injury. We weren't sure what was going on, and actually had to be, if I'm not wrong, he had to be stretchered off, and we haven't seen him since. The following day, or 2 days after, I should say, the team had there was a lovely moment where the team came out, didn't they, with the shirts of Davi Hilario, just offering him support, but he will play no further part in this particular edition of the Kings World Cup clubs, and this doesn't look good.
No, you can tell, can't you? Also, just with the weight and how long a player stays down. Normally they try, don't they, to at least walk it off, which is what we're seeing now. Going back to Hilario, you're right, it was a touching tribute, wasn't it, from his teammates. They certainly paid tribute to him in the best fashion possible by getting the victory with those special jerseys. And obviously, as soon as they won the game, they ran across as well to the cameras to say this was for use. Everton, the good thing is that THI, he's on his feet, hobbling off, yes, but the fact that he can walk off is a good sign. Didn't need the stretcher.
Not for the first time in this edition of the Kings World Cup clubs. We've seen really good sportsmanship from the fans there. The Alpa Kappa fans behind the goal, all in pink, giving him a round of applause as he walked off. And they were genuinely concerned when he went down. And that's why I think the concern sort of moved all around the stadium quite quickly, because there was a silence.
Leo goal straight at Gilly in the end. No, you're right. It's a family. It's the Kings League universe. Everybody's involved. It's a big community, from the casters to the technical staff, the production staff. Big shout out to everybody behind the scenes. Andrea Mariani and company following us closely over the past few days. He's still got 3 days. He's got to deal with us, and then he can have a well-earned holiday. Now, Benedetti coming forward. Nice release pass for Veneroso. Camilo off his line.
That is wonderful play from the Italian outfit, but on the break.
This could be a chance for Fawaz, trying to bring teammates into play. He takes a touch and let's rip there then. Number 9, Lucas Paroldo.
That's the best passenger play we've seen so far, for sure. Didn't result in a goal, but lovely play from number 22, Benedetti, in the centre of the park.
Yeah, nice way to bring the action to a close there, THR. Your thoughts after your first 17 minutes as well. How are you feeling, pal?
Yeah, feeling good, easing into it. I hope I can fill the shoes of the great Patrick Kendrick, who did the first 4 days. You guys were fantastic together, but yeah, it's fantastic to be here. Was hoping for a few more goals. It's one of those, a bit like a snooker match, which that's a note to Patrick Kendrick, who loves a bit of snooker.
Is it a mainstream sport, though, THR? Can you bring snooker into it for an international audience? I've just got my Nairn Salter cap on, and that's so I would bring it as well. Big fan of snooker in terms of more the history side of things and stats and facts. So what happens now between 17th and 20th minute?
So times 2 goals are doubled, so any goal scored between 17th minute and the 20th minute will count as double. No added time, of course. In the Kings League, it runs to 20 minutes, and then it is a short break before the dice roll, and the players can get some fluids on board, but we'll talk about that later. It's been a very tactical battle so far.
Said like a snooker match, as you said.
Exactly.
Tit for tat. Here is Allen for Lergo. They need to get this man on the ball. Strikes from distance, his vision as well. THR. Now baton for Lergo. Any son of Everton, Chiclet. I think he might be sitting down for the time being. Now baton everybody back for Alpha Kappa, defending deep. There's 2 rows. Nice Italian-style catenaccio.
Catenaccio, there it is. There's the word on the tip of my tongue. Catenaccio. Everybody behind the ball, as you said. They're keeping a low block, but there is space out wide. If they can get the ball out wide, we've got Leo Gol out here. Here he is on the ball.
Here is Leo Gol looking for Allen and running into trouble and into the camera as well, THR.
Almost an embarrassing moment for the cameraman down there.
I think that with that machinery, he would have actually maybe come off better. It might be more Leo Gol would have come off the worst of the two. Lovely little touch, but it doesn't quite reach a teammate. Back with Camilo the Cat. Doesn't need to use his 9 lives so far.
We can't read too much into formations.
Leo Gol drags it wide.
Can't focus too much on formations, Tolo, but it looks as though Alpha Kappa, when they are defending, they're almost in a back 4, which is very strange to see. I've been following the Kings League for a while as the ball is played through here. More on that later. Well done by Camilo. Lovely, lovely play from the goalkeeper. Calmness was needed, and calmness was what he brought to the party. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for Alan.
It's a bit scrappy, isn't it? Possession changing hands quickly.
Well, they know what's on the line. A goal. Conceding a goal now for Alpha Kappa would see them go down 3-0.
Isn't that the beauty as well of the Kings League THR goal? And they could turn it around just like that, and they would be in the driving seat. At the moment, they're trailing. Will they be trailing by 3? Alpha Kappa for now, just the 1 as we get ever closer to that halfway stage. And already starting to glance across at the referee, but we have still a little over 30 seconds to go. Gilly through the middle. Tapped by Ali, and it may fall here kindly for that man, Chelsea. Second bite of the cherry. Great block.
Wonderful block on the line. Initially, I thought it might be offside. There were some appeals for an offside call. The goalkeeper doing well, making himself big. I think at that particular moment, what you've got to do, if the goalkeeper's going to come at you, he's going to rush at you, jump at you, what you've got to do is try and place it under his legs. But yeah, great block on the line there from FWZ.
Another countdown, I always say it, Tom. Get a shot away. Why not just have a go?
Get the shot away.
What's the point? Just passing around. They didn't get the shot away. So we had the half-time whistle, though, which comes out the Kings League Arena live. I mean, Fawaz then leading just by the solitary goal, but they'll be the happier of the two teams then as we pause for half-time.
Well, the players going in for a well-needed rest after a fast pace in that first half and getting some Powerade on board. As we always say, pause is power. Hydration is important. The hydration sensation, THR, as I always say.
Now we'll just pause both you and I, Tom.
C'è poco da parlare. Non stiamo a giocare come nostro solito e non è neanche un discorso di sottovalutare la squadra, è proprio un discorso di trovare un attimo dei meccanismi giusti. Non riesco neanche troppo a incitare i ragazzi che sto al 17° spurgo.
Ha sbagliato tanto tecnico.
Mannaggia la miseria.
Tanti passaggi sbagliati.
Okay, it was a very nice 20 minutes. I think the game, it's tight, it's very complicated. We are waiting next 20 minutes. Good luck for both teams. It was a very nice 20 minutes. Thank you.
Inshallah Fawaz win. Oh, ya Fawaz. Oh, ya Fawaz.
So for the Italian side, for Frenesi, naturally disappointment. THR, naturally Fawaz looking for more of the same, and now we are going to have the roll of the dice. We spoke about iconic moments, didn't we, THR, at the very top, and it's going to be Paul Fon, the Gear 7 coach, who's going to be rolling the dice from the President's Lounge. And this is a moment, as you know, THR, I thoroughly enjoy. What are you hoping for with the roll of the dice?
I know you and Patrick have liked the 1. Yeah, something between 1 and 3. Well, anything between 1 and 3, and I'm a happy bunny.
So as we were saying, Buffon then, the Year 7 coach with the roll of dice, and it is a 3. A thumbs up from him. We'll see if it's a thumbs up from Fawaz or Alpha Kappa come the end of the game.
So just a reminder for you, 3 versus 3, but that is including goalkeepers, so 4 versus 4 in total as we start at the second half here in the first game of the Kings World Cup Clubs Day 5, the last chance stage.
5, 4, 3.
Now, no longer the sort of water polo style start, THR, but the sort of basketball-esque start, and Alpha Kappa in possession, and quickly, this is an interesting move, getting their keeper off and getting 3 outfield players on. I like it. It's Hero Junior, Ronchi's on the pitch. This is this man here, Veneroso, over the bar.
I think that's what this second half needs. As we said, it was a pretty tame first half, and perhaps minimising the amount of players, reducing the amount of players might lead to more action.
Played it short. Veneroso, Hero Junior to his right, Ronchi to his left, Joker's in the middle. Here I am. Veneroso at full stretch there. Now Ronchi trying to shape up to shoot. Now Hero Junior. Could be more attacking here. Hero Junior, Ronchi must be, just couldn't quite get there.
In an offside position, I think the flag would have gone up if he'd have reached it. But yeah, certainly a better start, certainly to this second half from the team in pink than the way that they started the first. Conceding that early goal. Cracking goal it was as well.
It was. Camilo, a reminder if you are maybe just joining us, it was Camilo with a curling strike, wasn't it? That is the difference between the sides so far. Baton carrying it forward. Leo Gol. Allen on that far side. Back with Baton. Still with Baton. Leo Gol. Back with Baton. And they double their advantage. They just waited for that right moment until the time was ripe, and they struck. It's 2-0 then to Fawaz.
Only one play that they were looking for there, and that was Baton, the number 17, getting on the score sheet. 2-0 to FWZ.
Veneroso out wide to Paulino. Veneroso, Hero Junior. Veneroso again having it's not the first time he's going to go from there.
Venomous strike from Veneroso. No?
Oh, I like my alliterations.
Pivotal part in the game now, I think.
Yeah.
FWZ can get another goal here. Still, we do have the presidential penalties and the secret cards to be played. Nothing has been revealed so far.
Oh, nothing decided as yet. It never is. It ain't over till it's over in the Kings League. Here is Baton. Punched away by Gilly. And then without a keeper, gaping goal. Gelsey didn't have enough power on it. It was nowhere near the goal either.
Interesting tactic, as we've seen in this particular edition here, with the teams deciding to go for 3 outfield players, and they are very susceptible. It's an obvious thing to say, but they are very susceptible to the break. Let's see what happens here.
Here is Allen. Baton, Leo Gol. We're just trying to play the perfect killer ball, and that's not going to be a killer shot, unfortunately. And with that, the 3 minutes come to an end.
So as we heard from the Alpha Kappa president during the half-time there, Tolo, he's clearly not happy with how his side have performed. Too many misplaced passes. Of course, you and I reside both here in Italy. We do understand a little bit of Italian. I know you've been quite... You've been rather critical of your own Italian. I'm aware that you can speak a bit, maybe not as well as Patrick, but...
Oh, no, I don't think anyone can quite reach the levels of PK himself. But no, exactly, we will be able to, I think, cope. Let's put it that way. Together, 2 heads are better than 1.
Oh, yes. 2 brains make 1. Maybe that's better.
Let's fuse them together. So, El Tino. This near side. Recasens, El Tino. A lot of Eltons in their side. Elton Lucas, you may remember, was sent off in the first game. Now Camilo, big fan. He really impressed me a year and a half ago at the World Cup Nations with his native Colombia.
at Allianz Stadium in Turin, was that
was
one?
the final,
That was the final.
Spot on, yeah. We had Super Simon, big shout out to Sai, a colleague and friend of ours, and Piqué, who was there for Brazil's victory in the all-South American derby in Turin. It was played in January, actually, so a lot different to the temperatures we are suffering with now. Trying to turn and make his way through there. Requesens Gilly doesn't know where he's going, does he? Like a hot potato there, hot potato. Not easy. Remember that? He didn't play really rugby, but we need to quickly pass it on quickly.
Hot potato? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Used to play it in the classroom. Hopefully the teachers had anything more to teach us.
He should have been studying. We should have been working.
Just played hot potato on a Friday afternoon. That's what we did. That's what we did. Anyway, back to
British
the action.
education, you can't beat it. Back with Gilly now. Looking to pass it around. Can they find Benedetti, who's currently in offside position?
If you are Solo, any of the other teams still involved in the competition, and I don't mean to be too damning, and you're looking at this game and you're thinking, I wouldn't mind facing them.
Benedetti now will come in that shortly. In the meantime, presidential penalty has been called as it's chipped over the top. Paulino. Yeah, no, sorry, you were saying.
Well, this might make things a little bit more exciting, but just the quality hasn't quite been there. Maybe the nerves, maybe it is because it's the last chance and they know that if they lose, they're going home. I'm not sure exactly what's contributing to it, but certainly this game needs to burst into life. And will that happen now as Alpha Kappa have their presidential penalty, or the Prezi, as I've heard you guys call it in the previous days?
Yeah, and they need this man to score right now. He's got the sunglasses, he's got the look, he's got those shades on again. His good luck charm.
Scored his first, didn't he, in the opening fixture against No Rules?
Yes, and against Ultimate Mostonis as well, if I'm not mistaken. Just check
G3X.
G3X, thank you, TH. I was just reminding myself as well, so he's 2 from 2. Can he make it 3 from 3?
And no one has done it. Obviously, they haven't had 3 games, but he could become the first president to score 3 from 3. A Hattie.
I love it. I love the lingo. He's got to
what are you saying, Solo?
I'm going to say saved by Camilo.
I'm saying goal for Nessie.
It is saved in the end. It isn't a goal. Camilo, that's why I'm a huge, huge fan of THR.
Hold your horses.
Hang on, it's going to be taken again.
Horses.
It's going to be taken again, THR.
Controversy. Well, we needed something to spice this match up a little bit. And this might be it, because the players of FWZ are remonstrating with the referee. The ball has been placed back on the spot by Frenesi, and he's going to get another chance. But, Solo, you called that. You said save from the goalkeeper, and it was. But
it didn't count, because I think he was margin off his line, Camilo, so it has to be taken again. So at the second time of asking, what do you think?
I think he's going to score. I think he's going to score.
He does score. He does score. He wasn't flustered, far from it. Camilo then beaten, outwitted by the president, who extends his 100% record. Bit of banter as well. Camilo just trying to shrug that off, saying, I'm above that, but that's, as you said, adding a bit of spice to the contest.
We want to see spice, we certainly do, but there was, I'm not sure if our cameras picked it up, there was a little moment afterwards between the Alpha Kappa president and the goalkeeper there, and just very much similar of Ibrahimovic and Julio Cesar in the Derby della Madonnina, I think 2012, if I'm not, 2013 maybe.
Yes.
Anyway, we're back underway. Talking of that presidential penalty, Solo, he really needed to score that, because now the deficit is just the 1, coming into a very pivotal part of the game now. 25 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, you're right. It changes the complexion, doesn't it? And that's the beauty of the King's secret card or presidential penalty, and get you right back in it. And Fawaz have called their presidential penalty in response, haven't they? So, as you were saying, spot on. Yeah, 3 from 3. He's leading the way ahead of Blur, his fellow countryman. Blur. I'm not going to call you that. What's your real name? Benedetti. Nathan. It's a lovely name. Bulbous. Might squeeze it straight through to Chelsea, but Duque now trying to clear his lines and ease the pressure on Camilo and company. Comes out to Leo Goy. He often starts really deep, THR, and then likes to do exactly that, run at defences and carry forward his run.
We haven't seen him at his best in this game so far, I'll be honest with you. I was expecting a little bit more, but as you say, as the game goes on, as the opposition start to tire, that That's when the big players come to the fore. We've seen that in so many of previous games at this particular edition of the Kings World Cup clubs.
So they have Fawzan Musaid Al Fawzan as their candidate, shall we say, on their shortlist. They are respectively 1 from 1. We'll see whether they can extend their 100% record when it comes to taking the presidential penalties. And listen to the boos, THR. Wow. He's just trying to say, okay, guys, give me a moment. I love the Italian gesture as well there.
Well, he's playing the pantomime villain, isn't he?
Well, will he be the hero, though, for his team? Lengthy run-up, chance to extend his team's lead, and it's saved, and you can tell not only because of the save, but because of the roar behind the goal.
Tough circumstances to take the presidential penalty in front of, can we call them the curva? The Alpa Kappa curva. But he is being told where to go in no uncertain terms from those fans behind the goal. Wonderful save there from the goalkeeper.
Well, Gilly is so tall, isn't he?
Wasn't a bad penalty. Wasn't a bad penalty at all. He took it with a lot of pace. He got a lot of power behind it in the corner, but Gilly knew where he went.
Yeah, he's got that reach, hasn't he, Gilly? Intimidating to come up against him in a penalty or a shootout situation. So he keeps the score at 2-1. Both teams still have their secret cards as we edge closer to the half-hour mark, and Gilly carrying it out from distance. Will he have a go here? He may, you know, Tom, he may. Spilled Ronchi! And they're level. Camilo, the cat, will be bitterly disappointed with himself. Ronchi pouncing on that loose ball to bring Alpa Kappa on level terms.
I'll call it a cliche, but when you need your big players to step up, that is exactly what this man does. The number 10, Christian Ronchi, he's impressed me so far in this particular event, in this particular competition, and he gets his side back on terms. How the game can change, Tolo, in a matter of moments. Should FWZ have scored that presidential penalty, they would have been 2 up. Now it's all square and all to play.
That's what makes it even more significant, doesn't it, THR? The fact that they were running the risk of going 3-1 down, then moments later they leave their mark at the other end of the pitch, and here he is, Gilly, maybe looking to replicate what we saw a few moments ago. Cutrignelli back with the keeper. Gilly. Nice ball, Leo Coro picks it out. Ortiz, Captain Fantastic, at least trying to be Captain Fantastic. Cutrignelli we saw in the build-up, number 17.
Interesting to note here, Tolo, that Nicola Cutrignelli, the number 17, is ushering the goalkeeper forwards, Vittorio Gilly, at every possible opportunity. He wants him to play that almost Manuel Neuer role, bring the ball upfield and almost play as a seventh man in attack.
Now goals worth double then. They've played that secret card, and I think it's a good time to do it, THR, because they've got momentum on their side, so that they'll feel confident they can make this card count. So an explanation then for maybe anyone who's joining us for the very first time.
I'll do it if you want me to, seeing as it's my debut. So any goal scored by Alpa Kappa in the next 4 minutes will be counted as two goals.
Double, exactly. So
is that just the first, Tolo, or is it
they've got 4 minutes to score as many as possible as it's flashed across. So if they score 3, it would be 2-4-6.
Nice maths, nice maths. British educational system not failing it.
Unlike the star player which you referenced earlier, where there isn't that time limit. You got it.
That was my that was my only moment of confusion earlier, because the star player, it's just their first goal that counts as 2. But in this one, 4 minutes, all the goals scored will be double. And now that should really make things interesting. But they will be susceptible on the counter, of course. We know that.
Yeah. Now Duque, still with Duque, low goal in support.
Crunching.
Clattering down. Opinion, penalty, yes or no?
No, won the ball. Fantastic. Crunching challenge. We don't see many of those in the Kings League. We don't see many of those in association football either.
is Leo Goal, and Chile getting his body behind the ball. Never in doubt that save, in my opinion, when you're seeing Chile's frame. Oh, trying that Hollywood pass, wasn't he? Very nearly worked out. Now Paulino, still with Paulino. Ronchi was screaming for it.
Hollywood pass, shout out to Matty Hollywood, listening on. I'm sure he is.
Well, there's a Hollywood booth, isn't there? At least on there as well, if I'm not mistaken. Never commentated from it, unfortunately. Ronchi rolling it in there. There's a player down, it's Paulino. Paulo Science, is it? Paul Science in English, doesn't quite have the same ring, does it? I mean, I'm Thomas Lawrence, which is nice, but Tommaso Di Lorenzo would sound a lot nicer, wouldn't it?
I would be Tommaso Leggere, Thomas Reed, Thomas Holmes
like
Reed,
it.
Tommaso Leggere.
Yeah.
Holmes? Or we
Kaze?
Kaze, Holmes, yeah.
Yeah,
Holmes.
even though I know it's
Holmes.
not, I don't, that L, that's silent L.
Tommaso Casere Leggere. Bello. 30 seconds away then from the half-hour mark here. Still 2 apiece.
Flicked on nicely. Now Ronchi, what will he do from here? Yeah, on that occasion, I think the referee was right to hold the play.
Not a yellow card offence, in my opinion. I think the Italians have exaggerated somewhat here, but yeah, just a foul, and it gives them a scoring opportunity. They can hit the target from here. Ronchi is it who's taken over. He wants a slice of the pie, the cherry pie.
With whipped cream as well.
Let's see. If they,
squirty cream?
Let's see if they can put a cherry on top of the cream.
Have their cake and eat it. Any more? Not for now. We'll pause on that one. So, Ronchi, as you said, but also the number 33, Mauro Veneroso. There goes Ronchi from the way he's shaping everything. It is Ronchi. It is a Ronchi straight into the wall, make another chance. Here's Veneroso. Are you more of an ice cream man or cream man if you have a cake, by the way?
Cream all day.
Just nodded across, great little header. Ronchi was racing in there. It was a nice idea from Paulino on that far side.
Pass, certainly. He wasn't going for goal there, I don't think. I think that was a genuine attempted pass from Paulino.
Tom, they've got less than a minute to make that secret card count. In the meantime, cause chaos, everybody. Take control. Predator F50, you didn't tell me your answer earlier off air. Which did you prefer?
I was always a Predator man myself.
And now Ronchi still as cool as that. And they have completed the turnaround, a goal that is worth double. Just in the nick of time, they make it count. Ronchi rolling it home. And now Alpha Kappa boasts a 2-goal cushion.
Well, he's taken the roof off with that goal. The supporters behind the goal to my right know the importance of that, just in time to get the 2-goal bonus. And it is now all to do for FWZ. Once again, that man, Ronchi, the difference. We did highlight him before the game, Tolo, and he has stepped up for his team when they've needed him. 4-2.
Proving then the perfect 10 for Alpha Kappa. But we still have Fawaz's secret card, and they still have time to get back into this game. It certainly isn't over, but that's given away. This is Chelsea. Chelsea, Camilo must be here on the rebound. It's not. Veneroso was just out-muscled, and they're calling that secret card. And we're going to find out very soon what it is.
What do you think it is, Solo, if you had to guess? I think at this stage, 32 minutes on the clock.
It must be a penalty or a reverse penalty or a shootout.
Shootout. I'm going to go shootout. Put me down for a shootout. It's a shootout.
Well done on your debut as well. That's a big call from Tietchan. You got it spot on. Who are you going to go with? Leo Goal? I assume it'll be Leo Goal.
You've got to give it to Leo Goal.
But you were saying earlier about Gilly, his presence in goal. This is not going to be easy. And also, Tom, you did the Fortnite challenge earlier. You've seen also up close and personal how hard it is to actually score, because you've got the time as well, the buzzer about to come in, and the approach. What do you go? Do you go for maybe draw the keeper out and power, or do you try and round the keeper? It's tricky.
It's all about the first touch, Tolo.
Heard it here first. Leo Goal looking to bring his team back in. That's too far, I think. It was on the buzzer. Now they're claiming it.
Looks as though it's counting here, Tolo.
Yep, so he must have got that shot just on the buzzer. I thought he'd gone a bit too far wide, but he does manage to lift it over, and the goal, ladies and gentlemen, does stand. So in the nick of time, now floated in nicely and punched away by Camilo.
Top save from Camilo. He's keeping his side in this one, that's for sure. Nice finish there from Leo Gol. Didn't have time to even talk about the goal there, but he almost tried to chip the goalkeeper, just dinked it over and maybe spotted.
Oh, Ronchi's free here. Ronchi looking for another one. Still with Ronchi, twisting, turning, and Cutrignelli from distance. And they're sliding in, running it back, or so he thought. Now Leo Gol buoyed after netting his shootout. That's awkward for Alan, but he does manage to find a teammate. Very much the hot potato being passed around. Now Ali can't quite get there.
It's that stage, isn't it, now, where things are going to hot up. They're going to go for broke. Remember, whoever loses this match is eliminated from the Kings World Cup clubs. Italy 2026. This is the last chance stage. Day 5. 4 winners, 4 losers. 4 teams will make it through to the quarterfinal. 4 will be saying goodbye to this tournament for this year.
Gilli. Cutrignelli. Back with Gilli. Fine, Veneroso. Chelsea's there in support, waiting, lurking, you could say, in the box. And they've got another corner we saw a few minutes ago. They are dangerous from set pieces.
At what point do you bring the keeper up for corners? That's my question.
Oh,
You've got
still wait.
2 minutes, well, 2 minutes to go. Just 2.5 minutes.
Floated in for Salvaterra, who's down on the terra, down on the floor. Little glancing header. Presidente, I can't quite believe it.
He had to score right under our noses there, Tolo. He had to score. What a beautiful ball in from the far side. Got it into a fantastic position, the attacking player, but just couldn't direct his header on target.
Little goal. Still little goal. This comes to Ali, or does it? He may have clipped his opposite man. The foul has been given.
Not happy with it, not happy. Well, from up here, and we are quite far away from the action, I have to say, because it's down the other end, but it did look as though he won the ball there, so I can say, perhaps it was the way that he went in as to why the referee blew the whistle. Maybe a potentially dangerous play, I'm not sure. Let's have a look.
I think he clipped him, I think, on that evidence just here. This at the other end.
It's another replay of the goal, or the goal chance, I should say. That really should have been a goal. And if Alpha Kappa, I should say, don't end up winning this match, they will rue that chance massively.
So should it end this way, we'd have our fortnight match ball. Benedetti has other ideas, though. Wants to change the situation. Another shot from distance. That's El Tino having a go. The number 88. Worth a go from distance, why not? Now Gilli quick thinking. Keep an eye on Ronchi on our near side. Battling away there from Veneroso, and a little bit stop-start, and THR, great news.
Well, yes, as you can see at the bottom right of your screen, the total live audience following us across all devices, 360,000 people. We expect that to rise, don't we, Tolo? I think last night you were up to about 500,000, over 500,000. I think you eclipsed that, didn't you?
We did indeed. So, guys, keep following us. Want to see more and more devices connected to the Kings League action, the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026.
Loose ball, but Ronchi picks it up again. He's been absolutely sensational.
The second half, hasn't he, just?
Will he go on to win those delicious wings, I wonder?
I know it's still early, but I'm already a little bit peckish. Got to
first game, Tolo.
Fuel this dad bod. Now Leo Gol on the turn, punched away. Now Ali trying to get there, but it's swept forward. End-to-end stuff, chance for Alpha Kappa. Veneroso. Ronchi wants it. Doesn't make its way to
He needed
Ronchi.
support, he needed support. They didn't commit them forward. That was a dangerous challenge, though, and you can see the bench of FWZ, they're not happy with that challenge.
It's Ali down on the deck. But we have reached the 36th minute mark, THR, so we are going to have our Fortnite match ball situation. No shootout for you on your debut. We still have 3 more games to come, of course. Your thoughts on that one? I know the Fawaz bench were upset. We still have time, I think, to take it.
Before the buzzer, wasn't it? The referee blew the whistle just before the buzzer. So this will be the final action, as they say here in Italy. Ultimazione.
Final countdown. Bit before your time, that one.
It takes something very special to beat the goalkeeper who takes up half the goal in Vittorio Gigli.
But they've got to have a go, haven't they? And they do through Baton. And it was, less said about it, the better. Well, Frenese, we saw there the president. We can reveal he's trudging across in his flip-flops. He's going to have words with his team now, although, of course, he won't want to go above the head of the coach. Maybe in between, you guys can have a quick little game of Fortnite. You can now play it on your mobile. I know you prefer to play it, THR, on your console at home, but you can also play it on your mobile now.
Absolutely, a game changer there, an absolute game changer. So if you're away, if you're on holiday, whatever it might be, then you can get on and play Fortnite on your mobile, on your devices, or whatever application, whatever devices that you choose to use it on. Do you like Fortnite? You're a Fortnite fan?
Yeah, I've really got into it, thanks to actually the Kings League, because they've been with us for some time as one of our partners. Actually got a little bit into it in Paris when we were very lucky to be there, very privileged to be there, and obviously almost 2 weeks away from the family. You have to feel that downtime as the players do as well. Now, so do you want to explain this one, THR,
yeah,
for our Fortnite match ball?
Seeing as it's my debut, I think I will. Match ball mode. The teams ahead, they will have to score 1 more goal. So it's basically a race to 5 because it's sitting now at 4-3 to Alpha Kappa. FWZ will need 2 more goals. Alpha Kappa just need the 1. Very interesting rule, Solo, for the Kings League. Makes it interesting till the very final whistle.
Yeah, it was brought in, wasn't it, for the recent World Cup Nations, which Brazil successfully defended. So just the 1 goal will do it for Alpha Kappa. 2 for Fawaz. Now, Gigli, we saw this done excellently earlier, didn't we? He came up from goal, had a shot, and he's now found Benedetti. This is Benedetti and Paulino. As quick as that, not even 30 seconds, Paulino sending Alpha Kappa into rapturous joy. He races across to his Tifosi. Fawaz saying, though, the goal shouldn't stand, but the referee has given it. Alpha Kappa then march on to the quarterfinals. We say farewell to Fawaz.
The Salmons, as we're calling them, Solo, the Salmons are leaping high at the moment, and what a goal. Fantastic, as you said, the goalkeeper coming forward, playing as a sweeper keeper, playing it out to the left. Wonderful play. I think it was Benedetti on this side, putting it into the middle, and a finish to match. And these scenes here are exactly why, for us neutrals, it is nice to see Italian teams get through, because these are the fans who follow the team. These are the fans who've come out tonight in very, very hot conditions, let's say outside, and they have been rewarded with seeing their side win on this opening game of this Day 5 in the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. What scenes we're witnessing here, Tolo. Fantastic scenes over there to the right, but disappointing for FWZ. A shout out for them. They will be heading home. They gave us some great moments, gave us some absolutely fantastic memories, but they, unfortunately for them, their journey comes to an end.
No commiserations to Fawaz, but it is all about this team here, Alpha Kappa. They're quite rightly enjoying this moment in front of their fans, as you said, who have come out and turned out in their numbers behind that goal still to come. Well, up next, should I say, Atletico Parceros against No Rules. In fact, we can see Parceros and No Rules currently warming up in front of us. There is the president. He did his part, didn't he, THR? Converting his penalty. He wanted more from his team at the break, and he certainly, after talking the talk, walked the walk as well. Nice selfie to immortalise and savour this moment forever.
I'll tell you what was for me the turning point in that game there was the secret card, the goals ×2. They got it with, I think it was 5 seconds to play, and that really changed the momentum of the game, and that is why we love the Kings League, because that particular rule, that secret card played at the right time, meant that Alpha Kappa scored the goal, gave them the 2 goals, and then from there it was a fairly straightforward win. But yeah, disappointing for FWZ, that's for sure. But the team photo now between all of the streamers, the president of the club, just in front of what we're going to call, I think we have to call it the curva now, with that lovely striscia, as they say, the banner. And what a moment for these players, a lovely finish to match as well.
Yeah, on that banner, Uniti vinciamo la Coppa. So united together, we can win this trophy, can win this cup, which is on the line and which will be decided this weekend. And you have THR and I all the way through. And THR, it is Paulo Scienza who got that winning after, I say, not even 30 seconds. A real blistering way they came charging out of the blocks. And he was going to be speaking with Agnese because he has been named the MVP, and I think it's richly deserved. So now down to Agnese and the match winner, Paulino Scienza.
And now we're live with the MVP of the first match, Paolo Scienza. Congratulations, you're bringing one Italian for sure to the final, to the semi-final, because you will face underdogs in the next game. How do you feel? First about this winning, and second of fighting another team of your country in the semi-final.
Ma allora, sulla semifinale di domani non ci ho ancora pensato. La testa era oggi, era importantissima, è da ieri che ci stiamo lavorando, anzi dall'altro ieri, quindi sapevamo che era difficile, loro una squadra tosta, non era da prendere sotto gamba, siamo partiti un po' così, siamo usciti forte e ce l'abbiamo fatta.
Beh, sicuramente si è visto. Invece per quanto riguarda la prossima semifinale con gli underdogs?
Sincero, ci penserò tra 5 minuti.
Perfect. So for the quarterfinals, it's not even a thought for them, because they want to, of course, celebrate their win now. They prepared a lot for this game, and they will face the underdogs for the quarterfinals. Sorry for my mistake. Before, choose whatever you want from this stall for celebrating with the team. Took it, and some fries too. I know the guys will like this. And wait, hold on. Also these, you have enough fans and wonderful nails. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. See you to the next MVP.
So congratulations then to Alpa Kappa marching on. Now we'll see who else will be joining them in the quarterfinals. Atletico Parceros taking on No Rules. Michael Hernandez and Gabriel Costa, we've singled them out as some of the star players. THR, I know you're a big fan of the Lob or the Wolf mascot, and No Rules, and the goat, is that sort of Rams, is it? Like aka Derby County, I'm not too sure.
That's right, Solo. Predictions for this one? Well, No Rules. We spoke about them before. They are a team who do like to play attacking football, but they concede at the back. And I just have a sneaky suspicion we haven't seen the best of the Colombian outfit so far. Parceros, of course, the president, James Rodriguez, yes. Wonderful player, one of my favourite players from a bygone era.
I did not know that about you.
Yeah, well, it just I like elegant players who can just play behind the main striker. And what he did for Colombia in 2014 in the World Cup in Brazil, he was outstanding. Neat little player. Anyway, I think this one could be interesting, but I do think that Parceros will have a little bit too much for No Rules FC. What do you think about this one, Solo?
Yeah, listen, first of all, they'll be looking to hit back after that heavy loss against Furia, but it wasn't necessarily, I don't say their fault. They had some mitigating circumstances with that early dismissal, which certainly didn't help their cause, and they're taking on one of the favourites in the form of Furia. No Rules, they've been a slow burner. They were a bit underwhelming in their first game. They were much better in their second. They're winning their second, which is why they're here in this last chance saloon. And here are the starting lineups. Soon we will find out, my dear THR, who will be beginning in this 1v1 situation. It's going to be announced by the public speaker system. I can see our Italian casters getting ready. You at home have been voting for who you want to see beginning the game with the 1v1 with the drop of the ball from the cage. All smiles for now from Atletico Parceros. Will they be smiling at the end of the game?
Il pubblico ha deciso che i protagonisti dell'1v1 di Parceros no rules sono Quantilano e Gilles Vidal.
Well, there you have it. Now we know. Gilles Vidal for no rules.
He's been a player who's impressed me, Tolo. He has really impressed me. And as I say, no rules, we'll be looking to him. He's starting the game in the 1v1. This should be a tasty match. I am predicting goals. I'm predicting attacking football. Let's hope it lives up to the billing.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here from THR. Rarely gets his predictions wrong, I have to say. I've known him for a good few years now when it comes to Serie A, Serie B. He is a real magician with his crystal ball, so we'll see what he's proved right now. Gilles Vidal getting there first, lovely touch, here he is, round the keeper, it must be, and there you have it, even 5 seconds, and THR said it, he always says it. Gilles Vidal, top player, top man, top stars.
I don't know what was more impressive there, the goal or the celebration.
Now Tilano right away into Duque, through the legs. Wow, this has been brilliant.
Who said there'd be goals? Who said there'd be goals?
I am bowing down right now to THR. Duque hitting back right away then to the early goal then from Gilles Vidal. Now Gilles Vidal looking for help from Rasic. Gilles Vidal with the keeper, Rasic. Now keep up the pressure.
So the scale up, just a reminder for you, every minute each team adds 1 player until we are 7 versus 7. There's a few rules to remember for the Kings League here, the Kings World Cup clubs.
That's a mouthful, that's tough to say, I have to say.
Kings World Cup clubs.
Let's call it Kings League. Now, here he is, and gotten off to a flying start in the previous game. That man there, Gabriel Costa. Still have Vidal and Rasic in support. It is Gabriel Costa. Rasic didn't quite read it, and you can tell he's not an outfield player.
Keeper came a long way though, and you're understanding what Rasic wanted to do there. He saw that the goalkeeper came sprinting off his line. Just a reminder for you that Simon Duque, I should say, is in goal for Parceros because of the suspension to Uran in that game against Furia.
Loasa out wide. They get a chance again. Loasa, there's a gaping goal. He's trying to track back here. Duque, will he get there? There's your answer.
Another player added into the fold.
Oh, Loisa. There's options left and right. And he goes, or we thought he was shaping up to shoot. He may still shoot. Loasa does shoot. Loose ball. And they've just about managed to deal with that. No rules.
It's a good performance from the Germans yesterday against Karasu.
The Germans.
The Germans. Yeah, poor first 17 minutes, Tolo, in that one. 0-0 it was, and then the dice roll changed everything with that 1-1-1, as it so often does. The dice helping us out when there's a pretty tepid game.
Angelo Carro. Loasa, he's no miser. Loasa, looking wiser with each timer. No, that one step too far. Now Vidal for Gabriel Costa. Rasic again coming off his line. And here is Rasic. And goes to Costa.
Costa sporting a very impressive moustache. It might just be because I can't grow one, but...
Gary Neville style.
Oh, it's...
You remember that?
I do indeed.
Now Carro. More on that story later.
Carro disappointed to exit the Fortnite challenge, which occurred at the beginning of the action.
Yeah, it's a great way to bring the curtain up, I think. You know, get everyone warmed up. What do you think?
Yeah, fun, but much more difficult than it looks when you're down there on the turf, as I had the privilege. More on that later. There's a clash of heads here, and that didn't look good. Gilles Vidal is one of the players down, and this doesn't look good. Immediately, they've called the medical team on, who are say, taking their time to make their way over, let's say that. It is very hot and humid in Milan. There is air conditioning inside this arena, but temperatures, Tommy, getting up to 38 degrees today in the north of the Italian peninsula.
Oh, it's been sweltering heat. It's been a very difficult summer in that regard, hasn't it, here in, well, I suppose across all of Europe, to be honest, not just in Italy as we pause here. That's when the clock has been stopped. It was Vidal and Loaiza, wasn't it? Some nail-biting moments, as it always is in the Kings League. There's so much drama, isn't it? And sometimes you can really cut the tension with a knife. It's very early days, of course, in this one, but you sense each moment can count and be important.
Interesting to see how No Rules set up. They were quite lackadaisical in their approach to the game yesterday with the French side Carasu. They found themselves behind on the 32-minute mark and then managed to turn things around.
We had a dictionary for lunch. I'm loving this vocabulary. I'm very impressed. Can you pass it on to me via osmosis? I'm loving it. Now, Gabriel Costa for Gil Vidal. Still with Gil Vidal, shaping up to shoot. Finds a teammate, Gil Vidal, with Gabriel Costa. Now their number 6 looking to wind up here was Daniel Jelicic for No Rules. Playing that almost by Leverkusen style kit, would you say?
Oh yeah, good shout there. Also, I have to say, I'm very impressed, ladies and gents, boys and girls watching on from afar. This is my colleague Thomas Lawrence's first time calling the action. It's been Patrick Kendrick up to now. You're doing a great job. You're knowing all the players' names, the pronunciation. I know I was listening into yesterday. You were a bit worried about some of the Portuguese, the Brazilians,
yeah.
Portuguese, and I think I might have to do a few impressions of Patrick later, just so it feels like he's still in the house.
He's always with us, my big brother, always watching on. Oh, he may get there, he does. Gil Vidal, he's got lots of support as well. And that's squandered, that's a real waste. We'll talk about that shortly. It's now Atletico Parceros come forward and force a save out of the keeper via Osorno. It was a squandered opportunity, wasn't it, from No Rules? We should have done better.
Really calmly done there from Della Mata. He had a player behind him, closing him down. He just chested it back to the goalkeeper. That's the best thing about the Kings League. Even the defensive players, or the players who are playing almost at the back, are very good with their feet, very good controlling the ball. It's a very technical game, isn't it, 7-on-7?
It is. We spoke about it, I'm sure you heard us, THR, that it's pinched a lot of characteristics, traits from different sports, the likes of futsal, obviously association football, basketball, handball, water polo in terms of that start as well, and also the fun and games with the secret cards as well. So it really has everything for everybody, doesn't it?
Sometimes it takes a while to get used to the rules, but once you do, it is a fantastic, well, it's real entertainment is what it is.
It is indeed.
Will there be entertainment here, I wonder? Patient play on the edge of the box.
Another strike from distance. It was that man again. Osorno had a go a few moments ago. You're right. It can feel a little bit overwhelming, THR, with all those rules. Then, especially the new regulations that have come in the past year or so. But once you've got a grasp, it's second nature, isn't it? It's second nature, and you find ourselves both predicting things, don't we, and making moves mentally what a coach might want to do.
Yeah, sometimes we see it as well. The players don't know some of the rules. I was watching yesterday. Yes. It was one of the late matches.
Some of the commentators, THR not involved, just Paquet and Tolo maybe.
It was one of the players complaining, and the referee had to explain, and the referees are multilingual. They were explaining, I believe in Italian, to an Italian-based player, Italian mother tongue player, exactly why the decision was made. I can't remember exactly which match it was, but it obviously gives us, and we can hear the referee's microphones, and we can explain it to the audience watching worldwide exactly why the decisions are happening, if there is anything to clear up.
There are some of those dubious moments, and I'm guilty and have been guilty the past few days, a couple of occasions. And again, thank you the likes of Andrea Mariani, Adri behind the scenes, Andrea and Adria helping us along, because sometimes it can be a little bit confusing. And talking of confusion, he made a real mess of that one, and they could be in real trouble. Angelo Caron. And now at the other end, Imsak. And you can see Brazo Jr., who you will know is the son of Salihamidzic. You've been following that over the past, but I tried to say that really quickly to find that one very, very difficult. The son of the former Juventus and Bayern Munich player.
Imsak, he was the player handed the responsibility of the double goal in No Rules' first game. And you can see there, he's a man who sets his sights early. He didn't see the run of his teammates, Brazo Jr.
Given away, Michael Hernandez. looking for Michael, the king of pop. We dubbed him yesterday, in a little nod to the late MJ. I believe there's a film out charting his life at the moment. But anyway, back to the action. I've already got a slap on the wrist for too many jokes.
Talking about Michael Jackson too much, just beat it, mate. Anyway, we're hoping this one is a thriller.
Shot comes in. That was very nearly a thriller. But in the end, it was a bad strike. I think we would use that one. It's our best stop. It wasn't off the wall. Anyway, that's enough from me. Brazzo Jr. Was he clipped there? And he's writhing in pain, THR.
It didn't look good from up here. It really didn't look good from up here. I think his studs might have even got caught in the turf there. We had a perfect view of it from up here. And immediately, he knew that something was wrong. And this could be huge. This could be terrible news for No Rules to have a player of his quality have to go off or have to leave the field. And there is some serious concern here amongst the No Rules bench. It gives, of course, their how can I call their adversaries? Can we call them adversaries?
Opposition, yeah.
I had the Italian word in my head before the English one. That's what happens when you live here for so long. Adversari gives them a chance to get some
Italian. Don't you worry. We've got a multilingual fan base and international casters, so don't you worry. And you can see the concern, can't you, from their Presidente watching on. Understandably, the likes of Bilal, Brazzo and Nick are concerned, aren't they?
Absolutely, and you can see this doesn't look good. Sometimes the players do try to feign an injury to get a decision. It's something that's part of football. It's something that's part of the Kings League, but this is certainly not happening at the moment. There is real concern from all of the players associated with the German outfit, and this is looking like as though he might not be able to continue here at Solo. It's been a cagey game so far, you have to say. I think I expected a little bit more from Parceros. They didn't particularly impress me in either of their first two games. I mean, obviously yesterday with that thumping defeat to Furia, who are, I think now, most people's favourites. You can look at maybe perhaps one of the other Brazilian sides like G3X and of course DR7 have played very well, but Parceros, if they want to be considered one of the favourites to go on and win this, they have to be dispatching a side like No Rules. No disrespect to No Rules fans out there, but coming into the tournament, if you'd have seen these two teams in the last chance, you would have said, right, well, my money's on Parceros, no?
And Tom, we've just seen why Nick Brazzo Jr. is currently down on the deck. It was Sanaston, and we probably won't see it again. He fell really awkwardly on the ankle. He's on the right side. He's walking off, and that's the beauty and benefit of being on site here. After that lengthy break in play, we will get back underway. The clock was stopped. He's still receiving treatment. As soon as we have any updates, THR and I will let you know. We'll see what effect that also has on the player psychologically.
Oh my God.
Back underway with the action. They've got to be careful. Got to be careful not to lose it there. It's a very high press from the Parceros midfield and attacking players. Good to see as we enter the 10th minute of action here in game 2 of match day 5 of the Kings World Cup clubs.
Angelo Carro, big favourite of PK's. PK's a big fan of his, and PK, like Simon Harden, have a shout out to Super Sai, who was with us for the Kings World Cup Nations a year and a half ago. They're very good and adept at spotting a talent like this man here, Michael Hernandez, back with the keeper, Duque, who has scored, and Juvedal it was for No Rules. Loaiza.
Very similar, isn't it, Solo, to the first game? Both of the teams just figuring out one another, if you'll excuse the footballing cliche.
You want to be on football cliche, just admit it.
I really do. That's the only reason I'm here.
For an achievement, as Angelo Carro has of a lifetime. I know Owen Nielsen has been on there in the past. Obviously a friend of mine, so he won't mind me saying it, and a former colleague for more than a decade on the World Feed. In fact, when I first burst onto the scene, I remember listening to a lot of his commentaries. I don't think PK's been on it. Maybe Sai and I, but I hope you can join us.
It's not working at the moment for No Rules. They're lumping it long to the big man. to Imsak, failing to hold it up, and they're not getting bodies near enough to the big target man. They have got quality, haven't they, in the centre of midfield, No Rules. Those players not getting on the ball not nearly enough as the president wants. And we can just see Nick Brasso Jr. walking, and he seems to be okay. He's walking on the other side of the pitch, going across back to the medical staff, and he seems to be okay. Having some words with some people in the crowd there.
Well, I think it's also not only that the fans want to know, but I think they might have been walking in front of the Spanish casters as well, if I'm not mistaken, THR. So naturally they want to find out from the horse's mouth or from the ram's mouth, seeing the No Rules have that as their mascot.
Nicely done.
As I said, we are going to try and get as many possible before our dear Andrea Mariani says, guys, get serious, and enough with the amateur stand-up.
Oh, it's been very serious. Well, yellow cards, 2-minute suspension. Team plays one short.
Yeah, it was something that we couldn't catch quite live. We can only assume it was either for dissent or something off the ball. Osorno, the man who had a few shots from distance, so that could play very nicely into No Rules with that man advantage. But the thing is, they need to make it count. It's one thing being presented with that opportunity, as you know, but you've really got to strike.
2-minute suspension then for the player who will head off, but he will have the opportunity to come back on. If it's a red, of course, it's a 5-minute suspension, and that player is not able to come back into the action for this particular match.
Exactly. Spot on.
Up to date with the rules, Tolo.
Oh, listen, I have no doubt done your homework, been prepping. Tilano for that man there, Angelo Carro. Headed down, could be a penalty.
Looked to be a penalty from here,
Says
Tolo.
no penalty. What do you think?
Well, it did look like a penalty from up here. It looked like a shove in the back. I mean, it's a soft one, but there were two hands in the back, as far as I'm aware. Well, they've waved it. I'm very surprised about that.
Held here, there he is. That man there, number 17, Loaiza. And just confirmation, wasn't on the Parceros side. It was Diego de la Matas. That shot comes in. A very, very difficult angle. And just do a bit of quick counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, it's No Rules actually had the player sin bin temporarily. What we're saying about sometimes things going under the radar, not always able to spot things as they happen, but because it's so fast-paced, when things happen off the ball, don't they, THR?
That's exactly it. We were too concerned about Nick Brasso Jr.
Yeah. No, and of course the well-being of Nico Brasso Jr. Quite right. Now Cecchino on the far side, a man with a very cool name. I wish I had something like that. Very interesting.
Tommaso Lorenzo's cool enough. Don't you worry about that. Now they're really putting the pressure on here, the Colombian outfit, Parceros, and why not? You know, they've got well, only 17 seconds of a numerical advantage, attacking down the left.
Can he keep it in play? He can, but he can't find a team. Just too much power on that cutback there from Marlon Ramirez, who has netted once in the tournament so far. As you said, it has had a very edgy, very tight, turgid, hasn't, in reality, I don't want to do you a disservice, but hasn't quite lived up to that Goldfield billing that you expected.
No, it hasn't. I'm hoping that the goals are going to come. Well, as we know, after minute 17, the goals count, of course, as double. We're hoping to see a few there, but also in the second half, when the two teams play their secret cards and potentially include the presidential penalties, I'm sure we'll see a few more. It is typical of the Kings League, particularly in this particular event, when we see in the second half teams really go for it, particularly when it's elimination, and that's when we see the majority of the action. And it's okay to go in around about this stage, 13, 14 minutes with just the two goals. I'm sure there will be more before the day is done.
Yeah, I think they would have certainly taken this going into, say, half-time, wouldn't they? That 1-1, keeping it tight beforehand, because they're very evenly matched teams, hence they're facing off at this stage of the competition. And again, this is where the secret cards, the presidential penalties can have a big, big difference. Carron, nicely done. Christian Hernandez. And is this going to be a goal? It's a delicious finish as well. Michael Hernandez. Gorgeously done, chipping the keeper, and Atletico Parceros find themselves ahead.
His fifth of this particular event, his fifth of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. And Michael Hernandez is really making a name for himself, that's for sure. The number 11 for the Colombians. And what about that finish, Cholo?
Oh, what about it indeed? We've seen some great goals. Certainly has to be up there, the technique, the quality. Now No Rules find themselves trailing, having taken the lead in that initial 1v1 situation. But we're a minute away from the goals worth double, so they could put themselves back ahead. Rasic looking for Imsak. He's netted twice with the outside of the boot there, falls kindly here. Well, No Rules player, plenty of options, and just rolled across the face of goal. Now Michael Hernandez, fresh from scoring that wonder goal, trying to help his team out in defence.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Tolo, but I think Michael Hernandez, he was the player at the centre of the controversy down this end when he was fouled on the edge of the area. They didn't know if it was a penalty. He's putting himself about a lot in this tournament, isn't he? Perhaps not, well, certainly for me, wasn't one of those who I was looking at and really talking about before the tournament, but my, he's certainly shown that he's up there with the very best at this particular tournament.
Yeah, that amazing free kick against Fawaz. The controversy you're referring to is he was initially booked for a simulation, but then the VR came in. It was actually a red card to the player fouled. It was Elton Lucas, no relation to the great Elton John, even though we have asked on several occasions. Good news, Elton Lucas is still standing after everything. He wanted more love, though, from the official. It wasn't to be, and he had a cold heart and gave him that straight red. Tilano.
Going back to that Michael Hernandez free kick, though, what a rocket man that was.
Nicely done. Great film, great song.
Surely a pullback there. Yellow card? No yellow card. It was a prevention of a counter-attack, and it was a pull of the shirt.
Yeah.
So some of the No Rules players asking the referee why exactly that wasn't a yellow card. I have to say, I thought it was, but hey, the referee is more qualified than I am.
Yeah, no, as we always say, that they've got a much better view of it. They're down on the pitch, and we once again have to continue to sing the praises of the officiating. The referee's an excellent job. And with that, the half comes, well, not quite to a close. We can move into that final period of the first half.
Yes, yourself and Patrick Kendrick were talking previously about how sometimes these 3 minutes can be sparse. They can be quite cagey because teams tend to want to defend. They don't want to concede the double goal. We saw it, of course, in the last game. It wasn't during this particular spell, of course. It was because the secret card was played and how it affected the game, with Alpa Kappa scoring and getting 2 goals on the board. And it really changed the mentality of the two teams. Yeah. And since that happened, really, they went on to win it, and they won it quite convincingly in the end. And I wonder,
yeah, you're right,
if one of these two teams can net in the next 3 minutes before we get to the halfway stage, then I'm sure that they'll give themselves a point foundation to go on and win it, that's for sure. Anyway, into the last 3 minutes of the first half. It is 2-1 to Parceros over No Rules.
I think you're right, THR. It could be a turning point for one of these two teams, but they have to strike. And yeah, you're right. PK and I chatted about it. Sometimes we see the teams maybe settling for the status quo because sometimes they feel it's too risky, maybe to open themselves up and find themselves further behind. But if you do get it right and you find yourself further ahead, well, what a feeling! And it's not a bad ball either. Thought you were going to come in with something with what a feeling. No.
I think we've made a bit too many
yes, we'll stop for now.
Song puns, but I mean, I could go all night.
He's here all week. Well, until Saturday.
Until Saturday.
There is Gomez. Tilano combining with his fellow countryman. The eyes are playing very deep on that occasion. Back with Duque. Now, Christian Hernandez back with Duque, running a few little risks there, but that's a lovely little flick on. Comes to nothing, though. Approaching also the role of the die as well. THR as the shot threatens to come in. May come in from Christian Hernandez. It was a nice give and go. The idea was there, and they've kept possession well. Good recycling of the ball.
Good defending from the German outfit. Still more defending to do, though. Collision in the centre of the box. Been very impressed with how No Rules have defended Remember, they conceded 12 goals coming into this match. Just the one so far.
Yeah, no, you said that very, very leaky rear guard, and that is an understatement indeed. But so far, they've mostly been fairly tight, a lot more solid today, I have to say, a lot more compact, and they may find a goal here which would be worth double, and he's sent it over, Gabriel Costa, and you can see from his reaction, he knows and he feels he should have at least hit the target.
It bobbled up, Solo, it did bobble up, and perhaps that was unkind to him. I think a player of that quality has got to be looking at scoring, got to be looking at making the net bulge, but we had a perfect view of it, and it did sit up. It came across, it was fizzed across as well with some velocity.
Here is Gomez. Trying to find Kevin Acevedo. Not to be confused with Mikael Acevedo, former Inter TV presenter.
I'm going to put you on the spot here, Tolo.
Yes.
Apologies to do it, because I don't know if you're going to know the answer.
I might not.
For those viewing and watching and following at home, Tolo is Mr. Kings League. He really is. He knows the rules better than anyone.
After that, I'm going to get this wrong.
Just giving the attack chance to fizzle out. What happens if the ball clips one of the metal bars where the cameras and lights are ahead? Does the referee stop play, a water free kick, a throw-in? What happens?
So we're going to throw in. There's the throw-in, and I'll try and answer your question. Can I have a 50-50 or call a friend? No, you're spot on. The play would be stopped. It's very much like in the actual World Cup we saw with the spider cams, if you remember that. Should it hit any of that wiring netting, the play does stop. We saw it once a couple of days ago. And that is that. Thoughts? Time.
Well, an interesting first half. Parceros leading by 2 goals to 1. It wasn't quite the goal fest that we had in mind. I think for No Rules FC, what they will be buoyed by is that they're still in this game, despite being on the back foot for large parts. They've had their chances too, as we saw that Costa chance 2 minutes before the end, which he really should have scored. Your thoughts, Tolo, on that first half?
It's hard to disagree, and it's hard to disagree that when you need to hydrate, well, Powerade is the perfect source. Pause is power, and quite rightly, those players taking on board fluids and maybe taking some advice from their respective presidents. Let's try and listen in, you and I, just the two of us.
Claro, una pasita para la garganta, weón. Hola, hola. Bueno, hoy estoy viendo mucho mejor al equipo, estoy viendo mucho mejor a los parceros. Estamos jugando como siempre lo solemos hacer, tocamos, presionamos. Me gusta el Atlético Parcero que estamos viendo hoy. El partido es un partido, está reñido, vamos 2-1, está complicado, pero Dios quiera nos dé el resultado hoy. El parce, venga. El parce, saluden a la mascota oficial del equipo, parce. Te quiero mucho, parce, vamos a ganar con Orrea, vamos. ¡Vamos!
If I'm honest, the game is not a priority anymore, because I hope the injury from Nick is not so bad, and get well soon, brother. Parceros makes a good game, but we hope in a comeback. We give everything. Let's go.
We'll chat about the words from the No Rules president, and of course from Antonio Parceros. But first, the roll of the dice, and we have Sergio Cruz on his way as we speak, the former president of the Black Lotus, a club that was actually once a member of the Kings League Italy. Right, we are in Italy, in Milano, to be precise, live from the Kings League Arena. It's actually from the President Lounge, which is just to our left, where they've got lots of tasty treats as well.
Yeah, they've been munching down on a couple of chicken wings there, Tolo, and I've got to say, I'm getting a bit envious. It's that time in the evening where I think I'd be putting some dinner on the table. So just a reminder, from minute 20 to minute 23, the dice roll determines the number of players on the field, and it's a 2. Tommy likes a 2.
I do. I make mine a double, dear THR. Just thoughts, obviously, the Spanish side, I struggled to follow, but thankfully the No Rules president chatting English. I mean, clear message, really. It's obvious. That's the way they've got to approach this second period. But as you said, the first 3 minutes are going to be interesting. We'll chat also about Brazil Junior in a few moments' time, THR.
5,
Get ready.
Compelling to see Imsak out there for No Rules because he's strong and he's won the first ball, but he's not the quickest. And in a 2 versus 2, you do need your nifty players, the players who can cover the most ground. And in fact, he's gone off now.
Yeah, that's probably why, wasn't it? Just to start for that start of it. It's very good tactics. Now Cequinho on the ball. Gil Vidal in support. He started the game with a goal. Can he get another one? He can. He loves it when the space opens up. Come on, says the president. Come on. No Rules with another goal.
Fantastically taken as well there. He only had one thing on his mind. He did have the option to go left. It was the tactic we've seen. The goalkeeper making way to attacking players, and they've made the most of that opportunity. No Rules FC. Now then, will there be a response from Parceros? I'm enjoying pronouncing the name.
Michael Hernandez now. Carro trickles wide. Now you can say it again.
Parceros. There was a moment there where the No Rules defender almost tried to handle the ball. It didn't touch his hand. Thankfully, that would have resulted in a red card. But yeah, Parceros still on the attack.
Now Michael Hernandez. Michael Hernandez still trying to do something, conjure up something special here. Still with Michael Hernandez. Will he go alone? He doesn't. Angelo Carro! Beautiful work in the build-up from Michael Hernandez and an easy finish from Carro.
That is absolutely exceptional play. Exceptional in this 2 versus 2. He gave the goalkeeper the eyes, and what close control there by Michael Hernandez. He is having an absolute stormer.
I'm going to try again with Cequinho and Vidal. It worked perfectly a few moments ago. Vidal still for Cequinho. Takes the touch. Back with Gil Vidal. Top save. Good work that from Duque. Making himself big. Still with No Rules though. The Cequinho and Vidal combination. Cequinho. Still, Cequinho. Lovely one-handed save. Ball still there. Cequinho. Double save.
What a double save. That unbelievable play from Duque, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Duque.
You are.
And he's gone down hurt in the meantime. But you can see that Cequinho, he wants his goal. Every single time he gets the ball, he gets it out to his stronger left side. He gets it out towards the near post, let's say, and tries to cut it in and beat the keeper. But the goalkeeper was equal to it, and he's hurt himself in the process, Duque.
Get out if you can't cut it. Go on, there's the door. But these guys certainly can cut it, and they would pass the David Brent motivational speech, that's for sure. As you said, THR, some excellent work there from the keeper. And before that as well, I think that's 3 superb stops in relatively quick succession.
Absolutely. He's up. He seems to be okay to continue, so let's hope that he can. Obviously, the 2 versus 2, the roll of the dice has meant that it has been a very exciting start to this second half. Parceros leading by 3 goals to 2 with just 30 seconds left of this particular passage of play.
Here's Gil Vidal. Cequinho, Gil Vidal. The best of first touches. That's a better one. Cequinho, pocket of space. Gil Vidal, lots of space. Cequinho, wide.
Tough this on the Parceros defender, David Loaiza, going from man to man, trying to stop the attack before it was blasted. And that's the end of the 3 minutes. Back up to 7 versus 7. Just a reminder for you that both of these 2 sides do have their presidential penalties. Both of them still have their secret cards. And sometimes, as we mentioned on the broadcast earlier on, that can give us indications of what the secret cards hold. Because certainly we've seen, Solo, on some occasions when it's, as we said, that's a double goal. You play it early. Sometimes penalties or shootouts get left until the latter stages of the match.
And this is a really good point, because this is where I was at slight disagreement with PK. he said, just play your presidential penalties or your secret card if you know it's a penalty very early on. Get yourself a foothold in the game, build maybe an early lead. I think it's better just to wait and see how the game develops. I mean, I don't know where you stand on that one, but I think it's best to wait because you never know how the game will pan out.
Well, as we know, Patrick Kendrick is never wrong about anything, so, you know, I think I'd have to side with him.
I firmly agree.
Just joking, Patrick. It's just a bit of grilling there. Right, back up.
It's just banter. It's just mates.
Just banter. Bit of banter. Right. This one could go the distance, you know. I think.
Oh, you think you're gonna get your first shootout?
Yeah. Well, it could go to the shootout, or I think it could eclipse 40 minutes. It just has that feel about it.
Oh, Christian Hernandez. In the end, it was. Well, wide from him, the man who shares the same surname as Michael Hernandez. Michael Hernandez scored that beautiful goal. I'd love to see it again. Me trying to get a little assist to our Regia, the director behind the scenes, and THR.
Well, presidential penalty is almost on cue, as you said. Presidential penalty coming up for Parceros.
Indeed.
I've been doing my homework, Tolo, on the presidential penalties, but more on that in a bit.
Swept away. I'm looking forward to hearing your report, your essay on the presidential penalty project that you've been working on the past few days. And thank you, both, for watching and with us. You're part of those thousands of casters, which is great. Over the past few days, I think last time we checked, we're over 300,000. Hopefully, next time we can give you an even bigger number. Come on, guys, get behind team. Well, that's careless. And they could be in trouble here, no rules. Gomez, in the end, doesn't punish. No rules.
Well, time for the presidential penalty, and in the two games that they've played, Parceros, they have missed one and scored one. The first one was delegated. It was left to El Tucanazo, I should say. And just to give you an idea, all the presidents physically present have a chance to shoot a penalty. If they're not present, they can delegate it to one of the players who have to take a shootout from the center circle. But because the president is in the house, El Tucanazo, it will be he who takes it. A lot of people would have hoped it would have been James Rodriguez, but unfortunately he is not
we have seen him take a presidential penalty. But more on that later. Does he score?
I'm saying no.
Okay, I'm saying no as well. He does score! What do you and I know? El Tucanazo, the president, stepping up to the spot and giving his people what they want. Thank you, Presidente. Muchas gracias.
Well, that is the time to take it. Just over 11 minutes left before the 36-minute mark, and that gives the Colombian outfit a 2-goal advantage. And as you said, Tolo, that puts the pressure now on No Rules FC, because they're going to have to come from two down. Remember, they do have their secret card and they do have the presidential penalty. Well dispatched. Disappointing from the keeper, if I can be honest with you.
Fabio Rasic. That's what you're paid for.
He didn't even dive, and it wasn't particularly well placed. It was almost sort of down the centre, just to the corner. But anyway, can't be too critical from sitting up here.
No, that's what I always say as well. I start with a bit of an asterisk, shall we say, a bit of disclaimer. I say it's easy for me chomping on my dad's snacks and sweets and cookies and so on, and my fizzy drinks to Chris, and this lovely comfy commentary gantry with a perfect view. But on that occasion, you're right, needed to believe a bit more, didn't he? Believe more that the keeper.
Well, he didn't commit. I don't think a president is going to have the well, I might be wrong, but I don't think a president is going to have the bottle to try the Panenka, to chip. But anyway, we're going to see what comes up here, because there's another presidential penalty, almost tit for tat, and it will be the turn of No Rules FC, who will call their president down, I believe, or will it be delegated to a player? Let's have a look.
It's going to be delegated because even though we wanted him to be in the house, shall we say, he sadly couldn't be here, and he's following, of course, from home, and he's going to delegate. It looks like, well, it has to be Giovedão, doesn't it? Out of all the people you'd expect. Take it.
Only once in this particular edition of the Kings World Cup Clubs has a team refused or to use their president penalty card, and that was No Rules in the last game. But it will be now a shootout here for Gil Vidal. Over to you, Tolo, to call it.
Gil Vidal cute little touch. Vidal tried to be too cute with his finish, and Duque thwarting Vidal and keeping it at 4-2.
Oh, and that's a bad miss. To quote the late John Virgo, another snooker pun. You can tell I'm keen on snooker.
Yes, indeed, and may I say, a very good snooker player as well, even though I think you'd probably say a better American pool.
Perhaps.
Is that fair to say?
Better at presenting. Big break back in the 90s. I'm sure
be snooker
a
in
lot
you,
of the
snooker in you.
That's the one.
Tonight.
Jim Davidson.
Oh, a big fan of that show growing up. I think we all were. For any British casters, viewers right now, let us know your kind of shows from that era. We've mentioned Stars in Their Eyes yesterday, Patrick and I. You've just brought up Big Break, big fan of that as well. Cilla Black's Blind Date. We spoke about that, yeah.
Great show.
What's your name? Where you come from?
Great Scouse accent there.
I've been working with Patrick. It's rubbed off, thankfully. Back with Rasic now. So, do you think Parceros with this are in the driving seat? They are in terms of the scoreline, but do you feel it in terms of the way they're playing and the way the match is panning out?
Yeah, I did fancy them, as I said before kickoff, and I just think their quality is gonna get them over the line here. I would expect No Rules to bag another couple of goals. They've been full of goals so far in this particular tournament, but Parceros are looking for that killer goal. I think 3 goals might just be too much, but No Rules with the chance to counter.
No longer have we said that. That's our commentator's curse, isn't it? We've just jinxed them.
Game of ping-pong at the moment, isn't it, Tolo?
And that was ping-ponged in and ping-ponged wide of the mark. Wonder what's to come next. THR with our 2100 kickoff. That's careless! Would you believe it? The man who's been so good for Parceros, gifting No Rules away back into this game. He will want the turf just to swallow him up, and Gabriel Costa says thank you very much. No, he says danke schön, and makes it 4-3, which is the German for thank you very much.
Well, talk about the curse of the commentator, and Parceros fans will not want me to do any more commentating on them, I don't think, because I just said they were in the ascendancy, they were leading by 2, they were looking good, and just like that, their goalkeeper gives away a blunder. A calamitous moment for the goalkeeper, Duque.
It is indeed. Would you believe it? Duque's been so good. So good. Just a lapse in concentration now. Michael Hernandez, Marlon, still with Marlon. In fact, you know who was cheering for that? Duque was hoping and praying that his teammates at their end could make amends right away. It wasn't to be. Now, Imsak shielding the ball so well. Big old Imsak, aka John Hartson kind of figure, isn't he? For those who grew up watching the Premier League, would you say?
We've got to stop these 90s references, Tola, because I think a lot of the viewers back home, the streamers who are following us from all over the world, I think were probably born after the 90s. But anyway, I love them. I think we should try and get a bit more hip, a bit more cool. What do you think?
I'll try my very. It's very. Those are words that really aren't in my vocabulary, unfortunately.
Trendy.
Look what I'm wearing.
We're in the same T-shirt, mate. Cheers.
I'm dragging you down as well. Imsak shielding the ball nicely. Just with the outside of the boots.
He's played well, Imsak, I have to say. I was critical of him in his first 2 games. Thought he was a bit greedy, but he looks the part, and he's exactly what you need in a 7-a-side format. He's a strong striker. He can hold the ball up. He's playing off the last defender every single time, and it just means that those spaces emerge for those more technical players in between. Sorry for the technical analysis.
Lukaku maybe style then. You know, in terms of shooting the ball really well, but also potent in front of goal.
Big Rom. Secret card time coming up for No Rules FC. And let's face it, Tolo, they need to make it now because they're running out of time. Just 6 minutes to go. Excuse me, 7 minutes.
7 minutes to go,
excuse me, to go until the 36-minute mark. Let's see what they have up their sleeve. Remember, they don't know what it is. Only the presidents know. It's a shootout.
Nice.
So they will have the chance to score from the center circle. Remember, a 3-second countdown followed by 5 seconds for the attacking player to try to shoot or dribble it past the goalkeeper. Remember, if the attacking player makes the shot and then the buzzer is sounded and it goes into net, that does count as a goal, as long as they make contact before the buzzer.
Interesting one. They haven't given it to Gio Vidal on this occasion, but Gabriel Costa, obviously Vidal missing the one earlier, which was the presidential penalty. So either Vidal didn't fancy it, or the coach saying, Gabriel Costa, you're taking it. So it is Gabriel Costa to draw a 4 starts.
Heavy pressure. Heavy pressure, as heavy as the Tash.
Like it. Maybe shave it off. It's going to weigh him down, isn't it? But in terms of heavy pressure, this can't help, can it? The fact that you want to take it and this pause in play mentally, you're ready to go and the buzzer. Do you know what I mean? He's ready to take it and that false start means just to wait and keep waiting.
It's not ideal. It's not ideal. We have seen it in previous days in this edition of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy, but there is a lot that goes on behind the scenes. It is difficult to get everything right technically, and normally they seem to, particularly in the Fortnite shootout, it worked very well, but on this particular occasion, very tough, as you say, for Costa down there. He just wants to take the shootout. Now, there's some problem between the referee. Let's see if we can listen into it.
Let's try.
Sí. Vale. O sea, pero ha pulsado antes de que yo la enseñara. Entonces, vale.
All eyes on the referee.
Entonces la puede robar, ¿eh?
Sí. No.
Sí.
Coming across.
Le pulsó antes de que saliera el balón, ¿eh? La enseñamos ahora. Ok, penalti reverse. ¿Qué número?
Camilo, 17.
17. 17.
Reverse penalty. That's the Parceros secret card.
Reverse penalty.
So he... Now, no, this is...
Well,
we'll talk about the reverse penalty in a moment. Let's just try and break things down one step at a time.
Just confirmation for you. It says reverse penalty on your screen, but that's not what's happening now. This is the shootout. This is the secret card played by No Rules FC, and it is Costa who is stepping up to the plate.
Costa to draw No Rules level, and he does just that. All bow down to Gabriel Costa. Ice cool.
Well, he's no dummy, but a lovely little feign, the finta, as we say here in Italy, just to give the keeper the eyes, and he slotted it past. Wasn't particularly in the corner, but didn't need to be with that beautiful dummy. Look at that. That's one of my favourite shootouts. Goals scored in this tournament so far. Tolo, over to you for the reverse penalty.
You know, just to go back to that one, and hey, hats off to the Tash as well, but we'll talk about that in a moment. Now, the reverse penalty, basically, should he score, it doesn't count. But if he misses, a point to Parceros, a goal to Parceros. Imsak, he does score, so it stays 4-4. Now, that was a lot of drama. Should we break it down going back in chronological order? First, Gabriel Costa getting his team level with that excellent shootout, and then Imsak doing his duty by converting. It was a reverse penalty, so had he missed, it would have been a goal for Parceros. He scored, so the scores stay the same. Is that all clear?
Absolutely. Cool. The only question I have is, could Parceros have chosen the No Rules penalty taker, or can No Rules choose it? Because Imsak, you'd imagine, is a very competent penalty kick taker.
They chose it. It's Parceros who chose it. Yeah.
So that was a strange decision, because he's a striker. You think he's pretty good at shooting. He's already scored in this particular tournament. He got 2 goals before a ball was kicked today. So rather curious decision from the Colombian outfit as to why they chose Imsak to take the penalty. But anyway, that's history now. That's ancient history.
That's ancient history. I know you always wanted to study history, didn't you? But fortunately, I think your dad had wanted to do business studies or something like that.
It was business studies, but there's no need to talk about that now. That's ancient history.
Yeah. And I know you wanted to, was it Dartmouth? Or no, that was someone else. That was
Darty, Darty. Long time ago now.
Party in Darty.
Everyone loves to party in Darty.
Approaching the half-hour stage. We've had the secret cards, we've had the presidential penalties. As things stand, this will be going to a shootout, but you sense there's more to come, don't you, in these now final, well, almost 6 minutes. You can cut the tension with a knife. It's been cagey, it's been that kind of game, really tense. Some crunching challenges as well. Now Imsak with that flick on for Gabriel Costa, the mustachioed Gabriel Costa. THR very envious of that.
I thought you said pistachio. I might be getting a bit hungry up here, Tolo. I definitely heard pistachio, not mustachioed. But anyway,
get those ears cleaned.
It's a very pivotal time in the match. Just 6 minutes to go until we enter the last passage of play.
Oh, Cequinho. Maybe a rush of blood to the head there. Had options. Now a chance for Parceros on the break. Angelo Carro Tries to find Marco Hernandez. Now at the other end, Cecchino. Gabriel Costa just took his eye off the ball, but Cecchino winning it back. It's such a battle. Imsac was there waiting. It was blocked.
Good defending from Parceros. Chance to score here from the corner. There's a man free on the edge of the box. Can he be found?
Imsac.
Not quite.
With the header, that rising header there.
It was the player who was off for a suspension in the first half, Della Mato, who peeled away. It looked as though it was going to be clipped towards him. Paul Scholes against Aston Villa style, or I'm trying to think of another one.
Zielinski, Verona, Bentegodi into a goal from the heavens.
Yeah,
That's the one.
Not sure about the commentary on that one, but you
Don't be daft, don't be daft. You're too modest, my man. And we've mentioned that because we are in Milano, and the two teams from Milano are Inter and AC Milan. The Nerazzurri and the Rossoneri.
Great ball out there.
Cecchino, Imsac, Diego Della Matta wants the ball, comes to Diego Della Matta. The first touch was too heavy.
Tolo, that would have been one of my goals of the tournament so far, because the player who had the chance, Della Matta, started it all off with a wonderful crossfield ball, continued his run. Lovely play from No Rules. I tell you what, they're impressing me. They really are. And well, it's in the balance. It is in the balance. Another unconvincing clearance from the keeper, though.
It is indeed poised delicately. Anyone's for the taking. As we edge ever closer, we said that 36-minute mark. As things stand, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to what will be our second shootout to decide a contest, as Christian Hernandez gets that little flick on. Back with Duque, who knows he has to make amends after that howler earlier, which allowed No Rules to really a way back into the game. Let's be honest. Now Gabriel Costa went for that far corner.
Just fizzed wide of the target. Good effort. Again, much as we've seen in the first half, he had that opportunity, but this time it was on his right foot in the first half, this one on his left, and he just scuffed at the ball. Sat up unkindly for him. One of those that when you look back at the replay, you can understand how difficult a chance it was.
Coming up after this, DR7 against Decim Payne, and that was a bit of pain for the No Rules. Daniel Jelasic right in front of us there. You were pointing right away saying, referee, come on. And the ref said, give me a moment, pal. Imsac for Cecchino. Imsac. Nicely done here. Very coolly done indeed. And they have done exactly that. Turned it around through Gunyai. And the president celebrates. They celebrate. Teacher, you said it. You sensed they're on the ascendancy, and you've been singing their praises, and they've shown exactly why.
Well, they did it yesterday. They had to do it yesterday against the French outfits of Carasu. They were down by a few goals. They were down by 2 goals here, but they've turned it around, and it is now 5-4, I should say, excuse me, to No Rules FC. What a turnaround. They have got some bottle. They've got some courage, and just shows that German attitude, I think.
Absolutely. They do always battle until the very end. That efficiency, they've got a real good football pedigree, and not just association football, as Christian Hernandez thought about the strike, but also in the Kings League. Angelo Carro, Michael Hernandez now. Christian Hernandez, the H2. No, doesn't quite work out, but Teacher going back to that moment, Duque with that careless ball, allowing Gabriel Costa in earlier, and since then it has been all No Rules.
Well, we've had 2 games so far, and obviously we don't want to count our chickens too soon, but that first game changed with Ronchi's goal, and that mistake by the goalkeeper, Duque, changing the course of this match here. Still time, don't you worry about that, for Parceros to even things up, but we need to see the very best of them now.
Flashed across the face of goal, and very nearly an own goal. They'll settle for a corner. They want to take it quickly. Trying to find Angelo Carro. Instead, it comes to Orsorno. Chipped in. Loaiza Hernandez!
Majestic save there from the goalkeeper, Fabio Rasic, at his very best. What a save that is.
Just when you need your keeper to come to the fore. In the end, I don't know if it would have counted. Maybe the arm was up for an offside position, but the keeper wasn't to know that, was he? So either way, though, one of the great saves.
Well, you know things are tense when the Wolf mascot on the far side has got his head down. He's thinking hard about what the team can do. He looks forlorn figure at the moment, doesn't he?
He does indeed. He's howling with tears, not howling with joy. Right,
it is
now.
A wolf, isn't it, Tony?
It is, yeah.
It is a wolf.
A lobo. So they're a little over 30 seconds away, and they're also being in pole position. The Fortnite match ball, which is an increasingly likely scenario unless Arsenos can dig deep, Tom. Duque now through the middle, now or never, trying to find Marlon, mighty Marlon and me. Now, and this just sliding in there, got a studs to it. Now the countdown, this is great for no rules, isn't it?
Well, 4 to go, 4 seconds to go, 3, 2, 1. Can they get the shot away? No, they can't. Gathered by the goalkeeper, and that is the end of regulation time. We're going into match ball mode, which, as we've said, is, well, what happened in the first game, isn't it? So the teams will now play to 6 goals, so no rules, just need 1 more to win.
And you guys can play to the Fortnite rules and get playing on either mobile or console, whatever your heart's desires. Quick turnaround here.
I left my console. Sorry to interrupt you, Tom. I left my console.
Again?
Yeah, I left my console back in the UK, where I'm originally from, but I can play it on my mobile.
Exactly. That QR code was on the screen a few moments ago, and a few moments for these guys to take on board fluids here, and then it's going to be interesting. In the previous one, it was resolved, wasn't it? It was decided very, very quickly through the goal from Paulo Scienza.
Con balón cambiamos tú y Amá para Dani. Pero, hey!
And also, Tom, just a quick one. Our packet lunch has been brought if you want to have a little bite over the course of the evening. That's what I just wanted to say also. Anyway, back to serious stuff. And talking of rumbling, you can rumble your way through plenty of Fortnite games and adventures. But our adventure now, or for one of these two teams anyway, is going to end in the Kings League. Sadly for them, Parceros on no rules. One of them will be bowing out.
5, 4, 3.
So no rules then. They are in the driving seat. Need just that 1 goal. Senos need the 2. Marlon carrying it forward with real purpose here. Marlon. Bright run. Marlon. Rasic just stuck out a boot.
Well, we need to see something from Parceros now, Tolo. We really do. It's well, it's do or die. This is the last few minutes for them in this tournament, unless they can score 2 goals. And it's just been a bit disjointed so far, their first 3 games. We haven't seen the best of them. And just to remind you of the rules, it's a 5-on-5, and the de-escalation, as you guys have been calling it.
That's
with,
right, yeah.
1 player coming off every minute. So we are now currently at 5 versus 5. That is including the goalkeeper. But in 20 seconds, one of the players on both teams are going to have to leave the field of play.
Use the following seconds and minutes, guys, to get voting for the MVP. Your shout-out, Satiecha?
Got to be a difficult one. I'm not sure. Maybe Vidal?
Good shout. Twisting and turning here. Carron finding Marlon. Can he get a cross away?
I would have chosen Costa, but I'm so envious of that mustache.
Yeah.
I can't
That's
choose
why you were saying, oh, shave it off. Shave it. It's because you can't have one like that.
100%. Not even.
At least you're honest. At least you're honest, lad. Gone for the clean-shaven look, like PK in the past few days. Very smart chaps alongside me this week in the commentary gantry. Marlon finding Angelo Carron back with Duque. He'll be feeling so bad should it end this way, and with his team going out, that error a real turning point. Now Loaiza looking for a leveler. A Loaiza leveler, that'd be a good one to shout on comms. Loaiza just out-muscled there. Now Gunnar scored that beauty, didn't he, in those closing stages before we went into this Fortnite match ball moment, didn't he? There is Gil Vidal. It's a bit of a lull. Can Cecchino and company provide a spark here, a bit of magic? There's Gunai, who knows a thing or two about magic. Now Cecchino. Gunai stayed down. Cecchino can't find a teammate.
So the 3rd minute has elapsed, which means that we are down to 3 versus 3, if my maths doesn't fail me. Let's have a little look now.
You are correct.
Parceros taking off their goalkeeper, taking off Duque. They're going for it. I mean, they have to at this stage, Tolo.
You're spot on. You got to. So
No
three
rules,
outfield players.
Goalkeeper Rasic has been barely tested in this second half.
Now, Christian Hernandez, Loaiza for Michael Hernandez, their star man, their poster boy. Loaiza with the leveler! And now it is. The next team goes through. Next one wins it.
Well, it's not over till it's over. 5-5, what a game. There is just something about No Rules FC. They're always involved in these kinds of games, but it is they who have conceded the goal, and it is now whoever scores next goes through to the quarterfinals. How do you like your drama?
With the Kings League. Played out wide now. Gabriel Costa lurking. Chiquinho. Gabriel Costa looks for a teammate. Go back with Costa. Chiquinho's free. Chiquinho wants it. Chiquinho gets it back with Costa. Palmed away. Gaping goal. This could be it. It is it! They have turned it around. That never say die spirit for Parceros. 2 goals in the Fortnite match ball. They have done it through pure determination, pure spirit, that wolf spirit. The gaping goal and No Rules, THR. They will be bitterly disappointed that they had the chance to score. They were thwarted, and then look at this from distance, the perfection to find the back of the net. The Wolf likes it, we like it. The celebrations are ongoing out on the pitch, and they are going through to the quarterfinals thanks to that man there, Loaiza.
As you said, Tommy, they are going through to the quarterfinal. The Wolves are howling, and they never said goodbye. They never gave up hope in that game. No Rules FC, well, what a performance they've put in, but it just wasn't enough. In the end, their leaky defense, they went for it. They tried to attack with the 3 attackers. The no goalkeeper situation made it difficult for them, but it's, well, we are going to just cut off now. We're going to join Agnese with the man of the match, Gil Vidal.
And we're here with the MVP, Gil Vidal, for the first time today. MVP who didn't want they got eliminated from this competition. I leave the word to him to say whatever he wants to close the journey of No Rules. Dice lo que quiera para terminar la calle, el percorso de No Rules.
Bueno, lo hemos intentado hasta el final. Creo que ha sido un partido muy loco. Hemos empezado abajo, hemos conseguido darle la vuelta. Ahora íbamos en ventaja en el desescalado, pero bueno, creo que lo han gestionado bien. Nosotros creo que hemos tenido algún fallo que nos ha condenado. Y nada, lo hemos intentado. Creo que hemos hecho un buen papel y nada, a seguir. Esto es fútbol.
This is football, everything can happen. They try to make a comeback at this game that was absolutely crazy. Thank you so much. Take something to console yourself and your team. Oh, spicy.
Not spicy, no. This one.
This one, perfect.
And this one too? No?
Take.
Yes.
Y eso también.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulación y gracias por todo. This was the second MVP, Gil Vidal. See you for the next one in the next game.
Well, what a finish to the last game, and the action just keeps on coming. It's the last chance match coming up for you in a few moments' time. It is the DR7 taking on Des Payne, and a little look here at two faces that you might want to keep your eye on. Mehmet Diop has been the star turn in terms of goalkeepers in this particular tournament so far, with a hat-trick on his debut in the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. Just a quick reminder for you, you can vote for who you want to see in the Exodus decision 1 versus 1. Which outfield player would you like to see start? As we can see, Abdullah Al-Khili is the overwhelming favourite for DR7 with 99% of the votes so far. And Wellington Gigage is currently leading Cristian Santos by 57% to 43. So those results are going to be brought to you shortly by my colleague sitting next to me, Beppe Di Giovanni. And what can we hope for in this particular game? Well, the last chance for both of these two sides, DR7, they produced the absolutely, if I can say it, the shock of the tournament when they defeated champions Los Troncos in the first game. That was the second match of match day 1. And for Des Payne, well, there's been a little bit to talk about, Thomas Lawrence, with regards to Des Payne.
Indeed, there has, yeah.
In terms of discipline.
You're right, Nascimento will take no further part in the competition. He's been excluded, and as for breaching the code of conduct, inappropriate behaviour, that came to, it was an incident, shall we say, between Des Payne and G3X earlier this week, and as a result, the disciplinary committee and the panel have come down hard, and yeah, there's not really much more to say about that. And we'll see what kind of impact it has on them as they take on DR7. Sean, in the meantime, get voting, guys, for the 1v1 situation. Little pause for us as well as we wait to see the Exodus secret card, which is going to be revealed right now. Always a iconic moment. And on the subject, of course, of Exodus and its secret card, guys, get playing their new RPG game right now. It's a cracker, their new one, Exodus. Guys, wishlist it now.
You an Exodus fan?
Oh, I have become one.
Yeah, me too, me too.
It's similar with Fortnite, isn't it? You know, you get to know these things and you get to really enjoy them. And on the subject of secret cards, this is the game we have the time dilation card, by the way. Just a reminder, you guys at home voted, you wanted this one to have that time dilation card, which we'll explain a little bit later. And of course, when we see it in action, DR7, as you were saying, Tom, against Des Payne, DR7, I think you showed it very well earlier. One of the surprise packages, but looking, though, to show they deserve to be here. They're not just a surprise. They want to really cement their status here.
Absolutely. A lot of the focus coming into this tournament was on the Brazilian sides, the Spanish sides, maybe even the Colombian side that we just saw. But we're going and heading over to Beppe Di Giovanni to reveal the 1 versus 1.
Des Payne sono Al-Khili e Wellington Gigante.
So I'm sure you heard that, the booming voice of Beppe Di Giovanni, who's alongside a different caster today in the form of Lorenzo, I believe his name is. Hello to Lorenzo, welcome, benvenuto with us today. Now, we can get underway with DR7 then against Des Payne for the 1v1 situation. THR, sit back. I'm going to ask you your predictions for this one in a few moments' time, maybe after the scale up, because it will be intense indeed as the ball drops down. No foul. DR7 looking to make a storming start. Here he is, Abdullah Al-Khili. How about that? Diop celebrating as well.
That is justice, Tolo, because he stayed on his feet. He could have gone down under the challenge. He could have got himself a shootout, I believe, when it's at this early stage. Is that right? But he decided to stay on his feet.
Now Kaiki Sosa back with Alamau. Now Kaiki Sosa hitting back right away. We've got early drama here.
Did you order the goals, Tolo? Did you order the goals?
I did indeed. It's not the only thing I've ordered, but we won't say anything about that as they look to Get on the way right away through Diop, who we'll chat about, of course, very, very soon, because he's made a real splash in the meantime. Abdullah Al-Akili for Diop. Here is Diop. Abdullah Al-Akili is blocked. And again, Diop taking a touch. Still with Diop. He's fired it wide.
Well, is there anything that this guy can't do? He's contributing in attack, in defense. Remember those 3 goals on his debut in the opening game of their tournament, DR7. But he spurned that chance there on his weaker side, on his left side, but a decent attempt anyway. And just a reminder, we're now up to 3 versus 3 on the scale up, including goalkeepers.
Here is Gigante Kaiki Sousa. On that occasion, Diop not quite 100% convincing.
Well, he's tried his trademark there again. The ball clearly went out, and I think the referee and the referee's assistant on the far side spotted it, so it will be a corner taken by the goalkeeper, Kaiki Sousa. Butchering the Brazilian pronunciation.
You are. I'm not going to tell. I'm not going to tell PK. I'm not going to tell PK because I'm going to butcher it as well in a bit. I think, was he offside there? Yes, he was. Yeah. Oh no, he wasn't. Keeping it alive nicely then.
6.
Gigante in support. Again, they're trying to find Kaiki Sousa, and who left his mark for Desim Payne for DR7. Abdullah Al-Akili. Now we're up again with the scale up. We continue. Here is Gigante. Bolt's on the pitch as well. Might not need him. Now does come to Bolt, who's combining there with Christian Bolt. We've spoken very highly of him over the past few days. He keeps things sticking over in the middle of the park.
Bolt. Bolt in red, not Bolt from the blue. No.
No,
okay.
no. On this occasion,
I have to say,
you wished, didn't you?
He's not one of the players I've had my eye on, so it'll be interesting to see him
you'll see him up close and personal.
Yeah.
You will, big man. Now, Faris out wide. Helber Jr. saved, and here is Bolt. Trying to release his teammate. The idea was there. Diop, though, he read it very well.
Diop is quick. Diop is quick. Straight off his line there. It looked as though he was going to be beaten to the ball, but he's quicker. A bit like Bolt, but not this Bolt.
Abdullah out wide. Here is Helber Jr. The man who scored earlier. Can't score on that occasion. Now Christian. His teammates just come on. It's Alamau. Alamau can't get past Cabeza. And Diop will start again from the back.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing Tolo Faris. He's impressed me in DR7's games so far. Let's see what he can offer on this particular occasion. Here he is on the ball on the right-hand side.
He was THR's favourite. Play on, Helber Jr. I think the keeper got a touch.
Certainly did. Prediction time quickly while we have a moment. I'll put you on the spot first, Tolo. What do you think for this one?
Who's going to win it?
Yes.
I'm going to go DR7.
Really?
Yes.
I think Desim Payne by 3 goals. There you go. I didn't give you the goal difference.
You heard it at the 3rd minute and 45th second.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. Diop fancies it.
Does for Cabeza. Now Helber Jr. That would have been some goal had they pulled it off.
A whisker away. A whisker.
It was indeed a moustache away, maybe. I know you're envious of Pro Costa.
Just drop it, all right, Tolo? Just drop it.
Sorry, sir. One step too far. One hair too far.
One hair too far.
Oh, like Vic and Bob and one other one. Bolt out wide. One here of Gigante. Christian to Bolt. Big Bolt! Oh, what a hit! I thought that was going to be that lightning bolt from the brilliant Bolt.
From this angle, it looked pretty close, but I think on the replay we can see Diop probably had it covered anyway.
Yeah, maybe it's one of those things initially, and then you watch it again, and not as interesting. Now, Faris, again, if you didn't know, THR's favourite. Good call from the referee. Good view of it.
It's
actually,
a fault. Okay.
Kuba is protesting his innocence for DR7. It is that, and we've been, well, I have been anyway, praising Mr. Bolt. Just like the way he just keeps things tidy, THR. You don't have to be spectacular to be successful in the Kings League. Oh, well, THR, you've been doing your homework.
Well,
over to you, pal.
Well, Secret Card will be played when the ball goes out of play. And when it is played at this very early stage, normally it is given to the player who's, if they then go on and score, the goal is worth double. The star player, do they call it star player?
Star player.
Star player.
It will be the
let's
star
have a little look.
man.
And I believe They get a very, very special, almost like a band, like a captain's armband, don't they, to differentiate themselves. Remember, it is just one goal. It's just the first goal that counts double. But we don't know that that's definitely the secret card. Let's have a little look.
Number 7, Luis. Star player, number 7, Luis.
I'm 3 for 3 on my debut.
Top man. This is why when they asked us who could step in for the days that PK wasn't available, one of the many reasons this man was on that shortlist. He does his homework, and they have chosen for their star man their number 7, Luisinho Alves. That's poor, wasn't it? That was poor. Patrick's going to be in uproar. He's going to have mutiny on your hands.
Luisinho Alves.
Now Faris for us, though. We're fans of Faris as well. Cabeza. Abdullah. Alakili. Scored one, looking to maybe score another. Helber Jr. Cabeza. Finding Faris, and Huba wasn't able to get to him. Can they already release Luisinho? Well, they clearly went looking for him, understandably. THI is the star player.
Desimpain so quick to get back when they lose the ball in attacking areas, though. I saw the turnover and they sprinted back into position, and now everyone behind the ball camped inside their own half. This is not going to be easy for DR7. They're knocking it around with purpose, though. They look to be the team who look to be asking the questions in this early stage. 6 minutes gone, 6 minutes 17 seconds. That's a foul. Yeah. Surely, referee eagle-eyed. He was quite far away from the action, but he's called the free kick, and this is certainly within range. I wonder who will want to take it. It looks to be Cabeza, who's taken the ball, number 8.
Yep, he's put it down. I think Abdullah fancies it as well. Abdullah Alakili standing over this ball.
Yeah.
That's a long, long way out. It's worth having a go. It is. In the end, it looks like it is going to be played short, so we're not going to have a long-range rocket, or are we?
Well, I think they wanted to play it short, but now Desimpain are wise to it. Yep. He might be better off just striking for goal. Here we go.
It is Cabeza straight into the ball, back with Abdullah Alakili. It's a disappointing one in the end, but they've kept the ball, as you said. They do visit around nicely, don't they? THR spring in their step. And number 18 there, Sama Abdullah getting involved now. This is Huba out wide for Faris. With Huba, can he conjure up from this position? You said they're very solid, very physical, aren't they? Desimpain, THR, and they press well. Check that out. Looking to find Luisinho, the star player. Faris tracking back. Well, we don't associate him with his defensive work, do we?
That was great defensive play there, but this is the DR7 that we saw against Los Troncos in their opening game. This is the way that they will want to play and dominate the ball. We did see, though, the danger, though, of Desimpain when they get that turnover and they commit men forward. There was a player free in the centre, but it is once again the Saudi outfit who are in the on the ascendancy in terms of possession. They've been dominating the ball. They've been dominating, knocking it from side to side, being very patient. But as you know, in Kings League, the only thing that's important is the scoreline, and that reads 1-1 as of now.
What is also important is Visa. Make sure you guys tap in as well. Also do it on your mobile now. Bolt is looking to maybe have a strike from distance. Luisinho.
Reminder for you guys that Alves is still the star player, so any goal that he scores, the first goal I should say, will be worth double. So keep your eye on him.
That's why, as you said, he's got that stunning green armband as well. What a badge of honour it is. I was chatting with Patrick Hendrick over the past couple of days. I said, what an honour it would feel. He said he spoke about maybe that resentment it might create amongst his teammates. Bolt for Luisinho, and Diop goes flying. He put his mantle on. Superman to the rescue.
That was one for the cameras there, Tolo. He loves it. Check Diop. Mame check Diop. He's got check on the back of his shirt. But he's been decent so far, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. Maybe just one minor little error on that save very early on, but barring that, he's doing what you expect from Diop, the hat-trick hero against Los Troncos, and here he is. I was chatting about this also with Patrick THR. The pressure that comes with it, that's given away, though. Bolt, after that great performance against Los Troncos, so now that everyone knows who he is, so the pressure that comes with trying to replicate that, you know, they've worked him out, they know what he can do.
Yeah, precisely. President of DR7 there having a bit of a boogie in the presidential booth, whereas the Desimpain streamers and presidents there looking a little bit more concerned. You can understand why, given what's gone on so far.
to Fares. Floated in looking for Puba. We won't be boogieing and shaking as yet. We've still got this game and, of course, the last one to come, THR. And then we may let our hair down and have a little bit of a dance with the theme tune. Something about the My Heart is Open to, something like that. The new the Kings League theme tune and soundtrack. I know PK is a very big fan. Big fan. Loves it. Floated in towards Alemão, headed wide.
Well, he's been playing off the last defender, Alemão, and he rose high there. He's a towering figure, and he dominates. He will dominate in the air. And those are the kind of balls that he will want. But just dragging that one, or pulling it, I should say, just wide of the mark there. But that's the danger. That's where the danger is going to come. He's been asking for those crosses for the last 5 minutes, and finally the ball has come into him.
We come here back to Alemão. Christian, the referee, says play on here. Elton just carrying it forward, assessing his options. Bolt, as always, pulling the strings in midfield. Gigante for Bolt. Now Christian looking to take on the DR7 defence. Christian for Alemão! That should have been it.
Second big chance for the same player in 2 minutes, but the service from this left-hand side for Desimpain has been impeccable. That really should have been 2-1.
It should have been. 2 really good chances, and they've both fallen to Alemão in quick succession. They didn't used to say, going back to the 1990s, Andy Cole was one that needed 3-4 chances before striking. Is Alemão going to be Andy Cole, Goal King Cole-esque there, former Newcastle and Manchester United favourite? So Newcastle, our condolences, of course, and our tribute to the late, great Kevin Keegan, English
of course,
legend, who also had a spell in Germany, and of course on the sort of Germany, no rules beaten just a few minutes ago by Parceros as the foul is given, taken quickly. Luisinho flag stayed down. Well, the arm, should I say, has stayed down, and I think it would have counted, wouldn't it? As it's finally, has it gone into the roof?
The ballers, yeah, we're going to need a new ball. Oh, yeah, well, we have plenty of them. We have plenty of them. Plenty of wings, plenty of balls.
Plenty of great company here with the casters.
It's been fantastic so far, really enjoying it, of course, taking over from the great Patrick Kendrick today.
No easy feat, that. It's a tough one.
Absolutely, big shoes to fill, big shoes to fill. But yeah, it's been really good so far, and hopefully we can have a cracking inning. We've got the remainder of this match, plus the last match coming up, which will give you a bit of information about maybe post this match. But let's concentrate a little bit on this match between Desimpain and DR7. I have to say, Tolo, DR7 have impressed me massively. I thought they'd be the ones on the back foot. I thought Desimpain would try to dominate, keep the ball, work it. Yeah. It's been exactly the opposite.
Just chipped in, looking for Bolt. Alemão also rising highest, and Gigante back with the keeper. Now Bolt, Kaiki Sosa, who scored very early on in the scale up, didn't he? Abdullah for DR7. If you are just joining, and if you are just joining, where were you? But don't worry about it. We forgive you. It's all about forgiveness. And the key thing is you're here now.
The numbers keep increasing, and we'll give you an update of how many people are following or streaming or casting, whatever the correct verb is. But a bit of a miscommunication there between Diop and his defenders. Yeah, and gives Desimpain a chance here with the throw-in.
Yeah, and it could have been trouble, that, really.
Well, they've already seen the big man, Alemão.
And it goes towards, in the end, it reaches Luisinho, their number 7, their star man. He's appealing, but there's no way that was going to be given. Had it been given, I would have eaten my hat.
Great work from Oz on the far side. I'm going to call him Oz. He's listed as Osama Abdullah,
yeah, but he likes Os, yeah.
He just has OS on the back of his shirt.
He's happy to be called Os as well, so
great
easy
feat
for us, yeah. Now here is Christian, still with Christian, rolled across, and I thought the ball was going to come our way. I was hoping it was. We could have half-inched one, but wasn't to be. Now they'll keep up the pressure. They take it quickly. Ailton.
I would have kept it. Solo, my wife has actually asked me for a football for her birthday. Wow. Not even joking either, so I would have nabbed it, put it in my bag and tried to take it home.
And maybe kept it for a sign maybe by someone like PK over the next couple of days.
Gerard PK or Patrick Kendrick?
I was referring to our colleague, but if you want to go that way and go PK, fair enough. I understand. Back with Kaiki Sosa now for Bolt. Always wants to get on the ball. Is always there as an option. Almost Pirlo-esque. Christian now. THR, you were saying about the audience a few moments ago. One moment, though, because this could be trouble. It isn't.
Well, total live audience, and thank you everyone for tuning in, because we've reached 421,000 devices all across the world, across all channels. So thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully we can get that number up to 500,000 like we did last night. But thank you everyone for your support and tuning in. Remember to keep the comments coming in, keep the likes and all that that you can do, because that is a staggering number, Tolo. 421,000 watching this fantastic event. And for those people who aren't watching, what are they doing? Get your friends, text your friends, get them on board, because this surely is going to be a fantastic finish at 1-1, 15 minutes to go, 15 minutes gone in this match, I should say. But the big one coming up later, which I have to say I was looking forward to. Stallions against Los Broncos.
Will they be playing Furia? Oh no, who's going to be playing Furia in the quarterfinal? I just wanted to ask you that question. In a moment, I wanted to start looking ahead to the quarterfinals as a way to try and entice our fans and to get onto the casters set as that's swung in and just headed out.
Well, looking down at the quarterfinal draw that was done by yourself and Agnese before, G3X drawn against the winner of this match. So it could potentially be an all-Brazilian quarterfinal with G3X and Des in Pain. But of course, they've got to get through the very impressive DR7, who are giving them one hell of a game, Tom.
Oh, you can say that again. As they try the audacious, and that was almost, well, whoa, the goal was also coming off. Diop is such a strong figure that the goal almost came out of its roots. They almost pulled the goal down there, Cheick Diop.
Well, he got the match ball on match day 1, and he wants to take home the goal too.
He's getting greedy. He's getting greedy.
Problem here, though, for...
It
looks to be Alemão who's down. He's back up on his feet, but he is moving rather gingerly.
Yes. The number 14 there's had a couple of, dare I say it, gilt-edged chances. Is that fair? That's coolly done. Here comes Os. Not to be confused with Os from American Pie, who played lacrosse. It's a very different one. They're both excellent athletes. Now, number 9 trying to get involved. Raji for Huba. Huba.
Chris Klein, is that the actor?
I think it was. You are.
Knowledge.
On
Fountain of knowledge. Fountain of knowledge.
He's got game. Now, Raji out wide, trying to bring Clark into play, and back with Al-Raji, just trying to tidy up the pieces there. Clark goes down.
All 3 matches at Solo have followed a very similar narrative, very similar script. They've been very cagey, neither side have dominated, and it is 1-1, and we are going into the last few seconds before we get to wanted you to come in there with the goalmouth action, but yeah, that is the end of the first 17 minutes, which means we will go in to the 3 minutes where goals are worth double. Remember, no added time at the end. A different colour ball will enter the play as well. I've noticed that. Have you noticed that, the different colour ball?
THR, you said it a few moments ago yourself, you are a fountain of knowledge indeed. It's just another way of shaking things up, as you said, and people then can know that it is that moment where the goal's worth double, a different ball as well to signify, and that significant moment these past 3 minutes. But you're right, I'm just building what you're saying. It was a perfect assist. They've been very similar because so much is at stake, so I think that's one of the reasons why they have been very tight and cagey. And they're very similar standard teams, aren't they? So at times they will cancel each other out. It's going to be tight. It's going to be hard fought, isn't it? It's simple as that.
I know you had a little wager with Patrick Kendrick on goals in the minutes double, between 17 and 20, the goal ×2 period. Let's see if we can get one here.
Now Ailton has a go. Diop again. Was that for the cameras, or was that actually this time a Sterling stop? But either way, keeps it out. It doesn't hit the roof, so it stays in play as Al-Raji tries to chase and maybe capitalize on a potential mix-up. It wasn't to be, so Os will get things going again.
Just a reminder for everyone watching on, you will notice that the star player, secret card that was played in the first half for Des in Pain, Luisinho, his goals will not be counting as double in this particular period. It won't be that if he scores it will be worth 4. That would be utterly ridiculous.
That would be insane. 4 goals, that's insane. But he will have it, as you are probably going to finish off. Before I rudely interrupt you, I do apologise. In the second period, as Huba has a crack from distance, and it wasn't to be, but he may have won a corner. But I was just going to round off what you were saying. He will have that special power, that secret card, when we resume again from the 23rd minute mark. Because obviously in the first 3 minutes we have the power-up play, shall we say, and with the rather die as Al-Raji tries to have a go himself. Still going, Al-Raji. were trying to thread it through on that right-hand side. It was Su Xiao, but they've lost it out. Here comes Elba Jr. I thought he was going to find Brinquinho. Wasn't. I was going to say, interesting, lots of Brazilians actually playing for DR7 against Desimpain, a Brazilian team.
Against some of their compatriots, that's for sure. Just a quick word on Alemão, who I think it's fair to say struggling. He did have that one header in this first half, which he probably should have done better with. But he looks a little bit off the boil at the moment. They need to find a way to get him into the match. I mean, obviously they've got to keep him on the field. He's their main outlet.
There is Costa in the meantime. Bolt, quite sure what he was trying to do there, Bolt.
Not the first time he's tried it too. He's tried to clink it forward, just dink it forward to the main target man.
Yeah, they've worked it out. Here is Victor Bueno trying to find Costa, clever ball, but Diop once again reading it so well there as he went springing off his line. Great work from the keeper. That's why we've been saying how good he is.
I'm a big fan, Solo. I'm a big fan. 20 seconds left, but Diop is pulling off all the stops for the cameras. Flying saves and clearances too. Here we go. Last 15 seconds.
Gigante and Diop.
Safe hands.
That was a routine save for Diop. I don't think there's been any real rush here, to be honest. The clock ticking down. Ars, hopeful ball upfield. Headed back towards Diop. And that will be that for the first half. So, even Stevens, very difficult to predict this one, THR.
Yeah, followed a very similar script, as we said, to the other two games that we've seen already today. 1-1, nothing really to choose between the teams. As well, that save was full of flavour. Look at him flying over to the left. That's a one for the cameras. And Wingstop, of course, one of our many sponsors. Big fan of the Wingstops, I have to say.
Oh, yes, they actually were treated to a few, and they were succulent and delicious. And I wouldn't call it delicious, but I'd certainly call it refreshing. It's Powerade. What was it? It's Power Recovery. And we're going to take on board some fluids and also listen in to the Presidentes.
Normal. Os caras teve mais momentos de posse de bola em alguns momentos, mas a gente também teve. Quando a gente teve a bola, a gente foi mais agressivo.
Opa, Renatinho. Mas aqui não tá escutando, né?
É pra eu falar agora?
Eu acho que é.
Não falaram nada? Pô, rapaziada, jogo muito truncado, jogo muito difícil. A gente sabia que ia ser assim. Tá sentindo os caras até mais confortáveis no jogo, cara. Só que, pô, desde que esse projeto começou, nada nunca foi fácil pro desempenho. E, cara, tenho plena confiança que a gente vai achar esse gol, a gente vai conseguir ficar na frente do placar, vou conseguir fazer o gol e vai dar tudo certo, a gente vai se classificar hoje.
Não escutou, não.
I have two good cards.
Well, there you have it. Yo quiero hablar español in situations like this, but with my Italian, picking up a few things there. Naturally, there's things to work on, things to improve upon. It wasn't quite Espanol, it was more obviously Portuguese, but there were similar semblances, weren't there? THI. In the meantime, anyway, let's stop with the rambling. We're going to have the roll of the die very, very soon. I can spoiler. It's going to be Perchita, who is the Los Troncos president. We'll see what he will be able to roll for us. And of course, Los Troncos are in action very, very soon indeed. They're the Desimpain casters and presidents watching on. And this is where, of course, it's been great to have had the brilliant Patrick Kendrick for his linguistics. And not only, of course, of the fantastic goal calls as well. And now we will have Perchita, the Los Troncos president, to roll the die.
One for one again. Okay, hey, let's go. With goalkeeper.
So all to play for here in the second half of this third match on match day 5 of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. It's been a pleasure to bring you the 2.5 matches so far. Still got second half and then the last match.
So the ball will drop down then from the cage. Alemão, who we said needs to do more, didn't we?
Bit of a delay on the ball dropping device. They dropped the ball on that one, didn't they?
Oh, he is up and running. He's chalked up another one in the battle of the puns. Now, here comes Brinquinho. Still with Brinquinho, looking to get the shot away. He does get the shot away, but it was away from goal. And Kaique Sousa will look to get things back underway here. They made a change. Alemão off. I think he was more on for that tussle, wasn't he, for the 1v1 at the very start, as they look to build here through Christian against Clark. Christian twisting, turning, and in the end, really straight at Diop.
Yeah, not Diop's best save, let's say. He wasn't needed. He didn't need to be at his very best there, but he still had to make the save. It's one of those footballing cliches.
Kaki Souza from one keeper to another. Mix up maybe. Diop's blaming Brinquinho. And Brinquinho is blaming Diop. It's the blame game out there. As Destin Payne looks to get going again through Luisinho. Stuck between his feet. He may get there. Diop.
Well, he's erratic, isn't he? The Senegalese goalkeeper. Representing Qatar, of course, but very erratic. He's come off his line here, and now they're out of position.
Luisinho looking to get the better of Diop, but he's got to get past Cabeza, which he does, but he can't get past Diop. Now Cabeza, though, carrying it forward. Tricky for him against Luisinho, the pacey Luisinho. Cabeza. Cabeza stays on his feet. Good strength. What a shoot. He's invited to shoot. He does shoot. It's blocked. And with that, I think Luisinho is going to come off, as is Cabeza. Quick changes. Still got a minute or so to go, THR.
Yeah, as we mentioned, just one moment as the ball is played through.
This is going to be it. It's going to be there for Destin Payne, for Su Xiao. A howler, a mix-up. We saw howlers in the previous games. We've had another one here. And will it be a turning point? Su Xiao saying thank you very much.
Great finish, wonderful finish. And it is these minutes, the dice minutes, 1v1 that really opens the game up and gives one of the two teams a platform. Well, 1-goal lead. Can they hold on to it? Now they might be in again here.
It's Alemão trying to go around Diop. Diop's gone to ground. No foul, Alemão. Now Abdul Al-Akili racing away for DR7. Can he finish? No, he can't. No foul either. Now Kaki Souza, just a chance to regroup as well. He's clutching onto that ball gratefully, and this was the challenge here, Tom.
Let's have another look at it. I mean, we've got the privilege of having a look at it again. This is the goalkeeper Kaki Souza going down. Seems to be okay though. He's back on his feet. Of course, you guys at home having the privilege of seeing the replays, sometimes more difficult for us to see them, as we're keeping our eye on the prize.
Oh, Diop for Clark, time ticking down. Just have a shot, Clark, my son. He does, and it is high and it is wide. So that's the end of the first 3 minutes. So now, as you were saying, Luisinho will have that star player, that green armband, which will come back into effect. Destin Payne, they just capitalised on that mix-up at the back then to put themselves in front.
Yeah, they might be interested in taking a presidential penalty now, Destin Payne. As we've seen, once you take a 1-goal advantage, doubling up immediately after with the presidential peno or prezi, Christmas prezi, might be a good idea. Alternatively, if DR7 wish to take, I mean, DR7's presidential penalties have been, I'm trying to find a kinder word than woeful so far. They've been.
You've got to be politically correct. Yes. It is difficult.
They haven't been good, Toto.
No,
they haven't been good.
And I think deep down the president himself will admit that, and he will know that. We also have the time dilation card in this game. We don't know which way it's gone, so that adds extra excitement, doesn't it? Keeping everyone on tenterhooks as Giganti tries to have a go, runs into trouble in the end, and that was a move which promised so much, which just fizzled out from Destin Payne, but he remain in control as things stand.
Just one for those watching on who might be watching the Kings League for the first time. The presidential penalty, as we've seen, DR7's president has come on 2 occasions and missed both of them. Not got anywhere near the goal, if we're being honest. They can delegate to a player only if they are not here present in the arena, the Kings League arena. And I can tell you now that the DR7 president is present, so he cannot delegate it to a player for a shootout, which is played from the centre of the park.
And talking of DR7, the Kings League man is back in September the 18th. We announced that earlier this week, so more reasons to keep sticking with us and following the Kings League as Victor Bueno tries to release his teammate down that far side as Gigante now comes forward. Ailton, not too confused with obviously the great Ayrton Senna, a Brazilian great legend. F1 superstar. Now Helber Jr. one-on-one with his plenty of fellow countrymen out there. It's a real Brazilian derby, even though obviously this team is obviously one is Brazilian, the other representing the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, which is flying the flag. TR7 for them.
You wouldn't know which of the two teams is the Brazilians and which are the Saudis if you were watching this game, and you didn't know because they are playing some scintillating stuff here, the Saudis. As you said, there are some Brazilians on the team, but some from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as the shot comes in.
Yeah, it took a little touch, didn't on its way through, I think, which took the sting out of the strike, made it very simple for Kaiki Souza, as we can just see here as well, and it forwards Desimpain the chance to build again. They're back on the ball here. And they're trying to find Gigante, and they'll settle for the throw in, happy maybe just to take the pace and out of the game, but slow things down just for a few moments.
We've seen in the previous matches already tonight at Solo that the big players have come to the fore when needed, and Gigante, or Gigange, as Patrick was calling him earlier in the week, Gigange has really stepped up.
For the effort.
Yeah, probably didn't do it justice, but I just wanted to get a PK impression in there. Gigange has failed to deceive. He's Plus, to deceive, really, he's not been at the races. And what I would say is he's their top scorer in this tournament. He's got 3 goals. The only other player with 2 is Christian. And, I mean, they don't really look like scoring, really, Desimpain. Do they look like extending that advantage? Because if they can get a goal, I would say in the next 5-6 minutes, it really puts the pressure on DR7 to go for broke, which would then leave some spaces in behind, and potentially they could add. I mean, I said at the beginning, I thought Desimpain would win by 3 goals. Potentially, my prediction is way off.
Hey, but there is still time, and your sort of vision of what might happen, I say for the neutral, it'd be fantastic. Of course, for the neutral, it'd be brilliant. On the subject of maybe being neutral, maybe you're not neutral, maybe you have a favourite. Let us know via the chat, wherever you are following. Yes, we had some nice messages via Twitch. Are you into Twitch? Use Twitch?
Am I a Twitcher? Am I a Twitcher?
Yeah.
I have to say I'm not, but I do have a younger brother and sister who are both on it, so they can maybe teach me how it all works. I'm a bit of a boomer in that regard.
Okay, Grandad. Now out wide from Faris. Another one hasn't really quite delivered as Bold goes for the spectacular, because we spoke about him at the very top. In this game, I have to say, he has been marked out of the game.
Absolutely, Solo. And I'm just wondering if there is going to be that sort of one moment of magic. We've seen it with DR7, and they need it now. They're running out of time. Remember, they do have their presidential penalty. They do have their secret card available. As we've seen, the Brazilian side, Desimpain, have used it in the first half, giving the star player, as we're calling it, to Luizinho, who's still,
as it's colloquially known as well.
And that is valid until the 36th minute, is that right?
But listen, I'm just going to put my headset down and go and watch it from the stands, and leaving the very commands of spot on as always. Pal, you're a veteran after almost 3 games. Now, Diop, is he going to have a go? I thought he was. He was just teasing us there, wasn't he?
Everybody in the stadium wanted Diop to drive towards goal, but here we go. The Saudi outfit looking to get something. It's a very rigid defence. You can see Desimpain with the 4-2 formation.
Yeah.
It's Elba Jr., who's impressed me in this tournament so far, playing out from the back, a ball-playing defender.
I like it. This kit of DR7 reminds me of Argentina's at the '98 World Cup, that sort of bluey one there, that dark blue one, as it bobbles there to Huba, and that's again more painful memories for England supporters, you there included, THR. I know how important the 3 Lions are to you, and how bitterly disappointed you have been for your many years on this planet watching your beloved England.
Well, just a moment on that. That's incredible that you mentioned Argentina, and incredible you mentioned the 1998 World Cup, because that was the first ever match I remember. Michael Owen scoring that goal, that one wonderful goal, as the commentator said.
Brian Moore, I think. Yeah.
Was it?
I think that one was Brian Moore. Yeah, he was doing it for ITV alongside the great Kevin Keegan.
Of course.
I think Monty on the beep.
I remember crying after David Batty missed his penalty, and my mum having to console me. So there you go.
Bless
good memories. Anyway, let's keep it a bit more.
Let's flash back to the present, and talking of time travelling, we will have the time dilation card. Are they going to use it now? Is someone using it now? As Diop may go for goal, and on that occasion he has disappointed us. It was heading for what? Not row Z as such. Maybe what row?
Do we have a row Z?
LM. Anyway, here we go. Let's watch in.
Secret card for DR7 could change the complexion of the game. Let's see. It is the shootout, which means a player of DR7 will have the opportunity to score from the center spot. Remember, a 3-second countdown followed by 5 seconds after the buzzer to try and beat the keeper. Any contact on the ball from the opposition keeper means that it is null and void.
Abdullah was one of the star players we mentioned in terms of shootouts for DR7 earlier. In terms of Decim Payne, who would you ever look to? Well, it's gone for Huber, so it's pointless. I was going to try and open like a debate about the two sides, their best shootout stars. It's gone to Huber, so that's ended that right away.
I'd have probably gone Huber, if I'm being honest.
Oh, it's easy to say it now, isn't it? So, Huber looking to hoover up this chance for DR7. Here goes Huber, and he is thwarted there. And look at the fist-pumping celebrations from Kaiki Souza, and that's interesting. Right away, someone's hit back at the other end. It's Decim Payne, is it, Tom, with the presidential penalty?
Well, the presidential penalty will be taken by Decim Payne, and this is very interesting now. It's immediately after the shootout, but the referee is allowing play to continue, so the next time the ball goes out.
That's correct, yep. Kaiki Souza under pressure.
Nice touch in the centre of the park, trying to play it out wide. There's a couple of players over on the far side, if they can be seen.
Including the Starman, yeah.
Of course, yeah.
The Starman.
Getting on to Bowie songs now, are we?
Yeah, we're going through the ages.
Love it, love it, love it, love it.
Going through the ages, and who will be a hero for just one. That's too easy, that one. That one's too easy. Now Bolt on that far side swung in. Luistini was there, and Diop wasting no time. And I have to say, maybe it was too hasty. I've got to be honest.
Well,
do you agree?
I was about to say that he scored 2 absolute worldies in the opening game and against Los Troncos, and he really sort of wrote the headlines for himself. But he does try to do that a little bit too often for my liking. He's a player of incredible talent, and we know he's got it in his locker. But maybe on that occasion he might have been better trying to loft it forward to a forward. Anyway, let's give you a bit of information about the presidential penalty. So the presidents physically here must shoot themselves, and they will shoot
themselves.
They will shoot. will shoot the ball themselves. And a little bit of information. They missed their first one. It was Renato Vicente, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Renatinho, as
don't look at me, pal.
As Patrick was saying on comms.
But after, as we both were saying about Diop being a bit too hasty there, THR, now he can show exactly what he's capable of from the penalty spot. He is a monster, isn't he, there in goal? Look how big he is. How can you get past that? I mentioned Gilly earlier, another very physical presence, another sort of monstrous figure, shall we say, in terms of his physicality. And here we go. Does he score? He doesn't score, it's saved! Diop diving to his left, and a lovely sporting gesture as well afterwards, and it just keeps on coming, the drama.
Well, there is another presidential penalty, this time coming from DR7. Now, I was critical earlier on in this commentary about the president of the Saudi outfit coming on and taking the penalty. He hasn't looked convincing, but this would be such an important moment to break the duck, coming up against the goalkeeper, Kaiki Souza, who has played well already so far.
Oh, he has. He's been decisive in terms of getting that first goal for Decim Payne. That shootout save as well, that was very, very important. That may be another one of these sliding doors moments we often talk about, don't we, TH, when it comes to the Kings? There are many of them. Maybe that was another one, as Alamau is just out-muscled there. Faris, back with Faris, and he fire the goal.
Oh, desperate lunge in the centre.
Now, Luisinho. And on the turn by Sujao. Still with Decim Payne. Nice touch. But in the end, it turns into an assist, shall we say, for DR7.
The game opening up now, Tolo. This is what we like to see. It's been a game of very few goals. 3 goals inside the first 30 minutes. Just 1 every 10 minutes. And that's not what we're used to seeing in the Kings League.
Just stopped in their tracks there. DR7, they thought they were going to be racing towards goal. They were halted by the whistle, and with that break in play, THR, you know what that means. With this break in play, what's coming up next? The headphones are off as well from the president, who's not wearing the full traditional garb today as he did for his first presidential penalty, and the first one he wasn't even wearing boots.
That is exactly correct. So he is known as DRB7H. He is the president of DR7, and he missed his first one against Los Troncos, which would have made it even more embarrassing for the Spanish outfit because they were 6-1 up. Let's see what he can do here. He missed his second one, although he did... I think he put on a pair of boots for the second one, if I'm right. But he's back to socks. He's back to socks. So he's going back to basics. This would be incredible. If he can beat Kaique Sosa from the penalty spot now, this would be an unbelievable moment for him. And what a time to do it. He needs to save his side here. They are trailing by 2-1 with under 6 minutes on the clock. 5.5 minutes on the clock. He steps up here. DRB7H. Over to you, Tolo.
Can he score? He can't. And THR, he continues his disappointing is an understatement, woeful record from the spot. 3 taken, none scored, and he didn't clearly heed the words and advice of Diop, who spoke to him before the penalty.
Well, what I like about him, though, is he always has a smile on his face. He's missed 3 penalties, 3 prezzies in a row now, and he always has a smile on his face. And we saw a little bit of gamesmanship with some of the other presidents, if I remember correctly, in the Alpa Kappa game earlier on.
Yeah, Frenesi.
With Frenesi taunting, and then there was...
Camilo.
Yes, exactly, giving it to the Alpha Kappa Curva, as we called them. This guy, he comes on, he takes his penalty, almost as if he's not taking it too seriously. It's almost as if he doesn't believe that he's going to find the back of the net. But you know what? He comes off and he high-fives everybody, handshakes everybody, and I quite like that.
THR, I'm just going to halt you there because we have achieved what you were calling for. We have broken that 500,000 barrier, to be precise. 545,000 devices connected right now across all the channels. That does include the likes of Twitch, which we briefly mentioned earlier. So thank you very much, guys. And guys, let's get it even higher and higher. Let's take this higher and higher.
Can we break 600 for tomorrow, Tom? What do you think?
I think we can.
Can we break 600,000?
What I do know is we're going to have a time dilation card.
But we don't know for who.
Let's find out soon as they pass it around nicely. Here is Huba. Cabeza. Now Fares. On the far side, Abdullah Al-Khaili, who started the game so strongly. Looking for Raji there with that slide rule pass. Sujao has found Luisinho, the star player. Good strength. Tussling with Cabeza. I like that. I like that battling, firm but fair.
I always called that the Mark Noble, excuse the West Ham reference here. Exactly. For my sins, I'm a West Ham United fan. Mark Noble used to do that exceptionally. He used to get himself between the opponent and the ball and just wait for the contact and topple.
Time dilation, slow down.
It's the time dilation come from DR7, and obviously the fact that they are trailing THR, well, that means obviously they're going to want to slow down time so they can have more of an opportunity to get back on level terms. It's a great card. So instead of 2 minutes, in this case will be 3 minutes. Simple as that.
As you can see, the timer on the top left-hand side of your screen, which says time dilation, going down extra slowly.
Is there any reason why you're a Hammers fan? I mean, in terms of, was there a player growing up that you idolised? Are you from that part of the world?
I just love watching Championship football, mate, to be honest. No, yes, I was born in Essex, so it's the local team. Grew up in East London before. Yeah, complicated story, but yeah, the closest team to me, and I know it's a bit of a cliche. It's a family club, West Ham. The fans are great, and yeah, in a spot of bother at the moment, but it's a great club.
Abdullah Al-Khaili and, well, DR7 and a spot of bother right now. THR trailing here, but they have used that time dilation card, and it was them who had it. Then only one, of course, has the time dilation card. You voted it to be in this game. Can they make the most of it? Alves Luisinho Alves still with that star player card. And we haven't really seen much since he's actually been given that armband, ironically.
No, and that just points towards how few attacking chances there have been in this game, and up to this point, the 33 mark. If we get to 33 minutes with the score still just 2-1, it would be the lowest scoring game of this particular edition of the Kings World Cup Club so far, just for 3 goals. We'll hope for a few more goals between now and the 36-minute mark. But it's a cagey game. It's a cagey game. Both teams know what's on the line. And it is the Brazilian outfit now with the chance to launch it long. No, they play it all the way back to Christian, who's been decent. He's been decent so far. I'd say one of the better players for
solid,
Desimpain.
that's for sure. Yeah, hasn't really put a foot wrong. Also going to quickly add, if DR7 do go, I would miss this man here, Diop, off his line. Brilliant. He is really worth the entrance fee, let's put it that way.
Yeah. But he could be caught out on the break. Big chance here.
Luisinho. Does he need support? And they go back, I think, to the initial foul, don't they, by Helber Jr., who's been given a suspension. The number 96 trudging off, and that will play kindly into the hands of Desimpain. We were talking about the great entertainer, Diop, but it's Desimpain now who will be looking to trouble him because they are deep in the DR7 half. Yeah, that's just not what they needed. DR7 chasing the game now, a man light for 2 minutes as we go closer to the 36th minute mark. And Desimpain looking to add to their lead. Should they score here and then maybe win it in the final match, where you would be correct with those 3 goals. But let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
It's Bolt to take played short. That is Gigante with a Gigante strike as the time dilation is about to come to a close, so they weren't able really to make the most of it.
Gigante blocked by the Giant in goal for DR7. Nice. He's been absolutely outrageously good. Outrageously good.
Outrageous. This is outrageous.
This is contagious as well. So 1 minute 41 left for Helber Jr. to sit out. Remember, he can come back into the fray because it's just a yellow card. A red card would mean that he'll be out for 5 and then take no further part with a replacement coming on. But he'll be coming back in, you'd imagine. He's such an important player for DR7. And it is Desimpain knocking it around. And can they take advantage of this numerical advantage? Apologies for the double usage of the word there, advantage. But knocked out, and will do to keep it. No, just not quite at the races, Desimpain. And to be honest with you, one doesn't want to be too critical, but even in the previous games, even in the game that they won, they didn't look as if they were particularly convincing. They didn't strike me as a team that were going to make it all the way to the semis or final.
Yeah, you're spot on. In that first game, they obviously had that sort of surprise factor. No one really knew them. In the second game, everyone had kind of worked them out, and as you said, they didn't really deliver. Desimpain overall, I think, a good value for this potential victory. A big question mark, still not over, but in terms of over the course of the distance they have been, I think the better team, they deserve it. This scoreline is fair, and they're looking to add a third here through Christian. Bolt to his right. Now Gigante, options left, right and centre. He goes left, his choice, as Luisinho just tracks him field. And as we say, sometimes you see that as soon as they get that arm, but maybe because players are marking him closely, they go towards, draw to him and not mark him out. Maybe it's that as well.
It's a mix of that, and it's a mix of the mentality. It's the pressure that comes with every touch you think about, every single movement. I'm just looking down here. Obviously, Desimpain will be happy with what's going on, but I'll tell you who will be happy at G3X, because they'll be facing the winners. And if I were them right now, I wouldn't think there's too much to bother me. Neither of these two sides have really showed in this match, this last chance match, why they deserve to be in this competition. Desimpain leading by 2 goals to 1, and we are approaching the 36-minute mark.
Yeah, the thing about G3X, they've obviously got an additional day to rest up as well. Long throw, Victor Bueno trying to turn, may still get there. Victor Bueno for Christian now, and that just wrap up what I was saying. The fact that G3X won both their games, the rules are, if you win your first, you go straight through to the quarterfinals, you essentially get a bye. If you win one, lose one, you're in this last chance to do it. Situation for DR7 and Desimpain. Breathe, 36th minute mark, THR.
I can't believe that you managed to encompass everything so quickly. That's incredible. Well, the players are going off to get some fluids inside. Let's have a little look at the full flavour replay. The full flavour replay, of course, sponsored by Wingstop. Still yet to get my hands on those tasty wings, but hopefully that'll change between now and the end of the evening. Hasn't been a particularly impressive performance by that man, Gigante or Gigage. But just a reminder for you about another one of our sponsors, Fortnite Runners, and this is the big story. It is not just on your console, it is on your mobile phone or your tablet now too. So remember to scan that code that was on your screen, and you could download the app for your personal phone or device.
So not quite right in terms of the goal-winning margin, but 3 was the magic number, because if Desimpain score that third goal, that is it. Whereas, obviously, DR7 need to get to 3 as well, but they've got to turn it around. We saw this in the other game, though.
I've lost my magic powers, Tolo. I've lost it.
But we saw in the other game, didn't we? Parceros turning it around against No Rules when No Rules were in the driving seat. So this 2-1, it's not the ideal score, and let's put it that way. It's a risk. It's been like the old 1-0, isn't it? It's always such a tricky result. Do you sit back, defend it? Otherwise, you invite opposition forward, and eventually you may concede.
Well, how many times have we seen it in this particular edition of the Kings World Cup clubs? But in fact, also today, No Rules were leading by 1 goal going into it. They looked in the driving seat. There's something, I think it might be to do with the mentality going into this period where it's a 5 against 5. You know that the players, the number of players are going to be decreased by 1 minute by minute, and I think that might contribute to the way that some teams approach it. The team that seems to go in gung-ho, if you excuse the expression, normally, or in this particular edition of the Kings World Cup clubs, have come out victorious. Just to break that particular conversation topic, there is some concern down on the pitch. Let's have another look at it. Just here.
Did he move his forearm? That could be trouble. Did he? That's a question. I'm not saying he did. Alemão appeared to come in on Elba Jr. really strong there. So that's why Elba Jr. is currently down, why the play has been stopped. In the meantime, guys, you can vote for your MVP. We've got our 4 candidates, as always. Currently, Cheikh Diop, obviously. Now, should DR7 lose, it would be cruel, you could say, for him to be named the MVP, because it would be naturally a bittersweet moment. And all he cares about right now is the collective and helping his team through. And we will see whether he will be the MVP. It's still time for that to change, and it's always going to be swinging around left, right,
because
and
it's your
centre.
throwing.
Pendulum.
It's yours.
So
It's advantage. No, he only asked. Because his player.
For me, it's not the problem. Delicious wings, chicken wings, but also of course
his player is injured. His player is injured.
Away. It's always a special moment. This, though, is a pleasant moment. It has to be said. We're concerned. We saw Nick Brazo Jr., didn't we, THI, in the previous game for No Rules. He had to hobble off. The good thing is back up on his feet. Initially, I just questioned whether maybe there was leaning with the forearm. I think in the end, Alemão was just going for the ball, and they just happened just to clatter into each other.
He did look to be looking at the ball when he went into the challenge. I think that's what's contributed to the video assistant referee and the referee not giving a card there. It was a challenge with a bit of spice. I've used that word a lot tonight, but there was a little bit of spice going into it. 2 players going for the same ball, of course, and sometimes that can be catastrophic. But he's okay here, Elba Jr. He's on the ball now.
Abdullah Al-Akhili. And he wanted to score for DR7 this evening. Here is Faris. Abdullah Al-Akhili has to score, doesn't score. Now it presents Desimpain THL with a chance to build and get that goal. A reminder, they just need 1 more, and they'll be going through, and Suzhou now overtaking Cheikh then in the battle, shall we say, for the MVP. But let's flash back down to the pitch. Here is Gigante. Christian, we've seen you waiting. Still with Christian, and he'll settle for that. He'll take that corner. Time ticking down as we scale down.
The de-escalation, the 1 minute of this particular passage of play means that we are down to, after when the ball goes out down to 4v4. Is that correct, Thomas?
Yes.
We're into the 37th minute. Here we are.
Sosa. I think that's not the right time to play that, in my opinion.
He's tried a Diop. Tried a Diop.
I think it's pointless, because you're gifting away possession. You know that if DR7, draw level, that they are in the situation that Desimpain that you are in right now. And let's see whether DR7 can make it. Diop's off his line. Everybody's off their seats. It is Diop. Faris in support. Diop may have a go. Oh, he's left a gaping hole at the back. Bold. This could be it. It is it. Diop, so often a hero for DR7, has made a huge mistake, and it has gifted Desimpain Spain with the match winner, and they go through to the quarterfinals, setting up an all-Brazilian battle with G3X.
Game over. What a way to finish the match. The man who has arguably been DR7's best player this tournament gives the ball away. He is still on the deck. He is inconsolable. But those Disimpain players will not concern one bit about the pain of Cheikh Diop. It is the Saudi team who are going home, the only Saudi representatives in this year's edition of the Kings World Cup Clubs. They will be on their merry way, going back home, and it will be the Brazilians who set up an absolutely tantalizing tie, as you said, Solo, in the quarterfinals with G3X. Is that the game that everybody wanted to see? I think perhaps so.
You have to feel for Diop. You really do, because he's been brilliant. He's been great value throughout the tournament, as you were saying, as we were saying, the Brazilian derby. But I mean, obviously, you do feel for Diop. Very similar to earlier when we saw the Parceiros keeper, but on that occasion, his teammates did manage to turn it around, so it was a very different feeling. And Diop has been absolutely brilliant. But just in that moment, it's the last person you'd expect to make a mistake. But we said there's going to be drama. This is drama, and drama it is. And we have to naturally say congratulations to Disimpain. They lost their first game. They lost De Villario, their star player, but they're still in the quarterfinals. And again, these scenes, our heart goes out to him. And in the meantime, we do also thank you, though, for the live audience.
Yes, 612,000 tuning in to the 612,000, I should say, devices across all channels. But just to follow on from what you said there, Thomas, it is so interesting how teams have lost their first game in this tournament, won the second one, and then gone on to win the third. We've seen it time and time again, and now it will be Disimpain who will go through to face G3X, and they have the momentum. They've played today. They can continue that momentum.
Yeah, and I think Sujao is waiting to speak with Agnese.
Luciano Oliveira of Disimpain just ended the last chance round. Will face G3X in the quarterfinal. Você feliz para l'accoppiamento con G3X o no?
No habla.
Allora, are you happy or sad to jugar con G3X el próxima?
Feliz, graças a Deus. Feliz pela vitória, agora é seguir os próximos passos. Deus quiser, Deus abençoar, chega na final. É isso. Obrigado.
They're obviously trying to go till the final, and they're first of all happy for winning this game and happy for meeting a team that they already know too. Vale, choose whatever you want. Pesa? Perfetto. Congratulations. Congratulations. Go celebrate. Obrigada. See you for the last MVP in the next game. Bye, guys.
So thrilling day of Kings World Cup Clubs. Action is going to come to a close now with our fourth and final matchup here. It is the Stallions taking on Los Troncos, the home favourites, the team playing on home soil, taking on the reigning champions. Does it get any better than this, THR? I don't think it does. How can you ever even imagine something as exciting as this? A home team on home soil, backed by a raucous crowd, as you can hear, against the champions. Listen, you said it earlier, should Stallions win, I think the roof would literally come off here.
Well, Solo, this is the one that I was looking forward to. I know the time dilation card was voted in the last game. It was given to the last game. It was given well, and rightly so. But this is the one that I've been looking forward to. And it just so happens to be the pinnacle of tonight's action. It is the last game here in Day 5 of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. And now we're going to reveal, I believe, in a few moments who will be selected as the Exodus Decision 1 versus 1. So we've got a 50-50 split between Niccolò Marino, who won the Fortnite Challenge earlier, down on the field with me, and he's 50-50 against Alessandro Colombo, who's been a great player so far, although Colombo's just shading it by 67% to 33. And it is Carles Planes with 75% over Joan Oriol. For my pronunciation of my Basque names, is that okay?
I'm afraid I really can't help you on that one. I can't help you in anything really, but I can help you a little bit with English. I can provide a bit of moral support. Now the drawing of the Exodus secret card. Here's the record as well. As you can see, on average, the averages, shall we say, the cards that have been picked. But of course, it's pure luck. It's a random. And on the subject of Exodus, get their new action RPG wish list now. Exodus, so they won't be thinking about Exodus now, far from it. Well, they will be thinking about this huge tie.
If you're thinking about action and you're looking forward to the action, then that's the way to go. An RPG shooter full of action. Lineups, Stallions, have they impressed you, Tolo, in the opening few matches?
Listen, there's been some players that have stood out. Collectively, I think they can do more. And I think that's what Blur I've been told that's how he likes to present. Even though for me, as an English, Blur is Blur, and you know, in their country house and their park life.
All the girls and boys will be happy that you're calling him Blur.
And by watching my coffee, drinking my coffee, and watching my TV, it's a great hit, wasn't it? Listen. Blur, on a serious note, was saying he expected more. He even said once, THR, you may remember this, that he would rather at times even be losing by 3-4 goals, but playing better football. Now let's listen to who's going to be the 1v1.
Il pubblico ha deciso che I protagonisti dell'1v1 di Stallions Troncos sono Carles Planes e Alessandro Colombo.
So Planes against Colombo then for the start here, for the final fixture then of these last chance matches. It is do or die, win or bust. The winner going through, the loser going home. We'll be saying adios or arrivederci. Now the cage is up, the ball is about to be dropped, the lights are out. Planes against Colombo, Stallions against Los Troncos, Italy against Spain. Sit back and enjoy. This is going to be, of course, some controversy. Also behind the scenes, all our Spanish staff here with the Kings League against all the Italian people here. Who knows? Now, here he is, Guddo. Often likes to carry it out from the back in these situations. Not afraid to have a go either. Guddo has Colombo in support still with Guddo. Has momentum gone. Guddo dithering. Keeper off his line. Has he kept it in play? He has. Guddo trying to do it all alone. What's he doing? And Amoedo now. The hole is there. The goal is gaping. Two great keepers we'll chat about as well. It's going to be a great battle. Guddo and Amoedo as Colombo comes forward. One-on-one with Planes. Here is Colombo. That is a peach of a strike. That is absolutely brilliant from Colombo, who has the attributes to bring the battle here to Los Troncos.
Fifth of the campaign, fifth of this event for Colombo. Will there be an immediate response here, Tolo, I wonder?
Well, there won't be. In fact, there's an empty net. As they've eventually tracking. I will bring you in soon, I promise. Very soon. Surely I will, but you just can't take your eyes off this, can you? Now, Colombo looking to make it to Marino, your friend. Guddo. This is Guddo! Tracks it wide.
I would have liked to see the net bulge there because they're backing off him. They clearly don't think that he's got it in his locker. Guddo, he's already scored 2 goals, so they shouldn't back off him like that. But yeah, just wide of the mark on this occasion.
Planes, Amoedo in support. Amoedo, 2 times winner of this competition. Here he is, Senor Amoedo. Now Planas, captain fantastic. One club man, Amoedo tried to curl it, tried to do a Camilo, didn't come off.
He tried to find the angle, but he couldn't quite find the angle. Over the top, not a bad effort. He did have a player over though. It's all about how the defensive players get out to those wide players and close down. As we saw in the previous attack with Gudo, they didn't. He had a shot just then. Amoedo, who I'm excited to get a first glimpse of. Solo, as you know, this is my first time commentating on the Kings League. This is my first day, and I have to say I've been following him for a long time. He's a player who excites me. Maybe hasn't excelled as much as he probably could have done in this competition so far, but the real pressure starts today, let's say, because with this last chance, remember, the winners will go through to the quarterfinals, so there's still plenty of action left to come in this particular edition of the Kings World Cup Clubs.
Fazo took a knock in the previous game, so good to see him out there because he's a real fan's favourite. In fact, I'm not just saying of Stallions in general, he's a very popular figure for his technical ability, his eye for goal. Really exciting player. That's what you want as well, isn't it? Of course, we've spoken about the players that help keep things ticking along, the bolts, maybe the cabezas in the previous game, but you want those exciting players, those ones that obviously have the fans and this sellout crowd for our final fixture as the shot comes in, and it very nearly
took a nick. I think it took a nick.
Yep, corner.
Yeah.
Into the slips.
Eagle eyes.
Planas trying to find on that far side David Reyes.
Don't know if it's coming through on the microphone, I hope it is, but the atmosphere that the fans here, the Stallions fans are producing is absolutely exceptional.
Oriol having a go from distance. Indeed, I can confirm. Just to the right of our picture, aren't they? And we've got some Los Strongos fans to our left, but naturally they are outnumbered.
Well, we called it the Alpa Kappa Curva. I think we're going to have to change that name by the end, the Stallion stand.
And there's the second. There is the second. It is Marino. Colombo made it. He scored one. He has made one. And the Stallions, as you said, drawn there towards their supporters. The Stallion stand. Love it.
Yeah, brilliant finish there. Colombo proving why he's the main man. He has impressed in the first two games, and he's turning up here, and it is 2-0. Los Troncos in trouble, but they've been in this situation before, Tolo, and they've managed to get through it. So it is still very early days, very early days. This being the last game of the evening as well. There's always late drama, isn't there?
Oh, you said it. We saw it yesterday as the shot comes in. It's tipped over the bar. It was a lovely strike, fizzing strike from Alvaro Arce. They have the corner, as you said. That's something for the build on there. Blur watching on Perchita, the Los Troncos president, Patrick likened to Filip Kostic, the Juventus.
I heard that, the doppelganger.
Still with Los Troncos. We'll talk about Kostic, Perchita soon. The shot coming in, and Good is having a really good game so far, I have to say.
It's having a good game or a gooder game? Sorry.
I'll forgive you this time of night. Now, Lofazo already calling the secret card, and we know what that means, don't we? And it's been called by the Stallions as Lofazo slowly works his way back up to his feet. Here come Los Troncos, the men in green, looking for Planas, heading it across. Ball loops back to Planas, flicked on, kept alive by Dabo. And now Colombo, listen to the roar. Lofazo, that could have gone anywhere.
Lofazo with a lovely piece of trickery in the centre of the park there. And honestly, this atmosphere is building in here. Los Troncos know that they need to hit back. They need to hit back quickly. They've the secret card has been played, I believe, by Stallions. Is that right, Solo?
Yes.
So we should see, normally that means one thing, but we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. However, on the attack now, down the left.
Colombo went for the top bins with the outside of the boot. As you said, secret card has been called by the Stallions just after the first available opportunity. We expect this to be the star player.
Who will get it? That's the question.
Well,
we may have just figured out the card.
in the past.
It was, and I think, did he score?
Star player?
He didn't score.
So, star player it is. I think they'll give it to Colombo this time. No. Maybe I'm wrong. You'd expect it to be
I think it is Colombo, but it is Colombo.
Nice. Listen, I just think the way he started, the way he's grown as this tournament has progressed, it's the right option. What do you think?
Just to explain to all the viewers who might maybe joining us for this game, there might be a lot of you joining us for this game, if this player in your picture, Colombo, scores, the first goal will count as double. Only the first goal will count as double, and then it will go back to normal. So they obviously think that Colombo is the player who's most likely to get on the score sheet. He's already got one in this game. He's already got one assist too. He's having a fantastic game.
Hasn't he? Just put on a plate for Marino, that lovely cutback. I was saying to Patrick about this kit, reminds me of the old Yugoslavia kit with those red socks and that tone of blue.
Portsmouth?
Pompey, yeah, that's right, yeah, Portsmouth. Remember them under Harry Redknapp.
Shout out to Matt Newman, Pompey fan.
Los Troncos, meanwhile, the men in green trying to come forward here, just running into trouble there. Little Archet. Now, it would be a shock. It would be a shock if Los Troncos went out here like Porcinos, with the two previous winners going out before the quarterfinal. It would be. It would be. But we've spoken about drama. We've had so much drama. We had drama in the previous game. Are we going to see some more? Are we going to see, obviously, a fairy tale in terms of for the Italian teams which are growing all the time? We have to say, Tiago, they're getting better and better. Now, Didio, a nice turn of pace. Brought down here by that star man, Colombo, but he's been crowded out on that far side. Safety first from him.
Important to notice, Tolo, that should Stallions go out, it means that there would only be one Italian team in the semi-final, because one of the quarterfinals already is underdogs versus Alpa Kappa. Nice. Which means just to keep the Italian flag flying high, it would be nice to see Stallions go through. There's a late challenge there on the far side on Colombo. He certainly, maybe it's because that green band has attracted a bit of attention from the Los Troncos defenders. We have seen that, I have to say. Los Troncos going in hard and going in strong into challenges. They certainly are not afraid of letting the opponents know who they are. I mean, they've got pedigree. They came into this competition as the champions, finalists, I believe, in the inaugural competition. So it's a team of real pedigree.
Yeah, Los Troncos as the champions. Stallions, meanwhile, the Stallions are a pedigree breed, and they're looking to gallop their way to the quarterfinals. Obviously, we know the underdogs are already there, and we saw earlier some real excitement, didn't we? In the game involving Alpa Kappa, the first one.
Seems a long time ago now, Tolo.
It does, as Oriol goes out wide. Carlos Planas finding the man known as Abeto, but it's David Reyes. Reyes, of course, is the Spanish for Kings. And talking of Kings, they play the Kings World Cup Club's Kings League picks games. And winner Lamine Yamal, signed jersey. THR has already had a couple of goes. He's been unsuccessful so far, so I'm very sorry if you wanted to get hands on that. But keep trying, keep trying.
Well, I'm happy, because it means that there's more chance for somebody out there viewing this to get their hands on that jersey. The Lamine Yamal, one of the absolute superstars in Association 11-a-side football at the moment. Obviously, the World Cup winner with Spain. He's had a fantastic season, winning La Liga with Barcelona, and president of La Capital, who were eliminated yesterday. Is that right?
By this team here, by Los Troncos, and that all Spanish derby, and this is why Los Troncos are here and La Capital aren't here. As that swung in by Planas, nodded across, and they find Dabo is waiting in the middle.
You just feel that there will be a stage in the game where Los Troncos are going to keep the ball. They're going to be patient with it. They're going to try and wear out their Italian counterparts. And it's just whether the Italian Stallions can keep their discipline, keep their shape, because they've started really well here. They've got a 2-goal advantage inside 10 minutes. And 7 minutes away from, of course, the end of the first half, the period known as goal times 2, where all goals are counted as double. Still plenty of action before that then. Los Troncos looking to fire back.
Oriol, and is blocked. Oriol's strike, the strike before, meanwhile, from Reyes, taking a touch on its way through. As you said, no, they're so good, aren't they? Spanish teams in general, THR passing around, they're patient, they never get flustered. They're happy just to keep building and been trying to break teams down. And that's what they're looking to do here through Carlos Planas. And that's fizzed across, and it was an inviting ball. Just needed someone maybe take a little risk there on that ball from Contreras. Their number 7, we had Dabo in the middle, but it make its way to him. He maybe didn't quite want to gamble enough. As you were saying also, THR, it's ended up in the quarterfinals Alpha Cup after winning their first game, taking on the underdogs. That is tomorrow, 8 p.m. our time, so local time. THR, and you'll be with me to commentate on that one. So on the one hand, sad, and the Italian team will be going on it. You know you're guaranteed a team in the semi-finals, which is always good, especially seeing the fact that the Italian fans have been turning out in their numbers. They haven't disappointed at all. And on that note, guys, you can get your tickets now for the final, which is, remind us, Tiace, if I'm not mistaken, Saturday?
Saturday evening. There are a few empty seats in the house, but you can get your tickets, not just for the final, you can get the final day's action, of course. It would be fantastic if an Italian side was involved, but no matter who it is, it's going to be a fantastic event, that's for sure. Semi-finals, of course, will be played as well in the build-up, and then tomorrow's the full quarter-finals, and that will be some tantalising ties. The all-Italian clash, the all-Brazilian clash too, so lots of Kings League action to come.
I'm going to get in trouble as well, no doubt, from the likes of Andrea Adri and Andrea Nadri, but I can say there's going to be some real surprises as well on the final day. So it's not just the actual final, we have lots of other thrills and spills, so an extra reason to get your ticket. And if you can't get your ticket for one reason or another, then you can follow us via your various devices. And as we saw it, did we hit the 600,000, didn't we?
We hit the 620. Can we get it up to 7?
There to find Dabo. Fazo Cooley-Dunn, he's such a silky player, isn't he? And they're trying to find their number 9, Cosenza. Not to be confused with the team and the club from Calabria, Cosenza.
I Lupi.
We know it from our Coppa Italia commentaries, don't we? THR back in early August. We're there, putting in the hours.
Yeah, I read a book, a British author who... I believe it was called Ultras. I'm not sure. I don't know if you've read that one, Solo, about a British author who did a season with the Ultras of Cosenza. We've used that word quite a lot.
Awesome.
It's a fantastic book. If you haven't read it, I'll put it on your Christmas list.
Thank you. Am I still on your Christmas wish list and card list and present list?
Absolutely. I don't do cards anymore.
Do you do stockings? Because stockings are quite a big thing in my family. Unlike for our friend Mark, who got his friend, you may remember, was it charcoal fluid and kitchen tongs?
Kitchen tongs. 2 for 1. 2 for 1.
Yeah, whereas Thingy got a book about Roy Jenkins on Churchill, so that was
very thoughtful.
Very thoughtful. Anyway. Cauliflower is traditional. Here come the team, look a little bit like cauliflowers in terms of that kit.
Well,
Oriol.
They're playing like cauliflowers now. I can't. I wouldn't have believed this if you'd have told me that they've had so few shots on target. The Italian goalkeeper Samuele Gudu's only been forced into 1 save, if I can remember correctly. But never rule out Los Troncos. They are here for a reason. They are ex-champions for a reason. They are the team to beat. And Porcinos, who were eliminated yesterday, it would be a huge shock if the fellow Spanish champions were to be eliminated. But is the crown going somewhere else? Is the crown coming to Italy? Is it going to Brazil? Who knows?
Brazil remain one of my favourites, as Oriol thought he was going to strike there. It comes to Planas, who does strike, and that wasn't easy for Gudo. Had to get his body behind the ball. No, you're right to speculate, to ask those questions. Is it going to come home for the Italians, as it did in Euro 2021? Sorry, TH, another little dig at your beloved 3 Lions. Or are Brazil finally going to get their first ever title at club level? Because obviously at national team they've lifted the prestigious, coveted World Cup Nations twice. That's given away. May come to Dabo. Does come to Dabo, and he had options. Maybe a little rush of blood to the head, wanting to go for goal there.
On to Coldplay albums now, are we?
Well, I thought this one might be an X. That only works in the Italian market, doesn't it, really? But no, Viva la Vida, that's for sure. That's what Los Troncos need right now. They need some inspiration as Marino looks to go down that left-hand side. And obviously, just what we were saying about those tickets, Tom, you're right, there are still tickets available, so now is the time to do it. Get them snapped up. Hot property, they're like gold dust. Not to be confused with the former what was then WWF, now WWE wrestler, Gold Dust. Carlos Planas. Now, here is Oriol, has a go! And that's why they are the defending champions. have cut the deficit.
Absolute beauty with the left. They didn't close him down quick enough, and you can understand the frustration from Gudo in the Stallions goal. He was asking for more from his defense, but what a strike. Take nothing away from Oliol, and it is now 2-1, just one goal in it. Coming up 2 minutes to the goal times 2, which should be very interesting now with only one goal between the sides.
With that left peg, I just feel the Stallions, blistering start, but I sense they almost took their foot off the gas a little bit. Maybe that Italian kind of, as we said, protect lead, wait for your moments, as opposed to really going for it. Los Troncos, they deserve that goal. They do deserve it. Now, Marino, in terms of their patience, their build-up play, they kept trying to pepper the goal with chance after chance, and now they're back in it, and Pachita loving it.
Well, a question for you, Tolo. When did Stallions get their 2 goals? In the opening moments, when there was the escalation, where players were coming on. I think it was a 1v1, 2v2 situation.
Yes, those situations, yeah, the scale up, yeah.
Since it's been 7 versus 7, Stallions haven't really looked like scoring, and Los Troncos have.
Panetta goes appealing. No, the referee says no. He's furious. Giacomo Panetta. Oriol, who got Los Troncos back in it. Dabos there in support. They come out here to Contreras, who was just waiting. He found that pocket of space. He'd freed himself. This is the call.
Tough call, difficult, it's slowed down there, so we have the luxury of having a look at it. Now, there is contact. Is there enough contact to warrant a penalty? He doesn't get anywhere near the ball, there's no doubt about that. The referee was on hand and he said no penalty. I think Los Troncos may have gotten away with one there.
Do you know, looking at one of the angles, it maybe seen that Panetta's momentum took him into the keeper, Moedo. I need to have a look at it again, but on one of the angles it looked like maybe a penalty, and the other one I felt more it was Panetta sort of hurtling towards the keeper, and we're back underway, so no penalty. Thrown in! And now Blur and company are quaking in their Adidas trainers.
You got your Adidas trainers on?
I have
Very
worn them.
sharp.
A big shout out, can THR.
Very sharp.
Big shout out to Andrea Mariani and company if they can get THR a nice pair for tomorrow, for the coming days, for the Fortnite Challenge, which is now into what phase? Into the semi-finals almost? Quarter-finals.
We've already seen Italy 1 go through to the final, and it is between Spain and Germany to see who will go through to the final to face them. And it was very interesting shootouts today. My first experience doing it. It's interesting getting up close and personal, because when you actually see how difficult it is to beat these keepers, they look big on the screen. They are massive when you're down there on the turf. Well, the buzzer has sounded, Thomas Lawrence, which means that it is the end of the first 17 minutes.
Can I just say, that has flown by. That has been absolutely, thoroughly entertaining. Just trying to add as many adjectives as possible before getting, but it has been brilliant to watch. It's the reason we built this as the last game, for a reason, prime time, and it has certainly lived up to expectations. Storming start from Stallions, Los Troncos playing their time, a wonder goal to get them back in it, and it is delicately poised. And Los Troncos, with a goal here, they put themselves ahead. How exciting.
So just a reminder for you that the star player, which was given to Colombo, is not valid for the next 6 minutes of play between now and half-time, and then the first 3, which is the dice roll, the ×2 goal in the dice roll. So we are back underway. It is Los Troncos who are kicking us off in the final 3 minutes of this first half as we enter the passage of play in which any goal counts as 2.
Now, Carlos Planas still rolled across, and Gudo his body again behind the ball, rolling out, wasting no time, trying to find Colombo. Can he keep it in play? And the decision goes his way. Does he lash out there, Colombo? The referee's digging into his pocket, is he? Or am I just being a bit too hasty? Either way, he's just going to try and calm things down. That's good refereeing, not going over the top. They're just saying, okay, guys, let's calm it down. You don't want to maybe spoil a game or condition a game with a needless booking. Let's watch it again.
Fair challenge, and then just there, didn't look to be too much of a lash out from Colombo, but as you say, Solo, very, very good officiating, and he got, in my opinion, he got the penalty call spot on earlier on for Stallions, and he's got that one completely correct. Just calming things down, no need to reach for the cards, and no need to set a precedent so early.
Now Reyes, nice give and go. Here is Lofazo. Brilliant Lofazo wants a Fiorentina. High praise indeed Palermo as well, a team obviously you admire obviously for various reasons because that passion they bring, THR, and that lovely kit, the salmon colour, which I know you admire, as we spoke about with Alpha Kappa at the very top, even though the Alpha Kappa is perhaps a little bit darker in terms of tone and shade, as Carlos Planas goes back to Oriol. His goal, a wonder goal, has Los Troncos within touching, actually within one goal of taking the lead. He was trying to replicate this one with a right peg. Joan Oriol with the right twig, maybe, the Los Troncos.
The right twig, I like it, I like it.
You're really
branching
branching
out. You're branching out.
I like it. I have had a few days head start over you, so I should be coming up with more, to be fair. But
mate, leave it while you're ahead, mate, all right?
Yes.
Last 60 seconds of the first half.
Yeah, this one hasn't really, this 3 minutes, I mean, hasn't really produced much. I think both sides happy to take this into the interval. Dabo.
Yeah, almost back to the first 2 days' action there, in that the final 3 minutes of the first half have produced very cagey periods of play, in which I think the Kings League wanted to introduce this rule to make it a bit more exciting, but instead of teams and coaches going for broke and trying to score the 2 goals, it seems as though the players down there and the coaches are putting more importance on not conceding, which makes for somewhat of a damp squib at the end of the half. I think we've only seen 1 double goal, so have we tonight, Thomas, if I'm right?
Yeah, exactly. No rules, wasn't it? As they turned it around, we were discussing that earlier. Once upon a time, the goals worth double was at the very end of the contest. They would have the sort of as the shot comes in from Marino, worth having a go, and they would have the roll of the die. For the final few minutes of the first. But they've shaken things up, and it's always good to experiment. So with that halfway stage, THR Stallions, as things stand, going on, but we still have so much to come. In fact, a full second half as Marino on the score sheet, as was Colombo, and then Oriol for the Troncos.
Yeah, Stallions looked in control. They looked as though they were going to establish a really good lead, as we see the players go in for a little bit of hydration, which is needed. It is very, very hot in Milan, as we see our sponsors there, Powerade, telling us that pause is power. Always important to stay hydrated. We are hydrated up here on the commentary gantry, and the players are allowed a little bit of a break here to get some fluids into their bodies. We are going to hear in a moment from the presidents of the respective sides. It will be interesting to see what they say.
Buongiorno, scusa. Che vi devo dire, raga, primi 10 minuti bene, poi hai deciso di nuovo di schiacciarti 4-2. Gli hai regalato un gol che non sta né in cielo né in terra. Regalare un gol del genere con 3 tocchi prima di fare un tiro raso terra, dove ovviamente nessuno vede un cazzo, perché giustamente se stai tutti schiacciati il portiere non è che c'ha la vista a raggi X. Quindi primi 10 minuti bene. Mo vediamo il dato, speriamo non nel 3, ma tanto uscirà il 3.
Bueno, yo veo al equipo muy bien, creo que estamos siendo superiores. En esa cabina de italianos ya he visto a dos presidentes que les hemos ganado, a ver si vemos al tercero hoy. Y nada, a ver si el árbitro, pues no sé, ve algún agarrón, ve alguna faltita, nos ve algo. Y la verdad es que yo creo que no estamos mejor. Hemos empezado perdiendo, ellos están perdiendo su tiempo desde el minuto 1, y a ver si podemos ganar al único equipo pues que no se merece estar en este mundial, que es Stallions. Es decir, aquí todos los equipos se han ganado la plaza ganando su competición, ganando una copa, ganando algo. Este equipo pues se ha ganado estar aquí pues porque Piqué lo necesita, porque si no nos vamos todos a la mierda, incluido yo, y vamos a reventar esta liga. Un saludo.
So we'll comment on the comments from the Stallions president and the Los Troncos president shortly. Before that, as you know, the stage of the iconic moment, the roll of the die. It's going to be Cutinelli of the Alpha Kappa. He did his part earlier, didn't he, by helping Alpha Kappa go through to the quarterfinals. Now it's his turn to roll the die. Let's see what number it's going to be.
What do you think, Tolo? Prediction?
Well, Blur said 3, didn't he? I think 1. The King won. The King won. Well, it's 2, so I was close, but then again, you can get 1, 2, or 3, so either way, I would have been close either way, my good friend THR. So it's 2v2 then, as we get underway for the first 3 minutes. Back to Blur, what he was saying, we've just had it through, confirmed he was unhappy. He was pleased with the first 10 minutes, of course. He was very in fact, he was scathing with the kind of goal that they conceded. As for Perchite, he's always I like Perchite, he's always very calm, he's always very fair. He pays tribute to the opposition team, but he knows, and as he said, they want to win this competition. As we're going to get back underway here with Dabo tussling away them with Becky. And the decision, who does it go the way of? It's gone the way of Los Troncos, if I'm not mistaken. And about to get back underway then. This 2v2, TH up with Oriol, looking to leave his mark again here. Soroche. Oriol! It's a brilliant brace from Oriol. They are right back in it. 2-2. Is the tide turning?
Well, Soroche was the hero in their last game, providing the assist now. And, well, 2 apiece.
Colombo, their star man. Lofazo, another star man. That's how you hit back after conceding. 3-2. Stallions back in front.
No double goal for Lofazo, remember, because that star player band that he's wearing, the secret card that they play, does not come into play during these particular 3 minutes. So just the 1 goal credited to Stallions, in case anyone was wondering.
Now Soroche. Are we waiting here? No, we are back underway. There's a slight delay. Now, back with Oriol and Soroche, as you said, the starman previously. Can he be a starman again? He can for now. 3-3. That was a cool finish. It's just going backwards and forwards, goal after goal.
It's a ping-pong match at the moment, Solo. It's a ping-pong match. Stallions looking to respond immediately.
Colombo, Lofazo, the feet, the disco feet from him. This is Lofazo. Colombo's free. Colombo wants it. Can he score? Well, there's your answer. He can score indeed. 4-3. Loving it.
What was said to the Stallions during that half-time break, I wonder, because they have come out with a real point to prove. It is 4-3 to the Stallions. The Italians lead the Spaniards, but now it is time for Los Troncos to show their mettle once again.
Oriol, who's on a hat-trick. Soroche, who's on a brace, if you can say that. Oriol looking to net his hat-trick. It's saved, and now they're just calling for calm. The Stallions want to maybe get this changing quickly, get a more attacking player on, which they do in the form of Lofazo. Now the keeper's going to probably go off as well. Lofazo has Colombo in support. Can the Stallions open up a 2-goal cushion? This is Colombo. Colombo! They can open up that 2-goal cushion. THR, I don't want this 3-minute period to end.
Colombo is the hero now for Stallions at the near post. Perhaps the keeper should have done a little bit better, but that man is on form. 5-3. What a game.
Planas, Soroche, the captain's free, Captain Fantastic wants it. Can he be the fantastic man? He is, with a fantastic finish. 5-4, they remain within touching distance.
Well, some people have criticised, some people like a lot of the rules in the Kings League, but this, the dice, the roll of the dice has changed the complexion of the game, because we are now at 5-4, 9 goals already in this match, and that is why we love the Kings League. This particular thing that was brought into play has really changed the complexion of the competition, and now we're going back up to 7 versus 7, but the scoreline, very, very different. It is 5-4 in favour of the home favourites, Stallions, the Italian Stallions.
That was fantastic. That was pure entertainment. I really enjoyed that. We have to thank the players who put on a real show, and both sides. The finishing from both sides. Stallions for being clinical, but Los Troncos were never giving up, always getting that goal back, and that's character. That's that winning mentality, that winning pedigree, and that's why they are the defending champions.
Well, you know why, Solo, there were so many goals in that period? Because more people are following us, more people are tuning in on their devices. The more of you that watch, the more goals we get. We should be getting close to 700. As you can see there on your screen, Aleix Martí still ahead with 9 goals in terms of the top scorers for this tournament. But Alessandro Colombo is now up to 7. And I'm sure he's not finished, not for the tournament or either for tonight. I'm sure he'd like to bag a few more. I'm sure that the Stallions and their president would like them to bag a few more. Both, of course, still have their presidential penalty to play.
And here he is, Colombo, the star player. That would have been worth 2. That would have given them a 7-4 lead as Marino gets his boot through. It's still going, Marino. He's such a tall lad, isn't he? As the shot comes in from Evangelisti. And now, is this Didio? Is it? On that occasion, it wasn't quite heavenly, was it? As we expected. expected from him.
Goal of the tournament, Didio's in Stallions' first game, I think. I mean, I haven't seen a better one. In terms of pure strike of a football, there's been some fantastic passages of play, team goals, but in terms of just a spectacular hit, let's say a rocket, a bolt from the blue, to quote one of your favourite players, Bolt, from the previous game.
For me, so far, his unsung heroes is Alvaro Arce. Tries to create something. On one hand, I have to admit, it's quite good we don't always have that many goals, because otherwise we'd lose our voices midway through the broadcast. But on the other hand, we want the drama. That's drama from Reyes. Still with Reyes. Just let himself down with the finish.
Well, that would have been... We were just talking, Tolo, about goal of the tournament. That would have come close. That was an incredible passage of play by Reyes on the left-hand side. Firstly, with the nutmeg, and then to beat his man. Just a little bit of composure not shown in the final piece of the action there. I was going to say the final third, just in front of goal. But a warning sign for Stallions. This one is far from over.
Especially when you're taking on Los Troncos. They never give up. Or said it. There's Brusadelli looks to combine with Colombo, who came close, didn't he, to scoring the man with that green. As you were explaining earlier, in those final 3 minutes, in the first 3 minutes, it doesn't apply. Only applies to that sort of regular period phase, and they've still got that armband. Obviously, Los Troncos still yet to play their secret card, and both sides still play their presidential penalty.
In terms of secret cards, there haven't been too many jokers or reverse penalties, I've noticed. And I'm looking forward to seeing a joker, which is where you can steal a card from the opposition, is that right?
You can do that. You can, or with that joker card, you can apply it whatever you want it to be, if that makes sense. So if you want, as Colombo tries to get involved, so if you want that joker card to be a penalty, which most teams often use, you can do, or you can steal their card, so you annul their power, if that makes sense. You can make sure they don't have whatever it might have been.
An encyclopedia of knowledge, Thomas Lawrence on the commentary here.
By the way, I just wanted to quickly say about the various shirts. You can actually get your shirt, THR, on JD. You mentioned the Alpacapa, your favourite so far, be honest?
I think in terms of shirt, yes, shirt design, I'd say Alpacapa, yeah. What about you?
That's a tough question. Wow. I'm a very fan of the classic, the Furia. Just the black, a little bit of white trim. I like the classic. You know, I'm a quite conservative with a small c in many aspects of my life. Very much like the lady that Mark, you remember, in his business course was attracted to, if you may remember. Considered a small c and lovely with a large L. Now here he is, Didio, giving it away for Dabo to chase. Now Arce.
Oh, an awkward one there, and I think there's a Stallions player down who had a hit to the head. There is a yellow card brandished as well. It's all kicking off down there.
Is it gone to Arce? I'm just wondering. Try and listen in.
No, llegas con fuerza excesiva. Llegas con fuerza excesiva. Llegas con fuerza excesiva.
Árbitro, que me quiero...
No, llegas...
Míralo, pero míralo. No puede ser que lo vuelva a hacer.
Pásalo por lo menos, ¿no?
¿Qué tarjeta? Pásalo por lo menos, ¿no? No te hagas tarjetas, por favor. ¿Por qué voy a ir a pegarle?
No, vas con exceso de fuerza, vas con el...
Me está estorbando. ¿Me sacas, tío?
Well, there you have it, Tom. What do you think? Right call.
Well, we were right above it, and immediately you can see. I don't think he intends. Look, he's almost pushed by the Stallions player into the player there, and it's an awkward one because the referee might have seen that, might have only seen the contact, and from that angle, it does look as though it's a yellow card offence. I think Arce can be a little bit frustrated and a bit disappointed with that call there, but he will be sitting out for the next 2 minutes, as we know. He will be able to enter the field of play after the 2-minute suspension, but they're going to be down to 6 for the next 2 minutes. That's not ideal, seeing as they are the ones chasing the game.
Yeah, is the game maybe going to start to get away from Los Troncos after that? It's very good news, and this will certainly increase, obvious thing to say, I know, the chances of Colombo getting that goal. Perchiti, you can see what he thinks of it. He was just suggesting he was actually more pushed into the player than actually Arce making that foul, committing that foul. So we'll now see, as you said, well, less than 2 minutes now, but yeah, just under 2 minutes for Lestans to make this, so they make most of this. The fans are calling for support. Arrives in the form of Marino. Now Didio. What a surname that is as well. Comes with pressure, of course.
Used to teach an Alessandro Didio.
No, yeah. Any relation, do you think? No, I don't think so.
It is a rather obscure last name, of God.
Oh, he's shown some divine touches so far. Heavenly touch. Yeah, good man. Now Colombo. Colombo, he must have a go. Maybe thought Evangelisti was there. He says handball. There's no handball. There's Escotto. Tries to clear his lines. I think that hit the roof, didn't it? And Los Troncos president Perchita hitting the roof a few moments ago with that yellow card.
He was not happy. I can understand why. The player was clearly pushed. There is, we can reveal to you, a penalty that will be taken, a president penalty that has been called.
Troncos, I think.
Looks to be for Los Troncos, yeah.
Well, that'd be some way for Perchita to hit back should he score. He would see it as justice, wouldn't he? Retribution.
Will he celebrate in front of the referee if he scores? That's the question.
Or maybe in front of Blur, his opposite number. So now over to Perchita. Here he is. He's there. And listen to the boos he's been greeted with.
Well, it's not just the booze, it's the fact that he's going to have to take the penalty in front of all of the Stallions fans behind the goal. And as we saw earlier on, that is no easy task. He has been, he's been on good form, to be honest, so far in this particular edition of the Kings World Cup clubs. Score or miss, Tolo?
He scores! He does score! Well, luckily, I said it as he was striking when he did score. And look at that, you're right. He does look to rile the Stallions supporters, not afraid to give it, as you said, play the pantomime villain here. Because you're right, he does have a word with the referee. He's just letting him know he didn't feel that should have been a suspension.
That is an absolutely exquisitely taken penalty. We've seen some fantastic president penalties in this edition so far.
Some poor ones.
We have had some poor ones, but that DR7. But that was absolutely fantastic. That was. I don't think the keeper would have saved that. I don't think Diop would have saved that.
Oh, now you're pushing it. Come on, Colombo looking for Lofazo. But no, joking aside, take nothing away from the pressure that was on him there. Listen, to have that noise against you as well, knowing that hundreds and hundreds of people want you to miss, and obviously not to count the thousands of Stallion supporters that are tuned in, casters all around the globe as well. So to take that, and it's some way to hit back as well, and yeah, Blur's going to hit back right now. Talking of hitting back and precedence, it's now the turn of Blur to come to the fore, the man with the cap. Blur. With the colourful language, which we do not agree with in the workplace. Amoedo. Nicely flicked on.
Great ball from Amoedo to find his man on the right-hand side there. That is, you can see by his stature, he's obviously a ball-playing goalkeeper. We saw that, two-time champion, you said, didn't you?
Yes.
He won the first two editions of this particular
two
tournament.
Different teams, which is pretty cool, isn't it?
Not necessarily known as a shot stopper, but good with his feet, and we saw an example of that just then.
Now, Lofazo.
These Stallions fans, Tolo, are really giving it some now. 5-5, all to play for. 6 minutes, under 6 minutes left.
Tom, Stojkovic is out there. He missed out the Fortnite challenge, which we'll talk about shortly when there's a little break in play. But good to see him back because there was an injury out, wasn't he?
Absolutely. He didn't take any part of in the Fortnite challenge at the beginning of proceedings today. But he is back, overcome from that injury.
Scotto just floating it in there. Here is David Reyes. Now here is Stojkovic. And that break in play, the arm is up, so offside. And now the turn of Blur to try and bury his penalty. The man is he's never afraid to have his say. Let's put it that way. He's a very confident young man. And as you can hear with his half-time reviews, Blur.
But we've seen Solo. We've seen one absolutely fantastic penalty taken by Perchita for Los Troncos.
Yep.
And he's coming on Blur, as he's known here in Italy, not Blur. And he's coming on and he's almost aggravating the fans here behind the left-hand goal. But he came on to a rapture of applause from the Stallions fans. He's certainly a man who thinks a lot of himself. Let's see if he can talk the talk. He can certainly walk the walk, but can he talk the talk?
Yeah, he's got the Predators on. He's got the number 10 jersey, which is he worthy of that number 10? Well, he'll revealed to me and proved... Oh, 16, I beg your pardon. He can have 16. Stados's number, Keane's number. Anyway, Keane, Blur.
Rodri.
Here he goes, Blur against Amoedo, has given him the eyes, and he has badgered it over the bar. Blur letting himself down and now looking very sheepish after talking himself up. And he's actually arguing away, chatting away.
Well, we needed something to heat up, let's say, this contest. It's been very fair. There's a lot of fair sportsmanship. I should say a lack of sportsmanship from both teams. But Blur just giving it to one of the Los Troncos defenders there, who I think was trying to wind him up.
He was. But I think that was, returning to maybe what the Stallions fans were giving in terms of the atmosphere and the jeers towards Perchita.
Yeah, if you come on the way that he did, Blur, you have to accept the fact that when you sky over the bar, you're going to have people coming down your neck, and that's exactly what happened.
Hey, as I said, Roberto Baggio there, obviously referencing the Night World Cup. A lot of
Harry Kane talking of England woes.
Yeah. Oh, Colombo, it looks like he's going to have a go here, Colombo, Amoedo. Oof, it was too hot to handle initially. Amoedo's run into Lofazo. Is a card coming out? I don't think a card's come out, but the referee quick to intervene, and it's bubbling over since Blur's come on. The tension has risen.
It was a completely different game. Completely different game. It was fairly contested in the first half, and even in the opening stages, even with all those the plethora of goals. But now you see, I think Amoedo just approached. I think it was Lofazo.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
He clearly wasn't happy. It didn't look to be too much in that one, to be honest, if I'm being completely honest with you, Tolo. I think Lofazo was just sort of standing his ground. Amoedo ran into him. But anyway, on we play. Let's hope the football does the talking.
Well, it has up until now, let's be honest, because it's been... And it's all come, as you said, in those early stages and the stages of the first few minutes after the roll of the die. That's where it's all come, that drama. It's been pulsating. Real on a knife edge now. Will we have a shootout? Will we have a shootout? Because all the cards have been played, although Colombo still has that star power status, but apart from that, they've been played. No more presidential penalties. This could go to another shootout. That would be some way to end the evening, as Los Troncos try to avoid that scenario by getting themselves ahead. This is Oriola. Reminder, he's on a hattie.
Well, one ex-Spanish champion was dumped out via the shootout last night. Are we going to see another later on tonight? There's still time to change that, just under 3 minutes, and both of these teams are capable of scoring, as we've seen. It's been a very interesting game, one of the most interesting tonight, I'd have to say. This was, as I said to you, Tolo, this was one I was looking forward to, and it hasn't disappointed.
Evangelisti loses out. Arce down. Dabo! Well, he was leaning back, but that's not an excuse. He has to at least hit the target. That was a fabulous opportunity for Dabo.
Rocco on the back of his shirt, more like Brocco. That was the opportunity to score. That was the opportunity to go ahead in the final stage of the game. The match ball situation. Looks to be a handball there.
Accidental.
Cubuedo getting away with one, I think. He's got a very guilty look on his face, but he's eager to get things going, as he does. Do or die now for both teams, Tolo. Do or die.
They're trying to get Colombo into play, aren't they?
It's a fair challenge. I think it came off the Stallions player last. That's a great call from the referee. He's been outstanding. Really, he hasn't got, in my opinion, he hasn't got anything wrong in this particular match.
Yeah, Brazil will be disappointed there. He said Colombo in support. That's, I think he's kind of fortunate at this stage of the game, but give away possession just like that. As we went to a minute and a half of this one. Shootout is looming. Oriol, and that's talking of being disappointment, that's disappointing as well. Now that secret card, as we were saying, that was remaining for Los Troncos, they played it. It must be a penalty, Tom. It must be, or a shootout. Colombo. Dabo.
Love the way Colombo plays. Love the way he plays. So intense. Never giving these Los Troncos defenders a minute's rest here, Colombo.
Yellow.
I think it was for dissent.
Well, very much in the mould then of their president, who's not afraid to ruffle a few feathers, and it's a shootout. We said that leaving it that late means it had to be a penalty or a shootout or a reverse penalty. Big moment, because if he scores, we will most likely avoid the shootout. Should he miss, then we are going to most likely actually have a shootout to settle this contest. Because Marino, I beg your pardon, not Brusadelli Jr.
Marino's gone off with the suspension for the 2 minutes. So let's see. Remember, just a repeat of the rules. The player will have 5 seconds to face the goalkeeper in a 1 versus 1. There'll be a countdown of 3 seconds. And then the buzzer.
Soroce. With Soroce looking to round the keeper, and he tucks it home, and for the first time Los Troncos lead in this game. And just as we go into the final minute and approach that 36th minute mark, Soroce past the keeper.
Well, Soroce was the hero, wasn't he, against La Capital with that delicate chip yesterday, and he's back on the score sheet. He's back amongst the goals today. Is that two in this game, I believe, Tolo?
But it is, yeah. He scored in the first 3 minutes of the second half, yeah.
Great performance from him. He's a player who, not just in front of goal, but his overall play has been fantastic. Los Troncos, you can never rule them out. I said it in the first half.
You said it.
Thomas Reed.
Put you on Empoli.
Oh, that
was down. Yellow cards. Has it gone the way of Didio?
Well, there's so much on the line. This was always going to be a game that may boil over, and that's exactly what's transpired here.
Ill discipline, though. It's costing the Stallions in these past few minutes, THR. It's the ill discipline. They were leading. And now they find themselves trailing.
How many comebacks is that? We've seen 4 matches, 3 comebacks of the 4 matches, but it's not over. It's not over yet.
You can watch before the please.
Just seeing it in your picture as we speak. Let's have a look at it. Didio, does he lash out with an arm? How much contact was there? It's between Dabo and Didio. Obviously, naturally, Italian casters are questioning that call. Well, as you'd expect, they're rooting for the home team, but the decision has been made by the referee. It was well placed, and Dabo down on the deck. It will be checked, of course. I'm sure.
There is the technology in place. The video assistant referee might be called into action. If it's a direct blow to this, an intentional direct blow to the face, then I think they can be relieved with just a yellow.
Could be updated to red. Try and see if we rather try and listen in.
Sì, però c'è fallo.
Sì, check.
Perché lui gli fa il gol.
Check.
Lui tenta di fare questo.
La passo prima lui, la passo
Thank you. Check complete. Check complete. Check complete. Check complete.
Check complete. So check complete.
No. It's correct. Check complete.
Continue to protest. But the free kick has been given, then it does stand. Didio has been given a yellow card, joining Marino then for the time being. They continue to protest, so they're now playing 2 men light. And this is again playing into the hands of Los Troncos. An ill-disciplined THR, I said it, ill-disciplined, costing them.
Well, some of these Stallions players really losing their heads. Pietro Brusadelli, the number 17, he's lucky that he hasn't been cautioned himself with the amount of dissent that he sent the referee's way. But now, a big moment here for Los Troncos. If they can establish a 2-goal advantage going into the match ball situation, you have to say, Thomas, with the numerical disadvantage, that might be it.
I think so. And also, as you're saying, maybe lucky to get away only with a yellow card if there was that contact to the face like that. So he's lining up here. It's all kicking off, isn't it, on the sidelines, isn't it, THR?
Well, the Los Troncos bench have just seen it in slow-mo, and I have to say, Thomas, I know we're supposed to be impartial, forgive me, but that looks to be a red card for me.
And now look, it's been upgraded, THR, to a penalty. So clearly the VAR was also checking where the contact was. So it was actually inside the area.
Might have contributed to why they felt so aggrieved there.
So it's gone from bad to worse for the Stallions.
From bad to worse, yeah. So, huge opportunity here. Not the way that the Stallions would have wanted this game to go. They can ill afford to concede that 7th goal. All up to the goalkeeper, Samuel Legudo. Tolo, over to you.
Oriol then to not only score his hat-trick, but take Los Troncos a step closer to the quarter-finals. Oriol, he's on a roll, and Los Troncos, the defending champions, are now within touching distance of the final eight, and the Stallions are now on the brink of elimination, and I have to say they also are partly responsible for that.
Los Troncos planting their roots, it seems, in the quarter-final, and what matchup that would be. But let's not count our chickens just yet. Stallions with the home support, with this man, Colombo. Can they get back into the game? 30 seconds left.
Man who was fouled and won that penalty for Los Troncos, that contact, and may come here to Reyes. This is Reyes for Los Troncos. Great save for Gudo, just keeping them in it, keeping their hopes alive.
Standout performance from Samuele Gudo. And you feel if Stallions are going to go on and turn this around, he's going to be very important.
Passing around nicely here. Los Troncos trying to find an opening. Is there time for the corner? I don't know if there is. Gudo just belting it away and towards the Los Troncos bench. And that is that then. So, Los Troncos then, as we see this replay, that maybe, dare I say, it would have killed off the contest. So Gudo does keep his boys in this match, but it's now in the hands of Los Troncos. Blur coming across to have words with his team. He looks like a schoolboy with those short shorts on.
Well,
he took his cap as well.
He took his penalty like a schoolboy, I'll tell you that. It was very disappointing at a crucial time in the game. If he'd have scored that, things may have been different. Of course, we won't know. But Los Troncos are really showing their pedigree here. And we are entering now the match ball situation, which is a 5-on-5. And let's see if the action will continue. And every single time we've had reduced players on the field in this particular match, it's been goals galore. Just the 12 so far. And if Stallions are to complete an unlikely comeback, they'd have to get to 8 before Los Troncos can get themselves to 8, so just score one more. So let's have a look. There's a little bit going on here between Blur and now it's all
the
kicking
Stallions
off.
are lashing out. It's all kicking off, THR.
Well, this is not what we wanted to see. And Blur has been the catalyst. He's been winding up these Los Troncos defenders.
Cheetah's out as well, by the way. Just to keep everyone informed who maybe can't follow us here, we can see this live, and there it is on your screen. Go.
Well, the reaction from some of the Stallions players, I couldn't see from up here who it was exactly. We'll watch on the replay. No need for that. Absolutely no need. Perhaps that's the tactic of the Stallions trying to get in Los Troncos' head. Of course, we know that they only need the one, the Spanish outfit. The Stallions need 3. But this is not the way we wanted to see this match finish, Cholo. Tonight has been an exceptional exhibition and showcase of sportsmanship, of good sportsmanship, positive sportsmanship. And this is all just boiling over. And to be honest with you, it's all just a bit silly.
I couldn't put it any better. The Stallions were in a very comfortable position. They have made a run for them back. They have complicated matters for themselves with their ill discipline. Blur also, what is he doing coming across the pitch like that and then trying to rile Oriol? Oriol naturally is going to react because Oriol is putting his heart so out on the pitch. It's easy for Blur to come on and try and rile and give it some. And also, he doesn't need to be coming across the pitch like that. He needs to stay in his presidential, but it's down to the coaches to have their say. We didn't see Perchita come on the pitch. Obviously, he is now trying to come back. And also, dare I say, where is Blur now? He's as they say, you know, he's caused the panic and the trouble, and he's jetted off. He's run off. He's trotted off. He's trotted off. I like it. He's cantered off.
You've obviously been commentating on these first 5 days. This is my first day. Have you seen this? Has this been a common theme with Blur? Because when I watched it, I've been watching the action, been researching the action, been really into the Kings League. But the stuff involving the presidents and when they come on and take the penalties, you as a commentator get a better view from up here. Have you seen him do this in previous games?
Yeah, and he is renowned for. And you're right, some presidents do like that approach. They do really get into that real competition and like to maybe wind each other up, give each other a bit of a ban. Some presidents, you've seen an absolute gentleman shaking the hand with the opposition goalkeeper, and if they score, obviously celebrate. If they don't score, they'll walk off and well maybe have some kind of retribution, shall we say, or an investigation into what we've just seen. But no, Blur is renowned for that. And yeah, Tom, as you're pointing out to the screen, and for those at home, yeah, the suspensions are carried over. So this is very much now for Los Troncos to lose. Let's put it that way. So we're about to get back underway.
Five, four, three, two,
Well, the Stallions then very much fighting for their lives.
One thing to keep an eye on, Thomas, is we're going to focus on the football for the next few minutes, of course. But what will happen when the final whistle comes? What will happen when the decisive goal goes in? Because we saw the unsavoury scenes before. It would be such a shame. It would almost mar...
It would sour it, yeah. Listen, if you're the Los Troncos captain, coach, let's just watch this, though. This is
you just get them off. You get them off immediately.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. And also celebrate with your teammates, or your fans, that's fair. But don't go maybe riling Blur. But it depends. Blur needs to maybe stay away from it. He knows he's caused a bit of bother. Stay away from it. Arce now. This is Reyes. Planas. Reyes. Planas. Oriol. And that will do it. Oriol sends Los Troncos, the defending champions, through to the final 8. The Stallions bow out on home soil, and there are a few unpleasant scenes. The stewards are in quick as well to calm down the tempers there.
Game over.
Full marks to Los Troncos. That is why they are the champions. They show that champion spirit coming from behind to win.
Well, Los Troncos, I agree with you there, Tolo. Just looking at the scenes, there are some nice scenes now, the players embracing, which is nice to see. But a quick mention of Los Troncos. They lost their first game to DR7, 6-1. They responded in the best possible way. They got that win in that Spanish derby against La Capital, and the pressure was on, coming up against an impressive Stallion side who had the home support. But they have overcome all of the challenges. They've overcome a very feisty end to the game, and it is Los Troncos who go forward into the quarterfinals, and they set up an absolutely mouth-watering quarterfinal with Neymar's Furia.
That is going to be, as you've described it earlier, tantalising. In the meantime, it is Colombo who is named as the MVP. He's trudging across now, naturally disappointed on an individual front, though. What a performance on the losing side, but still named MVP. He's going to chat to Agnès very, very soon. We're going to take a pause and listen in ourselves.
It's time for the last MVP of today. We have Ale Colombo here from Stallions, who just lost the cup, the journey with Stallions. Ale, can you explain us what happened at the end of the game from your perspective? Ci spieghi un po' cosa è successo dalla tua prospettiva alla fine in questi ultimi minuti?
Ma episodio, un po' di nervosismo ci sta, siamo fuori e dobbiamo accettarlo.
Very short. A bit nervous, but they're out and they need to accept it. I leave you, but take whatever you want to eat and to celebrate with the team. Take this. Okay, thank you. And guys, this was everything for today. Thank you so much for being with us. We will see each other tomorrow with the 4 quarterfinals of Kings League. Thank you so much, guys. Have a nice night.
Thank you, Agnès, and a recap of what we've seen today. TH Alpha Kappa going through, Parceros with that late comeback, Desimpain, the Brazilian side marcher, and as we've just seen, Los Troncos with a rousing comeback showing why they are the defending champions. And looking ahead, you have both THR and I for the quarter-finals on the 31st of July, and here they are, as you said, Furia Troncos. That's going to be a cracker, and the other 3, THR?
Oh, absolutely fantastic. I'm looking now, it's got to be Furia Los Troncos, which would be the one for me. But keep an eye on the Brazilian derby, which is Desimpain against G3X. Very spicy indeed, considering what's gone on this week, if everything is to be believed.
And of course, that all-Italian derby as well, isn't there? Between Alpha Kappa and the underdogs. It's, wow, 2 stands filled with their sets of support. It's going to be a great atmosphere. And we haven't mentioned, but we will talk about it a bit more in detail tomorrow. Ultra Mostoles against Parceros. Now, I think that's everything for today. Thank you very much, THR.
Thank you very much for having me, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Ciao, ciao.
time to react. Things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback, come back.